I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by guidance and electronics.
Just trying to close in on the flankers first.
This FlyQuest doing their best to just hide in hell off of what they had, and
Trying to hop on. He's too good for the first one. Alexis popping off, and Alexis! FlyQuest are doing the damn thing.
Now you have a stun you have to deal with too. Managing to dodge that has to take a fight. Please. Well, snaps. Oh, it's Aria with it. Ronan again. Lace has to do it on their own, and Lace saves the day for FlyQuest.
Good evening and welcome back to Valorant Game Changers North America. My old shift with me, the duo, the partner in crime, the lady who does it all. We've got Ash, my girl. How are things doing? How you vibing? How's things going?
I'm feeling good. I'm really excited. I think that today's an exciting day. We're looking at a lot of qualifications today, eliminations on the line as well. We're heating up for the last 3 days here of the Swiss stage.
Round 5 of Swiss action means exactly that. We're going to be dealing with qualification matches to start, and then there'll be a lot of teams that are going to be staving off, or at least attempting to stave off elimination, trying to just survive another week before we start to look at things like playoffs. Let's take a look though about what had happened last week, because we had a couple of barn bamer matchups that were cited on the schedule. Didn't maybe turn out the way we were expected them. I think in particular, a lot of eyes on the Shopify game going up against FlyQuest Red. Did not fully maybe come through the way that we would have expected them to, but it is one of those situations that we had a lot of teams in action and one team did qualify. So let's take a look back at a recap from what happened last.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers North America. It is a pleasure. We got some matches, brother.
First elimination match of the Switch stage, and I can't wait to get into it, man.
Reflake. They get the defuse in time. Sarah's gonna get the one, and that's a stop. Time is short, literally 32 HP. And Sarah with the Red Bull clutch for Shopify. Lace is there to greet one, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Bob gets 2 more. Bob gets all 3.
Enemy kill. 1 enemy remaining. 3. Nice. Last player standing. 1 enemy remaining. Clutch. 1 enemy remaining. 1 enemy remaining.
seconds now. That should do it. Unless there's a lucky spam coming through. Don't enough. The time is short. Oh no.
No way.
Tons of action across the board. Here, though, are the standings through 4 weeks, or 4 rounds, I should say, worth of the Swiss stage. You kind of heard it in the video there. There were elimination matches that had happened. There was a qualifier match that had happened. The big one, Ash, was the Shopify Rebellion Gold versus FlyQuest Red. A pretty convincing 2-0 for Shopify Rebellion to be the first team who qualified, whereas on the bottom side, we did have an elimination match that was played. Catnappers not quite able to get past EVO, so that will be our first team that has been eliminated. And of course, that brings us into what we have today. A couple of 3-in-1 games that are going to be going on. Also, another couple of elimination games, getting us to tighter and tighter pool of Game Changers teams.
Oh, absolutely. I think that it's no surprise that we see Shopify Rebellion Gold being the very first team that's going to be qualifying into the playoffs here for stage 1 of Valorant Game Changers NA. This is a team where they were busy with challengers during stage 1 and didn't quite actually take the time to play during kickoff. So it made room for a lot of these other teams to make that step up. It was a team like Wadada that we're going to be seeing on stream here today who ended up taking the crown during kickoff, but that matchup up against FlyQuest Red was a difficult one for sure for the side of FlyQuest, who is now looking to bounce back to find their qualification up against a very strong Wadada here for match 1. We've got a lot of action going on here today, Shift, and the teams that we're going to be seeing, even on the off streams, these are going to be some really intense matches.
Yeah, I've actually got a little bit of a look and just want to keep an eye on that Ghost Gaming versus Aussie and Friends, because Ghost Gaming is looking like one of those squads that may have gone a little under the radar in terms of how they got through qualification to where they are now, but this Aussie and Friends team did put up a little bit of a fight when they were playing up against this FlyQuest Red team that we will be focused on here on this particular matchup. Also, you can keep an eye on YFPX Fisher Fumblers and then the Smile Gang versus Kasoku Band on the Radiant Glow channel. This is just what's happening here in the 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern slot. There will be a secondary slot worth of matches, though, immediately after that. And that's going to be, again, a really, really fun one, because then we're going to start talking about things like elimination games and stuff of the nature. So it's going to be a really, really fun one, just in terms of kind of how the day has progressed. But we're not wasting any time here, Ash. This is a matchup we've saw it a lot in kickoff. Wadada has really, I think, established their notoriety based on how they were able to beat FlyQuest Red not once, but twice at that event.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be this massive rematch here, right? And Wadada, the team that has kind of the expectations in this head-to-head with how they were able to take out a FlyQuest Red, who has been a strong roster throughout the entirety of Game Changers since its conception as a tournament, right? And this is a team that took them out in a 3-0 fashion for that grand final. And there's no surprise, I think, when you see how this team has come together, the amount of firepower in this squad as well, the amount of veterancy even on this team, names like Australis, Juna, PowerPixel, and Starbound. These are all players who have been around the Game Changer scene for quite some time, and now finally having that time to shine here during 2025.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and it is one of those situations that, again, I think this, like, the overarching point, if you did miss kickoff, if you've missed out on what this team has been, it was kind of the establishment of them beating FlyQuest Red at kickoff. Now, that tournament in itself was an interesting one, because as much as there was this level of, here's our first taste, the tournament didn't include Shopify. So there is a level of who really is at the top. Obviously, Shopify qualifying in their first 4 matches still gives us the notoriety and gives the overall kind of distinction that they are at the top of the list. But FlyQuest Red have been making some dramatic moves. And I will say, like, their ability to improve their overall roster and just their competency has gone way up. I think in particular, my eyes are on Bob, who has played very well in Challengers to this point and is really playing like a 24/7 competitive schedule, doubling down with both Game Changers and Challengers at the same time.
Yeah, I think it's insane that Bob hasn't been able to look so dominant within Game Changers while splitting her time between Challengers, like you were saying, where she was also running a different role back onto her home ground as that initiator. But recently, we saw her shifting back into the duelist that she's been playing for FlyQuest Red as well. She's coming off of a lot of momentum from this past week of Challengers as well, with how well Bob has been playing. But you look at the other names on this roster, of course, we know that last time we saw these two teams face off. Bob was part of the story. So was Thea, so was Lace. But then you have 3 players who are coming in and kind of shifting things up and looking to be the difference compared to the last time these two teams met, being a Lovely, Ev, and Thea as well. I think Thea coming back to FlyQuest is a massive a massive boon for them, because she has just so much experience coming from CS, her time as an IGL, as she's grown within the Valorant scene as well, and making those adjustments that FlyQuest needs.
Yeah, I like that call a lot, just in terms of how the roster has moved, because you know, kind of reflecting on, you know, the last match that FlyQuest Red had played, it was that stapled matchup, 2 teams at 3-0 playing Shopify Rebellion Gold. The story essentially writes itself, just a different chapter of the same book in that rivalry. Bob popped off, but we didn't really see the same kind of significance from the rest of the roster, and it did feel like they got a little bit lost in mid-rounding in particular. So some of that level of experience that Shopify Rebellion Gold has an edge in, that's what seems to be lacking for a team like FlyQuest. And to be fair, like, it was a while ago, a couple of months now, but when they were playing in Kickoff versus Wadada, some of the same situations, if I remember right, were kind of coming through as well, where just a couple of mid-rounds didn't go well. You're in tight moments, 3v3s, 3v2s. You don't make the right reads, you don't make the right moves, you lose a couple of critical 1v1s, and the whole round changes because of it. So those are, I think, the little things that are holding back, or at least the obstacles that need to be hurdled here for FlyQuest Red to try to get back into top form, because, you know, that one-on-one rivalry between FlyQuest and Shopify Rebellion, we're starting to see some new contestants enter into the mix to try to challenge that number 2 spot in Game Changers.
It's really exciting things, right? And I think we're just about ready to get into the maps here as well as we move forward with this series. And when you take a look at what the expectations are now, the fact that Sunset is back into the pool, we've seen the meta kind of developing pretty similarly to what we saw previously on Sunset with that neon composition. The biggest change being like the Tejo that comes in here as well, which for the side of FlyQuest, I think that there is just so much like experience for this team as far as the comfort that they'll find leaning into what's typical that we're going to expect here on Sunset. But I think overall, when you were looking at this breakdown for the maps, right, you kind of think, okay, it favors both of these teams really well, realistically.
Sure.
Like, they both have had a very similar map pools, I think, overall, and it's really going to be a question of who's going to have that edge up today when they've both had so much momentum behind them.
Yeah, and the question mark is the Sunset, just because of its addition into the pool. You know, there has not been any playthroughs in this calendar year for either of these two teams, so there is a level of who is going to be better prepped up. Obviously, if it's FlyQuest's pick, so they're feeling pretty good. We have seen Sunset be played, especially like this week in Challengers, quite a bit, and it's nasty to see things like Neon, Breach, Tejo in combination. It's just, it's gut-checky. It's a lot of brawliness that happens across the map early and often. But you're right. I think when it comes down to how you look at the Ascent to start, you know, for Wadada, they do have a significant win versus Shopify Rebellion Gold from about a couple of weeks ago. So that's something that you look at and say, okay, makes sense why they're picking it. I imagine it's not a surprise, though, for FlyQuest, but skipping ahead and going past the Sunset, if we do get all 3, I think you're right in terms of looking at how Split has fared for both of these two squads. Pretty even across the board in terms of results and significance against potent opponents. It does feel like there's going to be kind of a head basher, square up type of map 3 if we get there. So I think the biggest problem here is, you know, can you actually show us something that is dynamic enough if you're Wadada against a FlyQuest Red team that's going to be prepared for you on this Ascent pick? At least I would figure that's the case.
I think that's where like a lot of our R's get drawn to, is like this first map is gonna get really weird. I don't know if you guys at home are like super familiar with the compositions that these two teams are running on this particular map, but for FlyQuest Red, they were pulling out a Brimstone ? Something that you don't typically see on Ascent as your choice of smokes, and then they're running like this really interesting like Gecko Breach Yoru comp. Then you've got the Deadlock thrown in there, just something that is very unconventional, very innovative on the side of FlyQuest. And then for Wadada, it's a bit of a similar story I think leaning a little bit more into the current Ascent meta that we've been seeing with like some Yoru play coming in, with how strong Vice has been on this map as well. But then they throw in like a chamber there as well, just to have that opportunity to play a little bit more forward, especially on the defense and whatnot, which we'll see a little bit later. But for a player like Starbound to be expected on the chamber there as well, this is a agent that we know that they're very comfortable with.
Yeah, I don't know how much of this will hold true in terms of, again, looking at what the compositions may look like. We're about to find out, but the Red Bull insta-lock that just happened earlier in the week, or last week rather, had FlyQuest Red pulling out a couple of really interesting comps in this map as well, including triple and triple duelist. So I don't know how much of that was just them kind of running around going crazy, just trying to get a little bit frisky with it. But yeah, I think you're right. Looking back at when they had last played this in Game Changers, it was a very odd composition. It worked for what it's worth, but it is one of those things of like, there are question marks revolving around, you know, what are we going to get from FlyQuest Red, especially considering that we know what the situation, what the composition is going to be, you know, for Wadada here, which may include and likely will include the chamber that they've played across a multitude of maps. So, you know, they have really lent in towards that agent that has been out of the picture for a while. So, you know, we'll see what happens and if there is some sort of counter strategy that's going to come through.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. It's going to be fun to watch. I think that is for sure. But then there's also the difference maker of, okay, for the side of Wadada, where they are running that chamber, they pick into the Ascent, right? And obviously FlyQuest, they're going to take the opportunity to start out on defense. And historically, Wadada had constantly started on the defensive side on Ascent, where they will find a bit more of that value from that chamber and Vice from the get-go. They have that opportunity to work that longer first half on that defense, where that comp does shine a little bit more. So I'm curious to see how that is going to work out on the attack. Granted, they do have a great win rate on attack, but they also only had to play like 16 rounds of attacking Ascent between 2 games of Ascent, right? So it's a little bit of a give and take there, as far as, okay, clearly they have a game plan that does work out for them, but is that something that FlyQuest Red are going to be ready for?
Yeah, again, a lot of compelling questions, and we're going to get answers, I think, pretty quickly. We are waiting on a player to kind of get back into the lobby here. We think one may have crashed during agent select, but I kind of want to zoom out from this particular map and even this particular matchup and just kind of tally the space at where we're at right now, because leading the charge and, you know, the headliner so far through 4 playthroughs of the stage has been Shopify Rebellion Gold. 4-0, they qualified. They only dropped 1 map in the process, and it was this Ascent versus Wadada. On the other side of things, though, I mean, when you look at how the stage has broken down, you've got 4 teams at 3-1. They're all playing right now. Wadada, obviously, here versus FlyQuest Red. You've also got Ghost Gaming and Aussie and Friends. Looking at just the next 4 up in terms of who is going to qualify today, what has been kind of your temperature reading across those 4 squads? Because for me, like, you know, I think it's appropriate that we get this matchup after seeing Wadada and Shopify Rebellion play each other. Like, it feels like our top 3 squads have all going to have a playthrough against each other, which is awesome. But where is your temperature reading on like Ghost Gaming and Aussie and Friends? Like, both teams at 3-1. Pretty decent delta between the 3 of them. Same thing with map count overall. Like, what are your thoughts on those as we now see agent select and maybe use that as a follow-up?
Yeah, I think that for me, you look at kind of the matches that we had to see coming from them. I think that Ghost Gaming and Aussie and Friends can definitely be contenders as dark horses, but their road to make it to that 3-1 stand was a little bit easier when it comes down to the teams that they had to face up against. Were losing out on those litmus tests. Sure, they managed to take teams like FlyQuest Red that we're seeing here and take them the distance in that Aussie and Friends matchup into a 2-1 where FlyQuest Red ended up taking it. But taking a look at this, there's no change when it comes down to the compositions that we're going to be seeing coming out. I think that I'm really excited to see, again, the game plan there for Wadada to start things out. I would imagine that maybe there will be some of that push and pull that we're expecting with that Yoru to try and apply pressure on one side of the map, maybe bait out the defense into going for that map control and trying to get them to walk into Starbound, who's going to be holding for those flanks, for those rotations as well. Curious to see what the approach is going to be.
Like the call. Okay. Well, we have the agent select, and we can use that now as a chance to kind of talk over things as FlyQuest will be on the defense. Wadada, like you had mentioned, starting on the offense, not their typical starting spot, as a lot of the time has been picked kind of against them. But what is your thoughts kind of looking at FlyQuest Red and what they're going with? You know, the Gecko in the mix with Breach and Brimstone still play with. Deadlock also in the mix as well. Like, it just feels like one of those compositions that feels pretty balanced, you know, in terms of, you know, what they have for both offensive and defensive weapons.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of opportunity to fight responsively, and you can already see the immediate mid-aggression coming out here as they look for that pass.
Okay, Slace, Bob, all pushing forward, and Wadada did not expect that. A little bit split, a little bit stuck. I don't know how else to say it outside of they just didn't expect that.
I think that this approach from FlyQuest on defense to throw in, sure, it's pistol round, right? So you can get a little bit wacky with it, but even when the gun rounds do come through, I think this is something where we can expect FlyQuest to throw in a few of these set plays. Obviously, they're not going to do it all of the time because Wadada are going to eventually, you know, read into it. But it works really nicely because when you look at the Wadada comp, they don't have nearly as much of that utility to throw in response to any flashes, any crowd control that's coming out from the side of FlyQuest. They're definitely starting to think off comp.
Well, a little bit of a power pickup here from Power Pixel. They're going to go into the Marshall and try to stop some of this early aggression, but yeah, it's just another one of those suffocating approaches that, to be fair, has been largely well received, and no way. Two members just kind of stay away from the stack at B main. It's just classics, and the last 2v2 goes the way of the pistols against the Stingers and Spectres that were flooding in towards B main.
Yeah, Wadada already immediately prepared from that look on the side of FlyQuest, and that's a tough round to be losing. You start off that pistol round in such a strong fashion, but for Wadada to just clean things up there makes it a really comfortable third round for them. And for FlyQuest, it does look like they will still look for some of that aggression over towards that A extremity. Not quite as telegraphed, though, as before.
Yeah. And with just Sheriffs here, again, the eco flip will lead into Wadada's advantage for sure. And I think there's just one of those, like, what I'm really curious about with this FlyQuest composition is the level of aggression versus the level of stable control they're trying to play around this Deadlock. Because, you know, when we've seen this map in the past, when you're running Deadlock, it's usually a double Sentinel and the defense becomes almost uncrackable. This is going to feel different because it looks like FlyQuest want to try to play with some of that open aggression, that open tempo, and try to, like, stop Wadada from getting any early stack ups towards either of the two sites. But when you play aggressive on one side and passive on another, holes start to open up. Fem, good for the first, has Bob stuck in the corner. Paranoia is going to come through. Although able to stay around for a moment of assistance before eventually Lovely's just going to have to back up and try to play up towards top heaven. 40 seconds on the clock, and the shock dart will chip some damage as well.
Yeah, not something to really expect out from FlyQuest in that round as they get a quick little cleanup there, but I like the conversation that we're having here about that kind of push and pull, right? I think the expectation is that when you are running that solo Deadlock and you're not pairing it with a Cypher, with a Vice, there is going to be a lot more responsibility that's placed on Bob's shoulders to try and force Wadada into some of those trap plays, whether it's just a Lovely's like set up there with the Deadlock utility or trap plays that you're seeing Ev trying to facilitate there as well. Yeah. There is a lot of that stall opportunity with this team because you do have the double molly as well within that Brimstone and the Gecko, which is why I think that they do feel a bit more confident and comfortable with running just the Deadlock into this. A lot of opportunities to do a little bit of that innovating and seeing how they want to stall things out here on defense.
Well, and I like this too, just kind of on the other side here for Wadada, although Starbound, they're going to get taken down for first blood trying to play behind that barrier match. I was going to say, they're just trying to feel things out and see, you know, is there any early aggression? You saw the recon dart be tossed early over towards A. Aldrone still being held down to by Power Pixel, as Tree is the next muse of entry for some of this play over towards A, but the lurk from Juna is shut down, and that may just put this round a bit more out of contest. Now, with that told, Paranoia and a follow-up looks good. Thea's in trouble inside the site, stuck in a corner. Help is on the way, but it's going to be labored. Nice, though. The molly at the front door allows Thea to at least isolate onto one. Almost gets a second. Flash out and over for both players, and both will land Ev able to connect onto the headshot, though, has power by themselves.
Yeah, not too much Power Pixel is going to be able to do here, right? Sure, the 1v1 is given. Bob's going to clean that one up, and a quick even up over to 2-2. But okay, this is where things are going to start to get a little bit interesting, right? Wadada, they've got that opportunity to cycle up into getting that operator online here for Starbound. That's just such a big part of the game plan here. When they had that chamber up, is going to be looking for these opportunities to make picks, whether it's over towards typically mid or one of the extremities, holding for some of that aggression that we're expecting out from FlyQuest, right? And I think that's why it kind of like pairs well into almost like an ante of the game plan that FlyQuest do lean for, because they are kind of forced to play that push and pull to make the most out of that deadlock setup.
Well, the interesting thing kind of about this here, outside of the deadlock, is how they have put the utility together in this round with just the sensor over the middle of the map to try to keep mid-market somewhat held without having to pick against the operator. And again, like for Wadada, I won't say again it's one-dimensional, but you know what you're going to get, you know, with this chamber. You know you're going to be getting a lot of sniper gameplay when you're in full purchase, so you just don't overpeak anything. Nice angle there from Ev. Maybe an opportunity for more, as well. The fault line finished off with the flash point will allow a secondary peek from Thea. And yeah, there we go. Nice shutdown here from the A defense, FlyQuest.
Try and equalize those numbers there. The classic right click coming out here as well, and Wadada just end up getting picked apart. It gets a bit awkward when it comes down to the fights into those close chokes, especially when you have that operator trying to push in. And that's a free pickup here. Now Bob's going to feel very comfortable on that Yoru, being able to take control of one of the mains would be the expectation, or even maybe a deeper mid peak. We know that Bob, she has this preference. She likes to make that push like over towards like the mid stairs, just underneath of catwalk there by tree, and then take that angle over on tiles. And it works out really well, right? Because with that Yoru, you do have that ability to TP out, and it's actually that angle that she's looking for.
Bob can try to take the scope battle early through mid. Backed away. Reveal is out. Hunter's Fury comes the direction of Lace, and there's just nowhere to go. So, again, that isolation through mid works out nicely here for the offensive Wadada. But, again, outside of the fact that you have the tour de force, there's not a lot of other kill potential on the map, but you might not need it. Starbound hits a second, and we've got a 5v3.
So prepared for the reposition that was coming out from Bob, right? That is kind of the bonus of that Yoru, that we kind of missed the smoke. That's okay. It happens. It happens, but it's going to force FlyQuest to have to give up that mid control, and a great pivot for Wadada over towards that B site.
Dimensional drift out for Fem. Flash over into mid market, putting some pressure on Thea to try to stay into this mid connector, but we'll back away. Defense trying to rotate over. Again, the weapons are still not necessarily great for Wadada, but someone's going to have to connect here for the side of FlyQuest, and no one will. Just out of Thea, last one left, stuck at mid-market, and, you know, there is a consideration of saving here, but... Oh, wait, how did... What?
They stepped. No, they stepped.
Are we sure? Okay.
I swear to God, because that was on the head, and if not, like, that is... You got to roll it back.
Definitely looked like it was going to connect for an instant between the eyes headshot, but yeah, it looks like Thea is just going to try to back away here. Power Pixel in the way. Potential pinch. Yeah, there you go. From the backside from Australis, and Power Pixel will get the window, and a Thrifty, flawless Thrifty, comes through here for Wadada thanks to the tour de force play for Starbound mostly.
Hey, well, this is what we expected, right? We expected this matchup to be a close one. We're getting that right out of the gate. It's round for round, pound for pound between FlyQuest and Wadada here for map number 1. And, man, honestly, thinking back, maybe it wasn't even a step. That could have also been like a little chip through the ground there.
Could have been.
A little bit of a wall bang moment. But overall, looking over at FlyQuest now, they've also ramped up into quite a few ultimates that they get to work with into this round. Part of why you do see the force coming out. Bob's going to go for some of that early scouting, and the follow-up.
Great fault line coming through. Annihilation going to try to push in, and it will actually connect down to one. Power Pixel stuck. Aftershock. Well played. And that's going to work out nicely for FlyQuest. This Fem will only find one in response. Australis trying to battle because you just have to. That has to be your LMO. And here we go. FlyQuest Red once again just playing with a little bit of tempo. This time it takes 2 ultimates, though, to win out that battle.
Really nice set play coming out from them, just getting that information, ensuring that the lines were well met when it came down to the utility that Ev was going to have to throw to help the team win out on those fights. And it seems like we said that, okay, maybe they might change things up round for round. Yes, there have been a couple of quieter, more passive rounds from FlyQuest, but for the most part, they've been pretty hyper-aggressive on defense, and I do think maybe part of that is trying to make it so that Starbound can't get quite as comfortable getting onto those sight lines and trying to get those initiatives.
Well, snap back. Brimstone ult comes through. That was supposed to be combined with the GravNet, and everything gets avoided. So another little attempt at playing a contact trap play at B main. This time fended off thanks to the power of the teleport abilities from Wadada. Barrier mesh is down, but in a spot where honestly it can be deleted for free if they choose to. So minute 10 on the clock here, and Wadada, instead of trying to play through that barrier mesh, is just going to take a look to see if they can find any information over towards A. Good aftershock. Will actually pull Pixel out of the owl drone, so not a lot of intel in terms of what's actually in the front.
So far, quite an investment coming out from FlyQuest as well, just to do a little bit of that searching, and a pound for pound pick here coming out by both operators on either side. And with the wall being dropped over towards that B site, that rotation having been pulled over towards A and mid so early on, Wadada have the read. They're shifting on over, but FlyQuest, they're also quick to respond themselves.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this is, like, I like the idea from FlyQuest of you stop the play towards B main, you stop the Aldrin, you're looking to catch someone off towards tree, and then you get a follow-up peek behind that. But before we get into the details of why that play was decent to start, we need to follow up with, as that barrier mesh at B falls, here comes the hit for Wadada. Molly, a mere inconvenience, as Juno will get onto site for the plant. Rolling Thunder, does it stop the plant? It does, but now you need the picks, and Starbound is still popping off at a range. Spike gets planted, and Bob is not interested in losing this operator.
No, this is honestly done and dusted. So I'm gonna kind of like move on from this. The expectation is Bob is gonna look for that save, but Shift, this was an expensive round from FlyQuest. Like, they use that Brimstone ultimate orbital strike right off the bat outside of B main. Sure, you get like the deep barrier mesh like we were talking about. It denies the extremity and makes it really difficult for Wadada to insert on some sort of lurk. But I felt like I was very surprised that we had like the Thrash being invested over towards mid just purely for that scouting when you had a whiff of that A main information, and then the Rolling Thunder on top of that as well. It seemed like they were all kind of, the idea was there, but there was just not much of a follow-up off of the utility that they were investing in there with the ultimates.
Yeah, kind of going backwards to it, like, again, like how that round, at least in my mind, like unfolds as fortunately we have some time to actually talk about it with this timeout. You know, you do get this little bout of, you're trying to trap play over towards B main, right? They're trying to set up the grab net, you're trying to set up the orbital strike with that. Doesn't work. Two players that would have been caught just teleport out, no big deal. Now, after that play happens, the barrier mesh blocks off the play towards B main. Then you get a read that there's an owl drone kind of passively towards A main. You aftershock it out of play, so there's no intel from the front door at A. The only other place that FlyQuest could possibly be is at tree. So I think there's a level of, we're trying to get the op in play, trying to find some action towards mid to get an opening pick. So why not call the Thrash out? And if there's someone there, then you get the instant detain, you should have an instant pick. But FlyQuest are just holding back. And you're right, there is a level of, that was a very expensive round that doesn't come through for FlyQuest Red. And now, even though it is a 4-4 count, FlyQuest Red is not being able to pull off their game plan as much as I think they would like, outside of half of their rounds being trap plays that had worked out successfully, one of which called for an annihilation. Like, it's been expensive right now for FlyQuest, and I think the patience from Wadada has FlyQuest a little bit, laborious in terms of how they want to play this defensive side.
And it does seem like Wadada are also anteing it very well as well. I don't know if it's as much of kind of just like already having done some of that homework as far as looking at how FlyQuest have been handling the defense, or if it's just quick calling during the mid round to make the adjustments that are necessary. But I like the ideas that FlyQuest are coming and bringing to the table with. On defense right now, it's just more about, I think, some of that spacing as well to try and make the most of those investments.
Well, again, early barrier mesh at B main. It'll just be Fem who's hanging around. Owl drone just getting a passive look over towards mid and short at A. Really nothing to be scouted, though, so not a lot of intel to work with. Gate crash back to try to join the party here as Wadada at least initially. But again, it's just this moment of just trying to cause confusion. But FlyQuest has got to be feeling pretty comfortable with where they are defensively right now.
They do, but they also only have one more smoke to work with, right? I do like that fault line that comes out. It allows Thea to do a bit of a shoulder check over towards A main, see how much presence is really there, sees that it's empty. You can see that they're starting to pull back from that presence now, right? The read is the expectation that there might be that contact up into this operator that Bob is holding.
Yeah, the barrier mesh is down, and Wadada, oh, they actually get a reveal from the recon. Both Steel Guardian going to come through. That's just to try to slow down this play. Touch for the defense to work their way back in. But honestly, I don't know if anyone's actually affected by that. Good grab net coming through by a Lovely. But is it enough to actually give Bob a chance? Sure seems that way. First shot lands. Paranoia on the way in. Blinds Bob for a moment. Shakes it off. And he follow-up almost, but Juna with the headshot. Starbound again playing through main. Finds a follow-up. Spike now going down. Pixel will get that successfully. But FlyQuest is finding the eliminations on the retake and the contest, leaving Astralis by themselves. First one good. Two more playing together. The Molly going to force the action, but they line up! Oh no! It wanted to steal away one with the 1v3 Red Bull clutch.
What a way for Astralis to take that round back. I had my eyes on her positioning over towards Switch the entire time, hiding in that smoke and just finding the perfect timing, but a round to slip out of the hands of FlyQuest. They did so much to buy time for Bob on site there as well, because there was the investment from that Steel Garden coming out from Juna. That operator was taken out of her hands, but just enough stall occurred. And now, if FlyQuest, they're on the back foot. They're forced into an eco. Sure, we always say we can't count out the game changer shares, right?
That's
like
true.
This round could still be anybody's round, but it does feel like, despite the high octane type of like defense moments that we're seeing from FlyQuest, that Wadada are the ones somewhat carrying that momentum right now.
Decoy comes out with the flash from the Yoru. Gives a, wow, pretty aggressive check from FlyQuest. They don't see anything though at main, and look at the rush. Just going to fully commit to trying to stack up over towards A and mid. Now with the sheer wall down at B main, it would lead you to believe that Wadada are preferring to play at A. And honestly, you want to talk about game changer sheriffs? You're going to get a bit of a firing squad here for FlyQuest, and they've already cleared out tree.
Having this tree control is incredibly important for this team. So look at the position for the potential backstab.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Grab net slows things down. The gate crash into the site by Fem only gets one. Spike is now down. Mosh to block the doors. You have a lurk though from Juna. It's being watched, kind of. A couple of weapons have been collected. There's one for free. Starbound connects again. How pivotal has Starbound been? Gives him a chance, but nope. It's game changer. Sheriff's TM added to the shop. 5-5 the count through 10.
Guys, I'm just saying, if anyone is listening, we really need that championship skin. I'm just saying, GC champs, we need the sheriff skin coming hot, because it's rounds like that that make it happen here in GC. It's such like an iconic moment. And now it's just like, okay, we had that time, the chance where, you know, FlyQuest were on that back foot. Wadada were trying to find like the lead into this, and again, everything just gets evened up so quickly.
This has been a really fun game of chess here in this first half. Different look for FlyQuest this time. Small weapon advantage. Two ops though in play for Wadada that need to be, I would say, just kind of raise an eyebrow at that. Or at least, sorry, an op and a marshal, not two ops, two scopes, is what I meant to say. So we'll see what we can get out of that. But for FlyQuest, they've got B main control. They've got the Gecko stalling out action over towards tree. Gate crash back after the Euro shows presence, but the defense still rooted in what they have to set up right here.
Player as well, right? Bob, at least he can get one. The trade does come through. Still aggressing forward.
This is bold. It isn't perfectly timed, but it still works out for FlyQuest. And now, yep, you've got the walk through A long. So this is a trap play now. All of a sudden, that Wadada need to win this battle from the front now. They need to win it right now. Whoa.
No.
Okay.
The investment out from the Annihilation.
Right there.
then to get picked off, like, yeah, they cleaned it up afterwards, but it did get a little dicey for a second. It definitely makes you catch your breath. But the ebb and flow has been nice to see on both teams. The change in tempo here as well. But now you look at the tools that we have to work with here, right? The investment from that operator coming out from Starbound was no surprise because you have the tool to false available into this round. And I'm expecting maybe that wombo combo coming out between Femboy and Power Pixel with the Hunter's Fury and that Dimensional Drift here as well.
Well, it's Dimensional Drift set. They're ready for both teams. Barrier Mesh comes through. That will block things off. Hunter's Fury is out. Pings from Fem, trying to find connection, but the defense stays fully healthy through it. Now you got the flash out, but Ev shuts it down. Rolling Thunder out. That's going to be used to stall off this offensive play. You've got an early flank on the way from Ev as well. Pardon me, from Thea. And Wadada are stuck. That is just a beautiful response from FlyQuest Red. Knowing what was coming, getting the opening pick is crucial, but most importantly, the barrier mesh stalls out the rest of the hit. And the pinch is quick from Thea, perfectly responded to by FlyQuest.
Really nicely done there. There was so much, I think, lying on the shoulders of that combination between that Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury. And honestly, I was pretty surprised to see Femboy even pop out of that ult in that round, taking that 1v2 on site. But now we're swapping sides, right? Things are going to get reset a little bit. And I'm very interested to see what the approach is going to be. I think that it's going to have some similarities, not as high octane of fights coming out from the defense of Wadada, but you do expect that defensive side aggression, right? We're expecting Starbound to walk out on some of these angles, find those early picks here, just not as much utility that can support as that FlyQuest.
Hunter does what it's intended to do by name. Teleport back, no worries. Australis still holding out of the paranoia. Smoke will come through. Barrier mesh to block off market, but Starbound still holding strongly over towards backside sidewalk and stairs with Pixel working with the frenzy. And they will isolate once again. FlyQuest able to get over towards the switch, but not finding a lot of conviction in terms of getting onto site itself. Starbound has been dominating for Wadada on this chamber. You can definitely see why they prefer it. As a Lovely will try to finesse with the Ghost for a 1v3.
Wadada are going to have to make some mistakes here, right? Trying to bait out, find some sort of 1v1, but the double swings are going to be expected. Not even biting on that front.
Well, you get one, you know you have another week, but the right click from Australis shuts down the play. Decent effort, little NT in the chat there for Lovely, but the pistol goes the way of Wadada, and it keeps us in this very back and forth affair. I mean, no more than what feels like 2 rounds for either of the two teams up until FlyQuest was able to find 3 in a row, obviously. Timeline would give you that information, but this has been a heck of a battle, and with a couple of eliminations from the last round for FlyQuest, they will get a couple of the sheriffs into play.
I did like the approach from FlyQuest there. I think the way that they're layering that utility to try and manage both lane and stairs with the stuns coming out there from Ev were really nice. But Pixel honestly got really lucky. I think they were, like flashed and stunned at one point and managing to get that pick.
Yeah.
But now the response here. FlyQuest, with Thea going down so early on, things slow down quite a bit. It's going to be a lot more difficult when your smokes are out of the picture so early on into this eco round.
Yeah, Starbound just, again, a lot of first bloods for free at the moment. Whether it be the Headhunter or one of many different scopes that they can play with. Juna, teamwork, but deals with the 1v2. And Starbound, saw the weapon swap from earlier at A main and decides just to keep the hot hand push up, and the flawless round is tallied for Wadada, now forming up what will be a true bonus round here in 15.
Man, honestly, I don't know about you. I love seeing Starbound back on the chamber. I know it's such like an unconventional pick within the current meta. I do think that the meta is really healthy right now for Sentinels as well. Like you can see a lot of variety just depending on how a team wants to approach the game and how they want to call into these rounds. But you know, Starbound is one of the Game Changers players who was so well known for this chamber gameplay, but Bob's already in the site. Like they're W queuing.
A lot of flashes here, but the spray down that tree for Australis does connect to get us what is, I'm going to feel like, a very fortunate 4v4 for Wadada. Now the issue is going to be you have an Ares, a Bulldog, a Spectre, and the Outlaw. And only a couple of shots for the Headhunter. So it's going to be difficult to try to break through against rifles. And some decent utility still to come. Lovely. Finding good timing here off of what was a bounce pass from a shock dart. Arcro is not really able to do too much from Juna. And I think the efforts of trying to get back into this 2v3 is going to be in, well, not vain necessarily, but it's going to feel very impossible with the time ticking away.
Yeah, there isn't too much you can do here. There's just really nice stall there. You've also got, you know, the trips coming out from the deadlock into the post plant as well. And even though a Lovely does end up falling, it just ends up buying so much of that time into the early portion of that post plant. It makes it so much more daunting to drop from any spaces, especially over towards Heaven there on A. But now this is where we're going to look towards Wadada to be able to try and equalize back up. They're back into a buy. You've got the tool to false available here for Starbound as well. Odin online for Power Pixel. There's still, despite the reinforcements on these walls, angles to try and get some of those wall bangs down.
Yeah. Nice opening shot. Mid-market has been kind of electively given up, but FlyQuest still going to force the issue. A deep paranoia cuts through mid, gives Pixel a chance to kind of hold in towards the back, but the Sky Smoke plus the Molly falls in. And now it's just about what can Juna do from the back of the site. Good flash coming through, but Juna has avoided a lot of this utility and given a chance for Wadada still to contest from the front. This is a bold play for Lovely. Trying to find timing, but no. Steps into the 1v2, and both members will fall. We stay deadlocked at 8-8.
We're in for a long day, aren't we, Shift?
This has been a matchup, Ash. This has been fun.
It really has been. I think just this changes in tempo that we're seeing from both of these teams, the layers of utility that are coming into a lot of these gunfights, and it also gets just very scrappy on top of the set plays that we're seeing as well, with how responsive both these teams can be, with the fact that you both have the flashes that are coming from Yoru. Of course, FlyQuest, they have even more to work with when you're looking at the Breach and the Gecko here as well, but very telegraphed hit here towards the A site. Oh, that's a great
well, here we go. Pressure at the front door. Defense not stressing yet. Gatecrash comes out. Aftershock's going to force Fem into a weird spot. Australis, the next one. Bob just spamming, eventually able to connect. 5v4. It's going to be a weapon collection here on what could be a post point. And Bob actually gets the spray down through the floor as well. So now you have to try to retake. 5v3, sure, but you have an Odin, an Operator, and your only rifle is on the device. And whoa, Bob? Bit of a mistake right there. Now you can swap one of these weapons for a rifle if you even want it. Rolling Thunder to come through. 3v3. Just pistols left. It's all a stall tactic. Power Pixel continuing just to spray down into hell. Shots though not landing. Thea now backing up. The rest of the squad trying to give some separation. Nice moment there from Ev, but wow. How about the quick swap from Starbound? Op shot hits. Headhunter, or pardon me, Sheriff hits. And you're going to get a 9th round for Wadada.
My ultimate's ready.
Trying to buy as much time as possible there. Everyone grouping up over towards Switch and Gen as well makes it a lot more awkward, I think, for FlyQuest to hold into the remainder of that post plant after there was so much investment when you saw the Rolling Thunder coming out there from Ev to add to that additional delay. But back to even playing ground when you're looking at the weapons that we get to work with for Wadada. We do have a great ult in Juna for that Steel Garden to either deny a push and slow that down, or even for the retake on Wadada's end.
Again, quick utility action at the front doors at A. Wadada going to give up this space for now. Look for spam, and it works again. You know, it's just one of those things that.
It's one of those days, man.
What do you say? Like, it's just you spam, you get a headshot, you get a first blood. Like that's it.
Look at this positioning though. We do have the late wrap coming in here for Thea outside of tree. Why are we not ready for it though? All about the timing now.
Well, it's gonna be Steel Garden now. FlyQuest gonna be a little bit limited here. The timing. good, but the flash actually hits. That blindside wasn't intended to, but it still works out. Thea with the weapon back could have caused some deterrence on this retake. Doesn't look like it. And Wadada's going to get their 10th, only dropping 1 in the process.
Man, the Steel Guardian coming out at the perfect time to deny any value coming out from Thea, who was hoping to at the very least get 1 or draw some of those eyes of Wadada away, which it did pan out in that sense, but the rest of FlyQuest unable to buy enough time on site, and right now the defense for Wadada is looking clinical. FlyQuest have only been able to find 1 round so far on attack. This is their 2nd timeout that's being called here as well. They won't have any others to work with, and Wadada have been carrying the momentum so far since we've swapped sides.
Yeah, they really have, and you know, this is a round coming up here that FlyQuest, you're struggling to get the ultimates that you need, you know, through the first 3 rounds. That's the biggest part about it. Like, Dimensional Drift has not been there. Rolling Thunder's a million years away. You're still 2 off of a Thrash. Like, it's just, you have a lot of round-winning ultimates here for FlyQuest, but so far through how this half has gone, you really haven't had a chance to get them online in a way that you would have liked. So this is a pretty pivotal upcoming round here, because you're going to be dealing against a Hunter's Fury. Fem's going to have another Dimensional Drift before we get to, you know, really even the conversation point of a comeback if you do get to 12-8 or even 11-8 for that matter. So this is a crucial round, crucial decision to come up here for FlyQuest in terms of how do you really get closer to these ults, because you don't think that, you know, winning this round is going to be all that probable with just Sheriffs into the face of an Operator and an Odin, but typical Ascent Op Odin problems are starting to occur here, and that's not good news for FlyQuest.
No, it definitely isn't. Maybe the game plan here for FlyQuest would be even to try and rack up a couple more of those ult points there for some of the ults that could get cycled up into their next buy round. You do have opportunity in Lace and Thea, but instead they look to invest in Bob over towards A main. Starbound has yet to be pushed off the angle.
Oh, timing with the Dizzy bouncing off the wall is actually pretty critical. Wingman will come through. Another orb is collected. Starbound misses again. Juna, wow, really good Razor Vine, but still gets traded. It's going to be a weapon opportunity to be collected, but we're getting sprayed. We're getting sprayed through mid-market. It's just Ascent, Odin, antics. You've seen it. You maybe love it, maybe you hate it, but you've at least seen it. You know what to expect, and this round has come to an end, probably.
B main may have been reinforced, but the rest of the walls on Ascent are definitely still paper thin, that's for sure. And right now, FlyQuest are just fully boxed in, right? There isn't much that Ev is going to be able to do here. Not even going to get a pick. Just going to be a quick cleanup here for Wadada. But this is not the round that we're really having our eyes on here for FlyQuest off the back of that timeout, right? This is where we're going to expect to see the adjustment coming in. And I think that right now it's kind of difficult because we're not seeing them take these rounds incredibly slowly. Like, it does feel like the hits tend to be very telegraphed with the utility that's being thrown down there. We're not seeing moments of trying to maybe bait out Juno's wall early on that allows for a lot of that passive information and hold and comfortability to stack on the opposite side there as well.
It's just tough because Starbound's nearly double positive. One shot lands and he is. Or she is. They are. And there's a level of, again, this is what Wadada does. You just put Starbound on what is essentially just a sniper simulator. And Power Pixel also connects with Hunter's Fury, so matters become a little bit worse here. And this is a round that I was going to say before it got going that FlyQuest have to win. And so now you've got an Orbital Strike and an Annihilation. There's a chance here to still hold this. This Annihilation has to hit, and I don't think it does. If it does, it's gotten deleted. GravNet is down. A Lovely is going to drop. And it's really on to what Ev can do from the bottom of the site. There's the first. Can you get a second? No. Baited out by the teleport from Australis. Orbital Strike's going to come in, but you have no Molly to follow up. It's already to halfway, and Thea is going to say, I'm not going to spend it. They're going to chalk the round and try to get something going in comeback form, but money's not going to be great, and that's a tough one there for FlyQuest.
Yeah, it just isn't worthwhile to invest into that Orbital Strike there, and now hitting match point on Wadada's map pick. There's a reason why they felt really confident going into Ascent, even knowing that they'd be starting out on the attacking side first there. And I think a big thing too is we talked about how much utility is available in the kits here for the composition of FlyQuest Red, and while they're telegraphing their hits so loudly, they're also not forcing Wadada to use too much of their veto early on either. So they also end up having so much that they can fight back into these sites with, which is why we're seeing so much success on those retakes. Starbound's been very flexible with their positioning with this.
Nice. Again, Starbound has been untested, and that is one of those things, like, it just, this has been part of the byproduct of the matchups that they've had prior. This is Starbound just playing Chamber on a scope simulator. That's all it is. Follow-up kill from Fem likely puts this map out of reach. Unless Thea and Bob can do something miraculous. May as well use the orbital strike. You can't save it. But dimensional drift is out. And Thea is going to be in trouble. There's the blind side. Here's the push. And that's the full flawless cleanup. Really good defensive half from Wadada. FlyQuest throw out a couple of, I think, really cool options and some cool looks on their you know, their defensive side in their own right. A couple of cool aggressive plays, a couple of tempo change-ups that keep us in this back and forth. But all things told, Wadada's defense just way too solid.
It looked really good. I mean, FlyQuest were only able to get a singular round on the attacking side, and this is a team that you don't scoff at either. They've been top contenders throughout the very conception of Game Changers, right? A lot of those players, but for Wadada, it looked like an absolute clinic on defense here on Ascent, and so much of that also has to do with how good of an attacking half they had, starting off with that double sentinel composition as well to make it even more comfortable once we headed into that second half.
Very, very true. And I mean, if we get the full recap, I'm expecting to see maybe 7, 8 first bloods in this game going the way of Starbound, who finishes, I believe, well above double positive. So just one of those maps up and one of those matchups that you look that you just say, Starbound beat us flat out. So really solid stuff in terms of how things have gone to this point, but we still have a lot to go. Sunset in particular, new to the pool, have not seen either of these two teams on it. Should be an interesting one. We're a step away for a brief break. When we come back, we'll give you the recap and the setup. Don't go far. You're watching Game Changers.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Welcome back there, friends. We are through our opening map here in Game Changers and our 5th round of the round robin Swiss stage. And this is a qualification match between FlyQuest and Wadada. Matchup that we had seen kind of really be the story of the kickoff from back in the beginning of the spring / end of winter. Wadada held the edge of both their matchups, and the back half of this match continue to go that way. So Wadada find a way to really dominate the defensive side. 13-8 is the same as the first kills, and a perfect post-plant record is always something that you look at and say, yeah, this team's got their protocols figured out.
Were really cool ideas coming out from the side of FlyQuest, but overall it felt like they were kind of really relying on that heavy utility usage to help them win out on those gunfights, and it tended to happen really early into the round. We didn't really see a lot of moments where they were going for that and then taking a beat, pulling back, and then shifting things. It was kind of just like the second that we telegraph, we're either winning this fight or we're losing this fight, and there wasn't much of an in-between. But I did like the ideas with the layers that were coming out for this squad, and I am looking forward to seeing hopefully FlyQuest bounce back as we head into Sunset, which is a really big unknown here for both these teams too.
And you know, I think there is a level, and you would talk about this briefly in the midst of one of the rounds. We're kind of dissecting how things are going for FlyQuest and how they're playing their control portion of the game. There it is, 8 first bloods for Starbound. And I was gonna say, like, when you only have the 3 smokes and your breach utility, there's not a lot to push Starbound off these very safe angles. And yeah, 8 and 1 overall first kill to first death ratio. Bob, to be fair, on the other side did go 6 and 4, like not the worst thing in the world as a Yoru. But what really kind of quietly surprises me as we look over this is, not only was it a 24 and 11 for Starbound, but Australis ended up finishing 21 and 10 and was often the second contact player, especially on the defensive side for Wadada. So not only are you getting great first bloods from Starbound, I mean, 8 of the 24 is pretty silly, but to go 8 and 1 in overall first bloods is crazy. But then as soon as you get that first blood, Australis is still holding the line. So you just don't really give up that much of, I would say, like, easy control of especially the A site, because Australis was so good at playing the back or over towards tree. So great stuff from Wadada on their map selection. Didn't really need the Yoru because Starbound was doing it all. And now we kind of take the conversation into what comes next, which is Sunset, a map that has been, again, recently introduced to the pool. No playthroughs to this point for either of these two teams. Not even having played it, of course, now what that means with this patch in the calendar year. So there's going to be a level of question marks. Like, are we going to see Wadada continue to still play Chamber? They play it on literally every map. So I feel like it's probably going to still be a part of the equation here. It just comes down to what do they want to do for Duelist with that? Do they want to go to a Neon, which they've played before? Do they want to try to go into something like a Breach Tejo, which they've played before? It just kind of comes down to how do you build the pieces around Starbound, who has been locked up with this kind of sniper mentality.
Yeah, I think that I do want to give Femboy the the credit, though. I know you're saying there wasn't too much of the Yoru action that we were seeing, but it was because of their ability to like cause that kind of disruption and force the FlyQuest to peek into Starbound, right? And that's kind of, I think, what we expect to see on Sunset here. Both Bob and Sleepy Fanboy are two players who are capable of pulling out that neon pick and looking good on it, and that's kind of the meta that we've been leaning into here on Sunset. It's been like that neon breach Teho kind of meta. I wouldn't be too surprised to see the chamber come back here for Starbound, maybe even balancing that with like a deadlock alongside Australis, because what's interesting about this Wadada roster, even though this isn't their pick, I know they have to feel confident in what they're bringing to the table, knowing that they do have like the chamber that has been a mainstay and on nearly every single map except for Haven, is the flexibility that this roster brings to the table as far as kind of the role shifts coming in here, right? And it actually will be similar to kind of what we were expecting. No breach on either side to go alongside that Teho is a little bit surprising to me. And then you've also got a Lovely actually slotting into the ISO here as well. So a bit of a 50-50 between leaning into the meta that we've been seeing come back here on Sunset overall, while also doing a little bit of innovation when it comes to these compositions.
And I will just kind of mention, and I talked about this a lot when Chamber was in the meta, like as much as Chamber's listed as a Sentinel, not really. Like not in the same ways that you look at like Killjoy and Vice, and Cypher in this instance in particular, because you know Sentinels often are obviously they're often relying on their utility to kind of play an island, whereas you know Starbound's going to rely on just hitting sniper shots. So there is a level of like, how do you stop the double duelist, especially with ISO? Like I like the idea of ISO against Starbound because you can just double tap when you execute, send in the ISO first, hope that soaks up the opening shot from Starbound, and then you can get your neon a little bit deeper to scale into the site when you're on the offensive side, which is this side, to be fair. So I think that's, you know, what I would assume FlyQuest is going to try to bring together here, opting to not go breach to get Starbound off the angle, but instill a level of early aggression by double tapping, getting your shield, and you force Starbound back by way of just pushing into them with hopefully a free life with the double tap shield from a Lovely.
100% agree here. I'm really interested to see Wadada's approach over on that A site, even though the action is leaning over towards B. I think that might be maybe a bit of a bait to have that noise being made by the neon for Femboy, and then having maybe Starbound kind of like insert a little bit deeper before the rest of the other two kind of look to fall back. But already a lot of sound to be made over at B, and got the trip to give a little bit of information that there has been some mid presence on the side of FlyQuest, but instead of leaving the insert, they decide to fully pull back. You've got that drone re-clearing over into mid side, and Lace is now just contacting up on an A site. That's the mark.
Nice, good opening shot from Bob. Starbound out of the picture, puts a lot of pressure on mid. Again, not having the ability to have a Sentinel to put things like a spy cam, trap wire, or anything of the nature. It's going to force this defense to be very mobile. Especially now in a 5v4 where it looks like Bob is just going to lurk. Maybe even try to play up a little bit more delayed towards mid. No, instead, we'll just be a little bit late to the party. Pixel going to play the backside of the site. They do have one flash to play with off of Australis. Paranoia can also be spent, but here comes the offense. Pixel gets completely flushed out. And honestly, for Wadada, this is going to be very difficult to do. But wow, Femboy with the shorty! What are we talking about with that movement? Gets the one taps out with the shorty, spike down. Bob has been seen in a round that looked like FlyQuest had done more than enough. Now you're just gonna see Neon slide, glide, and dominate you with the sawed-off shorty.
You know, that's a strong start for the side of Wadada to try and continue on with the momentum that they've built up from Ascent, and for FlyQuest. On their map pick, you would have wanted to see a bit of a stronger start from them, but things got dicey, and interested to see what the approach is going to be like. I feel like FlyQuest, they did so much work with pulling that rotation over towards mid as well for it to end in such a manner, but now looking to push anyone fully off that initial B main angle, sorry. As Lace continues to be this lurking presence over at A.
Well, double tap shields off. defense going to lean a little bit over towards this B main setup. They know they've got a lovely stuck in the corner. Start cover just to try to cause some distraction, and it will be enough to get a lovely out of danger. Fem peeking over towards elbow. Relay bolt's going to be exchanged. Lace pushing forward, but it is met by the judge. So, first blood once again tallied. Fast lane to get out of there, and Wadada will hold their 5v4 advantage.
That shoulder there on Bob as well, forcing her off the angle. But the spike actually still looks to regroup over towards this A site. You do have some searching individual moments over towards mid and B to see if Thea can maybe catch a rotation.
30 seconds left.
Well, after that first blood comes through, it just causes so many issues for FlyQuest to move around the map, and they're going to get into market, but the spike is not here, so we're looking for kills, and we're looking for a plant, it feels like. And they're going to get the plant, they're not going to get the kills, and Fem is letting them know about it.
Just a little extra cash in the pocket, you know? Sometimes it's all about different goalposts that you're looking for. It doesn't always have to be for that round win.
Pretty comfortable so far, and again, it's just 2 rounds, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, but still, it is one of those situations that, yeah, the neon shotgun combination is... No one kills my crew. It's a little ridiculous. I'll just say that. A little ridiculous.
What do you think? It's fun though. It's fun though too. I don't know. Some of my favorite rounds are just watching Jogamo run in as Neon with the shotgun, just getting up in people's faces. Like, it's good times. It's good times. It's following the chaos, I think, that we saw on Ascent. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, this is where things can start. You know, it's just... You maybe hope. This is going to give us an intention of what exactly FlyQuest are going to try to do. Salvos of the one-way smoke will have Wadada looking eagerly up aggressively at A with a triple stack. And then just the ability to rendezvous back for Starbound at mid if they need to. And yeah, they're just going to kind of stack and then eventually just kind of feel things out. The timing here is going to be everything if Bob decides to play forward.
Yeah, just looking to try and break this mid-trip as usual, right? It honestly gets even more than she bargained for. Taking Australis down, and there's the raise boss out for the count as well.
Spike down B.
Trade over towards B, but it will allow a plant to come through. Fem is currently stuck. Power picks out.
Enemy remaining.
There's one. That's tough. But weapon collected. This would be a 1v4 for Fem. It's a free weapon to play with in the bonus, so you may as well. Reload bolt out. Off the reload. Isolates onto one. Checks in the corner. Gets a second. Neon doing neon things.
Oh, and that's the overdrive
is out. Thea gonna try to teleport a little bit closer. Who sees who first? Diffuse also required. Oh, and Thea's fallen off. Gonna have to stick into the corner and wins the 1v1. Good stuff.
Well done for Thea to claw that round back where Wadada make that an expensive one on their bonus. And man, it's just a little bit of a movement dip there that you get the opportunity to have when you are running that neon there for Fem. But overall, now we're looking at the fact that FlyQuest, they do have the Armageddon online here for EV to try and make some sort of play. I think what Wadada are doing really well on defense is playing that push and pull with that mid-rounding as far as the information that they're able to find as well. That first pick already. Juna out for the counts here on the side of Wadada. No smokes available here for the defense.
I was going to say the exact same thing.
God, twins.
Duo energy.
Duo energy for real, for real?
Armageddon to clear the backside of the site. FlyQuest will gain entry. Starbound is just playing a little bit deeper. Kill contract trying to come through, but does not hit. Oh, geez, Starbound. Lovely may have had a look at it, but doesn't catch enough. Lace lurking. is going to try to play on the deep side instead of playing through market. So as soon as this dark cover fades, that's where the issue's going to start to come through. And Fem has opened things up. Pixel gets the follow-up. This is maybe a little bit too far away for Lace. Lace has to go quicker than this. 3v2 situation. Exactly the case. She's got to go. Ev in the corner. Trying to get the one off the spike. Able to find the 1v1. But now it's on the timing. Starbound hits the shot. Plenty of time for the defuse. Wanted a 3-1 up.
Looking clinical once again here right now on Sunset. The ideas are there for FlyQuest. You see, you know, the searching for information over towards mid, trying to do, take the opportunities to break that trip that we see Starbound putting down very consistently over top mid there as well. And but I think that the mid-rounding has just been better on the side of Wadada. They get a lot of information from the drone coming out from Power Pixel. That's consistently coming out to assist in the read and the rotations that we're seeing being called for the defenders.
Yeah, and that's the same things we were talking about in the pre-match setup, where the issues for FlyQuest have come in the mid-rounding. Power Pixel able to get one and then follow up the essentially trade their own life out. Fem just continues to break Neon. And it's to a point where it's like it makes you almost want to throw up later. Quick round.
Like, it just looks so comfortable. I think the Neon pick is looking great for Wadada, and with FlyQuest, their economy's been in such like an awkward position that Starbound has not even needed to invest in an operator a single time because the Outlaw's gonna be able to do it with the 140 to the body. It hasn't been a necessity because they're consistently on either those regen shields or those light shields. And we are gonna see a couple like heavy ones coming out here, of course, now for Bob and for Lace, but so much value being picked up, honestly, by these weapons here, just in the hands of 3 players on the side of Wadada.
Could not agree more with you. Excel again. I mean, there's a level of, like, you look at Starbound hitting shots, you go, stop it, that's unfair. You get levels of Fem pushing forward, doing Neon things with the shotgun, that's unfair. But at the same rate, like, Australis has been solid, Pixel now a couple of different 1v2s, but that told, follow-up action from FlyQuest looking decent. Double tap still in play for a little while longer for a level lead, but it will fade off. And Australis not on for a null command will mean that this is going to be one of those, you got to win your first 1v1s. You get to read that Bob's playing in the backside of the site. Fragment up close and personal. Knife also to try to see if there's anyone up close. And there's no one home. So maybe a chance here for Australis. You have to flash themselves in. There's the play. Judah's been able to see the back of a heel. And Australis is going to wait. And they both find isolated picks. Oh! Australis gets the read on the Thea as well. And it's just Wadada doing no wrong through the first 6 rounds.
It's just such a well-played retake between 2 players in a 2v3 situation. Australis telegraphing everything with her utility, and then Juna just has the opportunity for that quiet creep up. Nobody on FlyQuest was expecting the wrap to come around through elbow, and a portion of that also has to do with like the smokes that were laid down over towards A short as well, giving that opportunity for Juna to cross over for free. But first timeout now to be called here by FlyQuest as they're down for 4.
Wow. Just another one of those things that they can't do anything wrong. And I don't know.
I think it's tough. I think that right now, again, we see the ideas that are being called on the side of FlyQuest, right? It's been constant. Some of that mid pressure that we're expecting to come through, trying to break that trip very consistently. A little bit of a different look in that last round from FlyQuest as well, when we just saw kind of like a straight up A split trying to happen for them. But right now, there's been a lot of bite back on the side of Wadada. A couple more pieces of utility that make it a bit easier for them to fight into FlyQuest as well, though, especially with the dichotomy of having that KO in here. And meanwhile, for FlyQuest, they don't have any real flashes. It's really only the paranoia, that near sight from Thea's Omen that you're going to be relying on to be any sort of kind of like responsive utility if you see Australis popping a flash around the corner or anything like that. And they do definitely have a bit of that edge up, I think, compositionally.
Oh, it's just one of those things too where we're just seeing so much more value from Fem on this shotgun Neon compared to Bob right now. And Null Command's going to get popped. Water not feeling the pressure towards B main. They get another elimination. So we're going to get a 4v3. Again, there's limited weaponry here for FlyQuest right off this timeout. So you don't expect too much. But the problem is going to be, like, what do you use to open up this site? Because to this point, like, Fem has, as you mentioned, beat the timings. When they get reactions to where the hit's coming from, we haven't seen value from the double tap as we were, at least I was expecting, or at least anticipating, in terms of trying to shut down Starbound or at least get a free entry to try to stop any aggression from Fem. And it just, this timeout better have been some sort of a big kumbaya, because the playbook for FlyQuest coming to this map has been shattered.
Bob, at the very least, finding some sort of advantage, but we've also seen this one before. Another 2v3 there for Water.
One enemy remaining.
Now it's all up to Starbound.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh, Thea's also just one to the Outlaw here. And you've got a Headhunter you can work with too. His timing, so good. And just a nail in the coffin. FlyQuest, they finally stop the bleeding. But now it's about actually getting to chain these rounds together for the attackers. Where we've been talking about the approaches that we've seen from this squad. And I think that a part of it too is there isn't as much setup utility either, you know, for either of the duelists. It really is a bit more self-serving there for Bob, and she was able to find those openers with the way that she's able to get so deep into that site. But you don't have that same kind of support because really Ev has a little bit of that space clearing to push Water off those early peaks, but otherwise,
wow, that's big for Lovely to still get one, because they were dead to rights to that Armageddon. Great timing on the call out from Pixel. Quick rotation back over to A. Tour de Force will be the only defensive mechanism in place for now, but look how quick Fem is going to get here. And you're going to have the ability to have both flashes for Australis. Overdrive could come through if they get a read. Starbound misses the first. Rendezvous away. Relay bolts. Fast lane just creates some space. And the spike will make its way onto A for FlyQuest.
I like this positioning here from Bob. Shoulder check those. Of course, they're off the angle.
Fem shut down. Ev gets a second. Starbound. Sheriff. Gonna find the first. Trying to catch a weapon. Back to the Headhunter. No ammunition to the Sheriff. Pixel gets another. 2v2 situation. This contact could be everything to Pixel. How big has Power Pixel been? Thea now last one left. And the Tour de Force gets the reset back into play. And Wadada tested, stretched, bent, but will not break on this defensive hold at A.
No, FlyQuest, I mean, they were able to stop the bleeding with that second round that they got, but still unable to find any consecutive success in these rounds. Even in moments where we saw Ev being a shining light in that one, the response has been so good from Wadada, looking a lot more comfortable on this map. Again, forcing up as much as they can here on the side of FlyQuest, looking to probably make the most out of these the ultimates that we expect to see coming out from them to make that investment worthwhile.
Yeah, from the shadows, just trying to feel things out towards the backside of the site. Blaze hanging inside their cyber gate. We're getting down for the offense. Easily
close angle. Judge.
Fem, shotgun, doesn't matter. What a snap! Fem just continues to get away with this. Blaze with the Guardian can only find one trade. And again, even though it's not a full purchase here for FlyQuest, it's just how the round has divided itself. It just causes all of this concern for future rounds, and FlyQuest are in some dire straits here.
Yeah.
It was a full purchase. They forced up. Sure, they maybe had like a stinger and another eco weapon in, but that was all the cash on the side of FlyQuest. They're really banking on that Armageddon, creating that space, but the cheeky angle for them to be holding there and to get 3 as well over towards Elbow, just clip it and ship it at that point. Like 16 and 6. We talked about how it was the Starbound show and the Australis show over on Ascent, and now it's like Fem all over the board right now.
16 through 10 rounds.
All missiles away.
And again, just there have been 3 different rounds where Power Pixel has been great, and Starbound now with the operator off the Tour de Force is continuing to split and connect. Yikes, Ash. This is not what I was expecting. I mean, again, at 8-13 on the opening map on Ascent, it was tight and close until we got to the second half. And since that point, it's just been the Wadada show, and they are really, really impressing.
Oh, they are. Okay. Oh, hold on. I don't know about that. I liked how that started, Shift. Not so sure about the dry swing through the cage. A little bit questionable on that one. But now a contact up here over towards Elbow, right? Power Pixel watching the cross. A great opportunity with the insert here on site, but the spacing not quite there. At the very least, the trade does come through. And now I think, again, that so much responsibility is going to be on Thea with that, that lurk over towards mid.
Sound and information usually is attributed. Kill contract comes out. A Lovely's been able to upgrade into the Vandal. Oh, you just, you gotta have those. Teleporting back on, shoot, gets into the action and doesn't just stop the double tap kill contract 1v1. Gets back into the battlefield and takes care of the other. And just when you start to think, after Lace only gets 1 and drops, and it looks like the defense is holding, you nearly get a post plant, you get all the info you could possibly want, it just does not get over the finish line.
Tough looks here for FlyQuest. Hey, you got to keep in mind, this is their map pick as well, and things are looking dire right now. There is the overdrive available here for Bob. A bit of a shift in tempo with this push over towards market.
Oh, and Bob. Oh, no, the suppression that comes through, but right click works out. Australis trying to isolate. Yep, and that'll work. They just spam down the corner after the fragment gets played. Starbound now taking the attention back over towards the site. Double tap keeps the ISO alive a little while longer as the spike gets planted. Defensive ability to go into an overdrive of their own. No more tools, though, available for alts and really anything else for FlyQuest. They've got a contingency if they want it.
Pop flash through the window here as well.
The dark cover placement gives Thea an angle. Makes good on it. Lovely is also able to spam things through. And okay, things starting to come together now. Pixel last one lap, trying to connect through the smoke. And to find one. Would be blessed to catch another through the dark cover, but as it fades away, this is going to be one of those of just trying to make it as punishing as possible, but it's not going to happen. FlyQuest catch a third. And honestly, based on how this half has gone, if you were to tell me they were to end it 8-4, you would feel like, damn, like that's not bad considering how this half really has started to come together.
Hey, fair enough. But for FlyQuest, I mean, again, they have yet to consecutively get any rounds. They've all been kind of split up, and Wadada has always been very quick to respond to a round loss with a very dominant win into the following one. You've got that Armageddon up here for Power Pixel as well on the side of Wadada. See some pings even going out towards A-Man. Wonder if it'll be an immediate aggression, but a telegraph push here over towards the B site. The suppression does manage to land on at least 2, maybe even 3 of the players of FlyQuest too.
Yeah. Stealth drone into the site. Doesn't really do too much besides give the defense some pause about how far forward they wanted to play, but the cross angle for June is still very comfortable. Trademark is deleted. Fast lane to try to throw some consideration over to the direction of Wadada. It does force out a flash from Australis, but outside of that, nothing much. Just extra shoulders from Fen with this judge.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing about it is with Pixel playing forward like this, you're still feeling decent about your ability just to kind of hang out and just play contact. Good Armageddon.
God, allowing Juna just to maintain that space as well. And that's been heard. Bob with the high gear. They're so scared of that judge.
Yep. And why wouldn't you be? Starbound has also said, here I am. Test me if you want to. Biggest thing, though, is Juna has rotated out of B main. And the spike is making its way through. Lurk from a Lovely not quite able to connect.
Ooh.
And that's now enough. Wadada's going to know that with this tempo that they're rotating on, that they're going to have numbers advantage to try to contest this spike. Just comes down to, can they clear out the space they need to? FlyQuest are not backing up to main, not fully at least. Juna for one, Thea for the trade. Follow-up, though, from Fem. And you know that there's a lurk on the way, too. It just comes down to the timing of how FlyQuest play this post plant. You need to toggle the spike. You need someone to peek. Australis finds one towards market. Contingency avoided. Starbound still watching on an angle. Here comes the toggle. Who's going to check first? A Lovely avoids the first shot and will connect onto the head of Starbound. And it is an 8-4 half. Good news for FlyQuest considering how it went.
This becomes a lot more doable with that fourth round on the board here for FlyQuest. An important one for them to secure. And it was a really nice bait that we saw over towards that A site before that spike gets reshuffled over at B. And then that's where it all kind of starts, right? It seems like in that first half, it all came down to FlyQuest even getting that opportunity to get that plant down at times. Even though, granted, the retake did look very good for Wadada as well. And now, this is where it gets interesting. I'm curious to see what kind of, like, pressure Femboy is going to be looking to put on FlyQuest defense, because it was a very high-octane type of defensive style out of the side of Wadada. They have a lot of utility with Australis on that KO to be able to try and help set up, even though that won't be the pairing that we see right away. Yeah, just Starbound things. Typical mid hold.
No, the stealth drone's gonna get so much value. Bob can't run away. Now you've got mid control. Yes, you have a walk down from Ev. You're in a 5v3. Thea's gonna have to do something incredible. Here comes all the utility. Although counter flash is decent, Thea trying to get some separation, not gonna happen. Ev will find one before the market door closes, but this is gonna be a tough 1v4 post plant. And yeah, Australis is just gonna keep delaying.
Yeah, steps made. Shots fired by Ev as well. Wadada know exactly where they'll be coming from. You can even see just W keying over towards mid. Femboy is ready for like the reflank to come through, try and catch them off guard, but there is opportunity to take this 1v1 up against Australis.
Nope. I mean, took it, but lost it. So pistol goes the way of Wadada. That makes things a little bit more dire for FlyQuest in terms of trying to make up this deficit. You know, winning a pistol and a follow-up, it just puts you down a couple, but now the gap is 5, likely 6. Decision has to be made here for FlyQuest as they're going to go Sheriffs with the Stinger. So it looks like they're going to try to see if they can battle this one off, but Starbound's going to have an Outlaw. You've got Rifles and a Judge still against no armors. It's just... It's not ideal, Ash. That's just what I keep coming back to. Just not ideal.
Yeah, it really isn't. I feel like we've just seen so much value coming out of that Teho utility from Power Pixel. Whether it's been the self drone or the salvos to come through here. Oh, this walk down might be good. It's gonna be good for Starbound.
It just doesn't look over to their left. Nice opening from Lace. A second would be great.
Oh, the salvos too.
Yeah.
Can't go anywhere.
Really, Pixel has really impressed me this map, which is their ability to play on their own and also just kind of help out the aggression with their utility. It's been really solid.
Oh, the Teho util has been honestly perfect.
Perfect.
Oh my god, is that my duo?
Wait, is that them?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. Give me double digits for Wadada. And it's just so much has just gone, you know, untested. I think that's the biggest part of it.
Yeah, it's hard. I think that, again, FlyQuest, they have had the idea. You can see kind of like how the cogs are turning for the game plan that they want to approach these rounds with. Again, but it just hasn't been able to come through on that attacking side and now onto defense. It was imperative that they were to be able to win out that pistol round, and for Wadada to pick that up, and then their anti-eco as well. It just makes it an even tougher hill to climb. Right now, it's looking like it should be a 2-0 series with how clinically Wadada have played on map 1 and now into Sunset on top of that. And that's the head-to-head between these two teams, right? This Wadada squad has been one that the FlyQuest core has yet to be able to beat within the last couple of matches.
Yep. That's existed all throughout the 2025 year, and matters continue to get worse. And what is a bonus here for Wadada? Starbound just continues to impress, legitimately. And there's maybe an attempt to try to find some cheeky time here. Oh, mercy me! Just throw him overboard. Walk the plank.
It is what it is at times. It really isn't too much to say. I mean, you could just feel it, okay? They want to qualify to playoffs. That's the one thing that is granted, though, right? Is this is a qualification matchup. Both these teams are 3-1. It's not like FlyQuest is going to be, you know, out of the running for the rest of the Swiss stage, right? But then it's also going to be about, okay, bouncing back after what might potentially be a tough loss. And I know that those watching at home right now are saying, okay, come on, like it's 11-4. You know, the game's not done yet, but with the momentum, the confidence that Wadada are playing with right now, it feels like they're just about ready to close this map out.
Can we, I don't know, can we get that last look in replay, like slow motion? Because, wow, that has to feel miserable. Like, I could act like just looking at how that went, like I could feel what the mouse actions looked like trying to track Femboy right there. Just like drawing figure eights on your mouse pad, just trying to lock it down. And then all of a sudden this is the Vandal headshot. Like, what are you looking at? Like, ugh.
Yeah, that's the thing is like right now at 21-10, sure, pulling out the Vandal here on the attacking side, but you're running into a Neon who is putting out numbers with the Judge alone and just insane mechanics coming out from Femboy as well. It feels really oppressive when you're going up against a player that is playing so well, and it's not like the rest of Wadada are doing poorly by any means. Like, yeah, number-wise, it looks like, okay, yeah, the Femboy is obviously providing like insane firepower to this team, but everyone on the side of Wadada has been able to step up today. And for FlyQuest, it just hasn't been that same story. And these are players where we expect them to be able to bring that kind of firepower at times as well. For every member on this FlyQuest team to have those moments where they shine, and we are seeing a little bit of that from Lovely and from Bob too, but the cohesiveness just hasn't been there.
No, it hasn't. And this is, I would say, like, again, like, reflecting on the Shopify matchup versus FlyQuest Red, it did look like there was a lot of issue in the mid-rounding. You know, it did feel like there was a pretty significant gap between the two squads. Didn't expect to see it still occur and maybe even look worse against this Wadada team. And to be fair, like, Starbound is probably sitting at like 90% accuracy with sniper rifles. Fen is getting away with absolute murder. Australis was really solid in map 1. Power Pixel's playing great here in map 2. It's just like everything is clicking for Wadada. You don't want to just sit there and say FlyQuest is playing poorly. Like, this is Wadada playing unbelievably well. But there is still a level of, like, both maps. We're just not seeing the playbook come together. And I think in this map, the more concerning thing is the composition that they thought they cooked up and prepped for this matchup is also not finding any cohesion. So it's just like, it's not close. It's just not.
It really isn't. Now this fight, at the very least, looking pretty good. But you're also now into a 2v1 up against a Starbound. Not ready for Bob right across the corner, though. FlyQuest, they managed to stave off that match point at the very least. I will say, though, Shift, that I did see the vision on the attacking side. I think that they were putting a lot of responsibility on Ev to be able to kind of just use those salvos to push Starbound off of any close angles that they're expecting for those more like aggressive peaks on the extremities. But then once that doesn't work out, they didn't really have that much more to go for. Felt like we saw times where a Lovely was getting caught without having that double tap up present, and then even just like not having flashes to flash them off those angles too. And what did take great advantage of it.
Oh, this is painful. Bob suppressed, stuck in the corner, can't get away. Lace at least provides a 1-for-1 exchange. Through the force out. Armageddon floats. Kill contract though at the ready will be called in. I don't believe. Oh, it did hit somebody. It hit Juna. Again, I think it's just you have to have them. You have to win those. So now you've got a 4v3 situation in Ev, who's rotating over. May need to call this Armageddon as soon as you see contact from Lace, but Lace provides 3. Clean as all get out with the ADS. And now Australis trying to work their way in. Does have null command at the ready. Knife is out. There's the Armageddon that pushes them into Ev's waiting arms, and the Guardian double taps to get FlyQuest their 6th.
Great recovery facilitated by Lace, getting that early 3K for Ev to clean up the rest of the round with a great ultimate to come out and force them into that angle. But man, okay, now we finally see maybe some momentum being built on the side of FlyQuest, but you do also have that null command that Australis didn't manage to pop into the last round. Should be available if they do look to maybe have a lean over towards wherever they're expecting Lace to be playing here as well.
Well, I will say what I'm seeing that I'm liking right now for FlyQuest is their ability to continue to play on this A corner with either a one-way and then a follow-up from Ed in some regard. Stealth Drone and Salvo has been used early, though. Is there anything to try to give Femboy an opportunity to push through this? It's 2 judges on the corners.
I think
it looks like both will be happy just to kind of make sure there's no push through for now, as the rest of the effort for Wadada's attack is focused in towards mid-market.
I mean, well, they're aware of the fact that there has to be that one, at least one player heavily presence pushed up over towards the lane. That's why they're playing a bit further back. And that dry walkout from Bob just to get a little bit of that information doesn't feel worthwhile at all. These individualistic duels that FlyQuest are just giving away for free right now in mid are going to be the downfall and the opportunity for Wadada to try and take that match point.
Now you've got Trapwire, Spy Cam, and Outlaw. But again, how do you track down with speed for Fem? I don't know if we needed the overdrive, but does it matter? It's going to be 12-6. That's a moment right there that you can't fault anything besides just getting too antsy if you're FlyQuest red. Like, if they're at mid, they're at mid. Like, you still have good trap set up on the front of B. You have the one-way crossover towards A main locked in. Just trap them at mid. You know, trap them in the market if they approach it through market. Have good contact in the back of the B site to make sure they don't push through on the corner. Like, it's just too antsy right now for FlyQuest, and I think there's a level of them losing a little bit of confidence and composure in the face of a 23-12 after dealing with a 24-11 in the last map. It's just, yeah, it feels frustrated right now for FlyQuest.
You know, I mean, you want to feel confident in the information that Thea is going to be relaying to you, right? You also always have like that mid camera, that mid market, and then B camera that's set up there from Lace too. It just little things where it feels like in that round, FlyQuest were kind of their own worst enemy. Again, just that walkout. We cannot, when we know that Starbound has money for the operator, we know that even if they don't, like, they're usually still watching towards mid and whatnot. We cannot just be dry peeking like that.
Yeah. So Fem, once again on the corner. Thea has the Bucky, and if Thea misses once, if Fem pushes on this corner, they're dead. Neural theft out, though. Okay, Lace, I was going to say, has kept some composure, but Pixel with the trade. Now you've got some good mid control once again. You wait for the neural theft. The one-way does get placed over towards A. Going to hold off that play, but doesn't matter when you're continuing to find 1v1s isolated across the map. And, yep, here we go. B again. It's going to have to be a Reddit-worthy clip here from a Lovely. Put it that way.
Go ahead.
So much of that responsibility going to be on a Lovely. And no opportunity to even try to creep into backside with the amount of util that gets thrown with the salvos and the Armageddon.
Spike planted.
Stealing sight.
Yeah, I just don't know how you get into this if you're Thea.
You don't.
The weapon.
And all?
Last player standing.
No, later. They see the weapon swap, hear it, make a difference, and just as it started, it will also finish the same way. Femboy just dancing with FlyQuest Red, 13-6. Holy cow. What a statement for Wadada in a matchup that they've dominated so far this year. They really put the cherry on the cake here to get themselves qualified for playoffs, and they do it versus an opponent that had been kind of a one-for-one rivalry battle, but this was a beatdown, Ash.
Oh, it definitely was. The second team to now qualify over to playoffs in the main event. But at the same time, we cannot be too surprised. This is the team that took the crown during kickoff. This is a team that has just continued to level up. We see the firepower that Wadada have been bringing to the table here as well. But man, this is a telltale sign for, I think, how playoffs is going to go with a Wadada who's just been continuously this strong contender to perform so dominantly.
And yeah, there's a level, I think, where, you know, we kind of started this whole broadcast off talking about teams like Aussie and Friends and Ghost Gaming, who are also at 3-1. This Wadada team, where, you know, in the past for Game Changers, there has pretty much been, at least in North America, a pretty clear-cut top two. Well, top one and then a top two. But coming into today, the question that we had kind of posed was, how close is the battle for second? And I think Wadada, with this result and the history that they've had so far in the year against FlyQuest Red, I don't know if it's even close anymore. It just feels very, very dominant, very, very decided. So that's going to do it for us on this. We're going to go to a quick break, though, give you the recap, and also have our winner spotlighted interview at the backside of this. So don't go far. We'll be right back right after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan EVO. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Hello there, friends. Welcome back. We are through our first series of the day. It was a qualification matchup between FlyQuest Red and Wadada. And Wadada crushed it. 2-0. No problems really whatsoever. I've got Ash falling apart right now, just being goofy. So that's the way it happens. Welcome to being part of my duo right now. But
I'm the one who's being goofy.
Again, this is something that we were kind of going back and forth a little bit during the break of like, what do you ask in this Verizon post-match interview? On the series, Ash, Wadada, perfect 9 for 9 in post plants. That's impressive through 2 maps.
Yeah, it says a lot about how well they were playing. I think that they played that push and pull really nicely on the side of Wadada. It was just like a lot of that hyper aggression, particularly here on Sunset. It was like that spike would go down, and if Femboy's alive, they're in spawn afterwards, you know? Just continuing to kind of like push forward, not really give any room for FlyQuest to breathe. And you could definitely feel that Wadada across both these maps were in the driver's seat the entire time when it did come to that tempo, even in moments where it felt like FlyQuest were kind of trying to take charge of how the pacing of the round was going. Wadada were just so good at finding the right moments to respond and also even just like thriving in a lot of that chaos that was being caused. But I do want to give credit, Shift, to FlyQuest, and I think some of the ideas that they were bringing to the table here on Sunset. You could kind of see, okay, a Lovely pulling out the ISO. You've got Ev with some of those salvos trying to contest a lot of those like early choke points, deny some of that early aggression for having Starbound set up on those more like aggressive angles. But it just wasn't enough. And I think that's also the difficulty when you're running this composition where you have some of the layers of those ideas there, right? You're also missing out on a key thing when it comes down to like a flash to try and push off when you're expecting the chamber to be present on the other side.
Yeah, in the chamber is where I was going to take the conversation. Another first kill, first death ratio. That's just stupid. 5 for 1. So overall, 13 and 2 in 15 contact plays for first blood. Of course, another member goes double positive. So it's a multifaceted issue right now for FlyQuest. It's first blood battles are not going well, which means you're not shaking off what you should be predicting, which is chamber with the scope. Your post round or post plant protocols are not great, whether they are your own holding or trying to retake site. And to be fair, a lot of those are happening in odd man number situations. You're just not able to get things on your terms when you're playing 4v5 in the first 30 seconds of every round. So not great news for FlyQuest, but again, across the board, brilliant from Wadada. Really, really impressive stuff. And with that, we now have our Verizon post-match interview ready with Australis, I believe, is going to be joining us. Hi there. Welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to it because I kind of talked about it. You guys are 9 for 9 in post plants tonight. Like between both maps, absolutely perfect. Where is this coming from? Is this something that you guys feel confident in, or kind of where is this coming from for you guys and why it's been so successful for you?
It's definitely, we have double sentinel, so it's kind of like we basically have a whole extra sentinel just for util dedicated to holding our sites. So it's like it turns into just basically a re-attack. So it's really hard to play against it, and we have an op on our post plan, which makes everything a lot harder on attack. But I don't think people are really used to that at all. So.
Nice. Well, I think you guys played incredibly well. I think a big question that everyone has too is just like the fact that you guys are running the chamber on nearly every single map aside from Haven. I know that back in like the chamber meta, Starbound was insane on this agent. And was that kind of skill kind of something that, and like the ability to allow them to like frag so heavily, part of like the game plan as far as building up those compositions? Was that like a strength that you guys are kind of leaning into with, because I think the rest of the team also is just very very flexible with their agent pools too. Like everyone can play a little bit of everything, so it opens up that opportunity to allow Starbound to kind of lock in on that chamber.
Absolutely. We've definitely all had to learn like a very interesting way to play our agents and how to play the game, because we know we kind of just have an op in the back all the time, or an aggressive op, and we also don't have sentinel util. It honestly makes us almost a better team because we're forced to get active and forced to get information without just utility, but instead our bodies, which honestly makes us a much more flowing, coordinated team together, which has helped a lot.
Well, you guys qualify for playoffs in, the now having kind of 3 wins on the year over this FlyQuest team, it looks like you guys have pretty much established yourselves as being the #2 team at the moment in Game Changers, with the only maybe obstacle being Shopify Rebellion Gold after you had played them earlier on in the stage. Now, I kind of have to go back to that matchup to see what you guys have learned from, because I think for a lot of people who watch that, I think they're thinking like, whoa, you were right there. You could have beat Shopify Rebellion Gold. It just Dodo Nut went crazy in map 3 of that series. Where do you feel like you guys have improved, and what do you feel like you have that's maybe better than what this Shopify team has as you look forward to potentially a rematch in the playoffs?
Currently at the moment, we have a lot more on the line, I guess. We're really having to basically fight for what we need. There isn't as much comfortability or being as content, so we're really trying as hard as we can. We're making a lot of changes and literally anything that we can possibly get better at to win these games. So I think I'd just say that we're basically everything's on the line. We have to be as good as we can. We're trying really hard, probably harder than somebody that's been the top for like 5 years or whatever.
That's fair.
That definitely is fair. I think that we can all see that work coming to fruition in the server for sure, with how well the team looks like you guys are meshing together and how well you guys have been performing. And I guess I want to also give you this opportunity off that note to kind of say anything to both the supporters or even maybe the haters out there, something that you want the world to know about the Wadada team and your identity as we go into playoffs for you guys.
I'm not the good person to talk about the haters because I'm kind of a blabbermouth, so I'll just talk about the positive stuff. I'm kind of toxic, I could say. I would definitely say that like I genuinely appreciate the support. Like even people like drawing stuff for us. Like I'm constantly getting messages being like, "Oh my god, like you got this," and like, "Oh my god, Starbound, obviously I see them everywhere, bro." People are probably talking about them more than even me, which is crazy. But like I genuinely appreciate the support because like it makes it so much easier to not be like, at, I don't know the word, the edge, because we have to work as hard as we can. I don't know. So the support really helps us because we're in a tough spot, that's for sure. So we're going to be swinging a lot harder than other people because this is all we have right now. It's our last moments. We got it for sure.
That. I love that. Ashraf, thank you so much for hanging with us. Congratulations on qualifying with a pretty seamless path. We'll see you back for playoffs.
Thank you. Nice talking to you.
All right, that's going to do it for our first series, our qualification match. Done, dusted, get it out of the way. Let's get fiery. We got elimination matches coming up next. 1 and 3 squads trying to survive. Evolution has already eliminated one team. Can they knock off another? It's do or die when we come back on the backside of the break with Evolution trying to, again, fight for their lives against Teddy Tactics. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back there, friends. We are through our first series. Wadded up. Qualify. Pretty cleanly, pretty convincingly. Looking really, really strong after that beat down on the FlyQuest Red, who will have to fight for another qualification spot. Different day. Now we got to talk about teams that are trying just to survive and try to extend their run here in the Swiss stage. 2 squads at 1 and 3, meaning that you lose, you're done. Game changer stage 1 is over. And it's going to be a pretty interesting battle, just kind of looking at the results and how these two teams have come together. Teddy Tactics taking on Evolution. Just talking through it, you know, the biggest news is Evolution start off 0-3, but taking 2-0 versus Catnappers last week. Puts themselves, again, fighting for their lives against this Teddy Tactics squad. Other squads that are kind of in the mix here in this second group and where you can find them. We've got Prosperity and Hakimori playing on the Radiant GG's channel, and then Berserker's Dawn and TV will be squaring up on Radiant Beam. Those that last matchup, Berserker's Dawn and TV, that one I believe is 2 teams at 2-2, so not an elimination match fully. Everything else though is. So we will say farewell to 2 squads here, Ash.
We are going to be saying goodbye to 2 squads here. It's going to be interesting to see how this ends up faring out, because I feel like when you're looking at these bottom 4 teams who are on that brink of elimination right now, they're all pretty closely matched, like giving each other matches like here and there. So it's kind of harder to say as at an eye test at who would be able to, you know, take one matchup over the other. But I'm interested to see how it is going to pan out with so much on the line now, as there's only been 1 team in Catnappers that's been eliminated so far.
Yeah, very true. But again, this is one of those points that, you know, it slow starts, not a lot of forgiveness, obviously, but through 3 weeks of gameplay, now through 4 weeks of gameplay, this is where we start to see those teams that had a really tough opening to their Swiss stage come together and really start to figure things out. You know, one of the things that we say a lot is, you know, losing is learning. And, you know, Evolution, who lost their first 3 matchups, came out and played pretty cleanly in their matchup versus Catnappers for a 2-0. So here's a look at the roster. And again, I think, you know, just terms of like names and familiarity, some of that does extend into this roster. They're not necessarily no names. They're not like fully new players overall. It just comes down to, again, like now that your back is against the wall, like how do you really stand up and perform?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, especially with this team where we've just seen a lot of variation with them throughout Game Changers stage 1 as well. Like they've gone, this is a team that we've seen a lot of flexibility from with how they've looked to change up their compositions, like every couple of matches or so that we see coming out from them. So they haven't seemed to quite find what feels the best, I guess, compositionally, if you can look at it in that way as well. There are like 2 different, I guess, like lenses to that. It's like, okay, are they going to find that comfort now that we're so like late into the stage? Or is that also maybe a bit of an edge that they have too, because maybe your opponent can't quite like look to expect what you're going to be pulling out in the server?
Well, on the other side of things, looking at this Teddy Tactics roster, again, their path has been made a little bit more difficult. They also beat Catnappers, but lost to Kosoku Band in their most recent week. They had a tight 3-map series versus the Fisher Fumblers earlier, but again, just kind of looking over the roster overall, who's standing out to you as like a player to watch here, Ash?
Ooh, I think that when you're looking over at Teddy Tactics, my eyes always get drawn over towards Arya. I know that she has been the IGL for the team for such a long time on this side. And I feel like for Arya as well, like being kind of like one of the mainstays for Teddy Tactics as well, it just says a lot about like her dedication to making this team work and the level of play that she can add to it. We've seen some like role swaps coming in for her as well, locking in on the controller here for this particular season, and definitely a player to look out for.
Yeah, very much so the case. Okay, so love that. Let's take a look at this series though, and where exactly we're going to take the battle to with this elimination matchup. Again, for both of these 2 squads, the results are not necessarily, or at least the statistics necessarily, are not going to be super favorable, just due to the fact that, again, they're 1-3. So trying to find something that is clicking for you, again, may come by way of something newly added to the pool, which is what we're going to get with Sunset right back in the mix for us to get back into the series for map number 1. Lotus will be there as Evolution's pick for map number 2, which makes sense. They're on a 2-game winning streak with a very convincing win versus Catnappers there, and have defensively looked really, really good, which is where they'll start. So any kind of initial thoughts? Because at the same rate, like, this is also the first 2 maps that Evolution had played versus Catnappers. Like, so they're going to be feeling very familiar with jumping on into this, where for Teddy Tactics, we have not seen them play Sunset, which is their pick.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see. I feel like you also expect like the double duelist to be coming out there for Evolution on Sunset. And like you were saying, for Teddy Tactics, they get to have that advantage where Evolution won't know what to expect. And I feel like that is part of why we see Teddy Tactics picking into this late into the Swiss stage. So much of everyone's hands have been shown as far as what they're going to compositionally favor. So just even those small margins of trying to get that edge up, or even looking back on the footage of that singular map that Evolution did have on Sunset as well, to get a bit of an idea of what they might be looking for as far as like their game plan, their approaches to these rounds. But a very different look in some ways between these 2 teams. We talked about the double duelist already for Evolution. Teddy Tactics very much so leaning into this composition that has kind of become the current meta of Sunset when you're looking at what overall it has been most popular in the competitive scene here right now.
Yeah, and kind of looking back at Evolution's most recent playthrough on Sunset, 13-5 was the tally versus Catnappers, but 9 rounds on offense. And finding a ton out of Nova, who went 17-6 on that particular half. So talking about double duelists, I think sometimes when you look at a Yoru plus another duelist, you often think it's the Yoru opening up space and distraction ability for the Rays in this instance to pop off, but that wasn't necessarily the case. It was just Nova having their way. So we'll see if that will continue to be the case, or just kind of looking back over the film, do Teddy Tactics have something to kind of slow down this double duelist approach as we get into this one? And, again, just kind of looking at how this, series has been picked out. Lotus as number 2 is, again, like, it's just going to feel very familiar for Evolution. And as much as I think, we talk about teams and not showing something, I think especially with the teams that are looking to qualify, teams that are looking to survive, you just want your comfort picks. Like, you want to be comfortable, you want to be confident, and it does feel like, just based on the map set series, Evolution is going to be feeling that way.
Sometimes you also want like maybe a little bit of risk taking to be happening too, right? But for the side of Teddy Tactics, this is immediate set play for Kestrel to find the opening pick here over in tiles.
Oranges also following up this little crossfire setup at mid, just to make sure that punishing play for Kestrel does not get responded to, and then Nova having a tough time locking down the right clicks with the double play through Teddy Tactics. So opening pistol round looking very comfortable here, as Evolution will be stuck really in spawn right now. Armro's out. Nice opener. Logic is low. Should be able to just right click this. Yeah, I don't think we needed the paranoia, but not able to confirm how much damage had been dealt means that you do spend a very expensive piece of utility for the rest of this 2v3.
That's very true. Numbers advantage though, and Gabby is stuck in that corner on the right side. It's going to be telegraphed alongside that camera that gets taken out right off the gate too, but at the very least, it's a nice smoke to at least give that cross in and lurk up and try and isolate a fight.
Yeah, you got fault line and salvos, flashing salvos right here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice from Nora for the first. And Kestrel will have the first and the last in the round. And trap play works. Fault line hits perfectly over towards Arcade. Beautiful stuff for Teddy Tactics to get the aggression underway. Find a very clean pistol. And now you're into your anti-eco, where we'll see Evolution not be getting a plant nor many eliminations. It's just going to go into one share.
Yeah, not even just the mid-trap play. There was like the deep wall that they had set up from Logic as well over towards B main to try and isolate some of those fights. So really cool ideas that we're starting to see from Teddy Tactics right off the gate on that pistol round. And I think as this matchup goes further as well, I'm going to be interested to see how EVO does eventually deal with that Vice wall. They do have Nova on that Yoru. That's such a key component. And with the clone trying to take that piece of utility out early.
Just a full push down. Savos do a little bit of damage to Arya on the way in, but everything's fine. Counter peek with Salvos up their own. And that's just a really nice headshot from Arya. And that will push everything right back. Defense will back up, reclaim the rest of the map that they have voluntarily given away, and just run with their 5v4 weapon advantage through the rest of this round, you would think. In logic, what do you have to stop this besides the wall? We'll see. Here comes the contact. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, quite down.
Spike down, B.
Yeah, that's a tough look there. And now that's the rest of the team looking to flood on into that site. And then a flawless round to come out here on the side of Teddy Tactics. So nicely done so far. Overall, I believe that is an iBUYPOWER flawless at that. But looking confident right now. This is where it really starts to get interesting, though, once you have those guns in hand.
Yep. And again, it's one of those situations, again, looking at how the game had gone with Catnappers, 9 offensive rounds. So whatever they were working with was very successful. It just comes down to what Teddy Tactics has been able to see and how they're going to counter it. It looks like they want to continue to play with trap setups with Kestrel, but does get revealed by the spy cam, so no early antics here. EVO going to take a bit of a pause as Teddy still want to try to continue to put pressure onto the extremities of the map, this time by way of flashing and stealth droning in. Good evasion, though, from Nova. Gate crash puts you right back to where you would have been, putting you a little bit further back, but the suppression doesn't make a difference when you've got that space, and it will be a 5v4 advantage for Evolution.
Yeah, just the contact up over towards A. We swap the setup here on the side of Teddy Tactics as well. Over the last 2 rounds, Logic was postured over towards that B site. So, a little quick count, surely, to get all over the wall at the same time. Maybe just seeing if any other additional util will get drawn out early on.
I like this. Here we go. Here we go. With the boom bot. Logic will catch one, but nothing more. Site cleared. Gabby responsible for the elbow play. Trap wire, cyber cage down. Nova's lurk works out. Quick swap to Gabby's POV for another.
Spike planted.
And Kestrel, hero rifle. Decision to be made here. 1v4, especially now that they've been revealed. And yeah, really good offensive look here for Evolution. Shutdown comes through, and this is going to be a quote-unquote bonus. Ash, but you're going to have 4 full rifles with essentially full armors as well. This is going to be a significant round coming back here for Evolution, considering they only had to have 1 repurchase. So you shut down the bonus, but you do it flawlessly, and Evolution's bank account is going up.
Oh, it definitely is. Feeling pretty comfortable in that regard. That's what they want when they're looking to try and tie things up here 2-2 as well. You also have to keep your eyes on the Steel Garden here for Logic, though, into this round, being a big part of maybe some success that Teddy Tactics will be able to find. They've been doing really well with those trap plays that we had talked about previously, and some early information searching already from mid. You got the arc rows being thrown out, you get a little bit of that info, and then the immediate pullback to start getting that recharge down so it can get repositioned.
Yeah, but the thing about this is it's info for info because the spy cam at mid continues to just throw out darts. Orange is revealed by that. Also a secondary shot comes through on the crossfire. Kestrel's weak and will be dealt with on the long range angle from Gabby. First blood. Oh, and Arya's in trouble. Does get suppressed paranoia out, but you're right. Absolutely able to jump back into safety. Orb going to be collected. And now the dissection of the site starts to come underway with Orange is blocked out by the dirt cover. Arya trapped but finds one. Not bad. But look at the lurk from Gabby.
Smoke.
Oh, and now you can just wait for this. You can set up the crossfire. And, yep, there's just nothing you can do from there if you're Teddy.
Just taking the time there, too. And the Logic even trying to look for maybe some sort of reflank, but the expectation going to be a save considering the economics on the side of Teddy Tactics right now. They don't have the money that they can work with. This weapon could be that difference maker, especially with that Steel Garden into the next round, too. But overall, it was a really nice game plan there from Evolution. I think we saw, we had the initial questions of, okay, how early are we going to see Nova going for some of that info and trying to deny value from that Vice wall early on? And it works out well. Like, they take that out with the clone over towards that B site. I'm very surprised that Logic doesn't opt for the save there, but you know, who am I to make that call? But it does draw that presence away from A, right? You see those rotations being pulled. Sure, they lean over towards that A site, but the anchor in Logic is forced to stay at B. Can't quite make that call to take that rotation either, and it's a nice slow default that we saw from Evolution that round.
And I think the thing too about this is, like, now you've got back-to-back rounds where Teddy Tactics have not found value on these mid traps that they started with. Do you try for something different here? Salvos block off any aggression through B main. Dark cover to replace that from the defense. And Nova with the Outlaw will just kind of wait here for a little bit. So, yeah, it's just, I like this adjustment from Teddy Tactics. Granted, they kind of have to because you're on Stingers and a Bucky and a Sheriff, but that is going to be, I think, the interesting point. It's like Evolution have now won out the battle at mid convincingly twice. And it's going to really call onto this defense to mold and modify based on what we saw in the first 2 rounds.
Alright, you see, that mid information is like a constant condition here for Teddy Tactics. It's something that they like to protocol really nicely into the mid round just to get a little bit more of a read on what that positioning might look like. And they do know now that that Vice Wall is not set up over towards.
Yep. But the dark cover replacement continues to just keep Nova interested. That fades away. Look at Teddy Tactics. They're going to gamble this is a B hit.
30
and it very well may be.
Like, that's the respect that they're giving to Logic's Vice setup there as well. Once that Arc Rose was revealed.
Love this.
Oh, there's no time for this though.
No.
Like, they're going to see 4 people on site.
It just comes down to did they see Ari and Kestrel?
Nice salvos.
Salvos are going to push them back. But everyone's still alive. That's the issue. Shot from Nova, misses the first, gets the second. Pistol out, actually hits the headshot, but you gotta go. 5 seconds on the clock here. You still need to get on the site. Kestrel with the shutdown. 1v2 situation. No time. And yeah, the dimensional drift, if you're gonna play that through a dark cover, we gotta make that commitment to go sooner than that.
The problem with the commitment that they're trying to find, though, is that you saw, okay, yeah, you got a crossfire set up over towards B main. What do? They throw out those salvos to try and clear that crossfire, but then those salvos also mean that nobody can follow up on the space that Nova was making, and time was ticking at that point. I'm surprised that in an eco round for the side of Teddy Tactics, that Evolution gave that sort of respect over towards Logic and that Vice setup, but hopefully learning from those mistakes, not letting time get the best of them as this attacking half moves on here for Evolution.
That's a very expensive mistake, though, from Evolution early. Door closes at mid-market. And then it gets deleted. Oh, Logic, that's a bold peek, and it works out for first blood. So, Evolution about to play this one out 5v4. And they're still running into the face of a possible Steel Garden, Armageddon's close, Overdrive's close. There's really no other tools for Evolution to use here, so they're going to need to find a counter pick and then a very efficient and effective execute, depending on where they want to go.
I like this mid push coming in here from Evolution, though, taking that market control. The flash to get that additional information.
Wall tripped.
Wall gets proc. Logic in a little bit of trouble. Steel Garden to try to get some safety.
Heard the cross into the box.
Oh, nice Logic. Wow, what a double. Cal following up. Absolutely no worries. But that's just another impressive moment from Logic, who has had a really good map to this point.
Oh, Logic has been such a pivotal playmaker here for Teddy Tactics. Again, like, just the respect that Evolution was giving over towards that Vice setup, that hold over towards back sight, alongside those smokes to assist there as well. And part of that even just being a cage that Gabby had thrown themselves. But overall, great looks from this team. Evolution, though, we've seen some nice plays coming out from them too.
Yeah.
They deny that early aggression over towards B main. And out again, that mid pressure has been just so consistent for both these sides, whether it's been the re-clear from Teddy Tactics using that drone,
You have to force this, I think, if you're Evolution. Set Gate Crash to go back. Razor Vine's called out. Salvo was called into that as well. So, some utility expended on the defensive front. Spike still not leading because it's down on the ground back by Spawn. And whoa. Gabby just gonna
I like
hit.
that use.
I like that though. Hit the wall, hit the cyber cage, force attention away.
Just providing that additional cover to ensure that you can get it without getting picked off. And then now you see the rotations being pulled over with that alone too, but
Wow.
what is going on?
That's a 1v1 for Nova. That's going to keep the defense moving around just a touch. And now Gabby, no, doesn't get the best of Kestrel. But why are we still peeking Nora?
30 seconds left.
Behind that, we're backing. We're okay. Just putting smoke down to cross. It feels really skittery right now for Evolution, but they won't get into sight. Salvo has been recharged to the defense. That's back out. Fault line crosses on the site. Armageddon will be called into that, but Zoe's able to find one on the Kestrel, so we get to a 3v3. No Rolling Thunder available yet, but one pick from Oranges would have them earned it. Here's the pick. Here's the opportunity. Dark cover fades. Pal Sushi for the first. Arcro's back out. Zoe able to find one trade. Showstopper right up close and personal. No! It misses! It misses everything! How does that whiff? It can't happen! Nora with the cloud!
Close.
Not gonna happen! Oh, what a complete disaster for Evolution!
Not while I'm.
I think it just got, I think, shot just behind Oranges there. It's just so unfortunate, too, that you would have thought that round was going to go in favor of Evolution. There was great delay coming in, too, but I think skittery was the perfect way to put that shift. That's why we're seeing the timeout being called here from Evolution. Maybe just taking a beat for this team to regroup and come back to baseline. Sometimes when rounds are starting to slip away like that, comms can get a little bit cluttered. And tensions can rise high when it comes to like that energy, that adrenaline that you feel when you're playing one of those competitive matches.
Oh, that's just so tough. Just throw it at the feet. Should have been a freebie there for Zoe, but not happening. So now you take the timeout after the last 3 rounds have gone, well, really unfortunately against you. Rolling Thunder overdrive at the ready for Teddy Tactics. To be fair, like outside of a couple of members who have some solid pockets, like the money is not as great as you would assume for Teddy Tactics in 3 in a row. So there is an opportunity coming off this timeout for Evolution to get purchase and, you know, turn the eco around to try to swing this half back to their direction. But the couple of miscues and mispositions and just mistakes that have come through in the last 3 rounds, you know, you have to settle in here if you're Evolution.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think right now, too, is just Teddy Tactics have been really good at mid-rounding and getting an idea of what Evolution are trying to pull off, because it's been either, okay, find logic setup, go in the opposite direction, or take out that wall early on and maybe try to hit over towards where that B wall was.
All you do is fault line overdrive. Paint shells. As Kestrel low, no trade though. Again, this is actually just a little bit of a purchase. Nothing here for Evolution. Really? Frenzy in? Why not? And Evolution is now stuck in spawn. Literally, they're stuck in spawn. So this is spot. Can you find any damage and repurchases? But no. Cal. Good for 2. And there's nowhere to go. That will be flawless. And 6-2 up for Teddy Tactics. And now all of a sudden that eco looks a little bit more significant.
It definitely does. I think right now that's a pretty classic response to a timeout to be called by the other team. I wouldn't have necessarily expected them to just like rip that aggression on an eco, but I guess it does work too, because you catch Evolution off guard. But usually, you know, the opposing team who doesn't call the timeout might try and take control of the tempo. That's something that you see pretty often, and it pans out really nicely there for Teddy Tactics. Now this is where we see the set plays that Evolution was talking about during that attack.
Right there for the Oranges. Kalsuchi picks it up. Not able to get the second this time. Armageddon to clear out elbow, or is it? Good trade from Gabby. 3v2. Logic and Kestrel have to work their way back in for what would have to be a retake. This is a very deep post-plant setup here for Evolution with that spike position.
You're so aware of the fact that Norabor is probably on top of
One enemy remaining.
Running down the fast lane, though, doesn't work for Kestrel. Nora not needed in this one. Evolution snap back a quick third round in total. I mean, it's one of those things like that one's great to have, because now you got a dimensional drift in the mix. There's nothing to really to counter it. And if you can get this to 6-4, you're feeling really good about your opportunity to maybe 7-5 the half. With things like, you know, maybe a showstopper can get re-earned if you get some orbs. But it's just, again, like that stretch of 3 rounds in particular, those 5, 6, and 7, those were rounds that Evolution are kicking themselves in, because they were winnable rounds that they just weren't able to really clean up.
Definitely difficult in that regard. Again, the clone comes out, but I love that Kestrel is playing up close there. Just denying that clone from any value and trying to trigger that Vice Wall early on with the shear. And then forcing someone else to have to bait it out with their bodies. And the aggression on the other side of the map coming out here from Arya.
Okay. Little trap set play. Ends in a 4v4 situation. Smokes are down for both teams. So we'll see what that means in terms of how you want to execute, in particular here if you're Evolution. The big question is, with no smokes, do you just want to pull this right back over to B, see if you can test? I don't know if Nova has seen that there's no shear wall here at the front doors, but you're going to dimensional drift in, get all the information you can possibly want. Ooh, that's a lot of info off the arc rose, though. Dimensional rose does come through. How? Logic still able to find one. Kestrel trying to play bodyguard. There's the flash. Nova pops out of the ultimate. Logic still alive in the back of the site. Salvos to delay the plant a little while longer as Cal tries to work their way in, but Logic still goes unchecked. Cal back into the mix. Leaves Zoe by themselves for a 1v2.
Now it's just buying time for the flank to come in here for Oranges to clean this one up and nailing the coffin here for Teddy Tactics, putting Evolution down in that round. And it's all with Logic being such a solid anchor on that B site. The fact that they were able to stay alive for so long, even to find a second after having so much damage done. You got the scouting that was done by that dimensional drift that you were singing high praise about earlier on, and what impact it could have for the side of Evolution. But man, Teddy Tactics are looking very clinical right now on defense.
Logic has come up so clutch for Teddy Tactics defensively. And I like the idea of this. We haven't shown mid-aggression in a while, so why not try it here? But trade is out once again, so 4v4 we go. Neon for Yoru is that exchange. Steel Garden at the ready for the defense. Showstopper at the ready for the attack.
Neural have to give that additional information over to Evolution out here as well. Try to get the paint shells to push Cal off this angle, and gonna have to fall all the way back. Sorry, into spawn.
That one won't miss. Zoe does take a lot of damage. Cyber Cage, as soon as this falls, this Orange is in a position to try to do anything to this and steps up to at least find one.
That timing.
Yeah, I'll say. Makes this doable. Again, I mean,
it does.
2v3, and you've got a possible point of contact here. Arya, no, doesn't expect Zoe to be watching. And now you've got a free A-site post-plant, 1v3.
I mean, if anyone's going to be able to do it, Logic has been the player that's been on a heater so far for Teddy Tactics, but at the same time, yeah, it might not be worthwhile. You look at the money situation here for the side of Teddy Tactics. Sure, most players will be able to afford, but with Arya only having that 500 in the bank, it's more of an expectation to be able to throw a gun over later on. And now it's just buying time into this. So at least for Evolution, now they're starting to chain these rounds together, right? You were talking about that possibility of ending this half 5-7, and they're starting to build that momentum a little bit.
Yep. A touch. Again, if you can get 5, you're going to feel really good about, again, picking up and following off of some of the mistakes that were made in the middle of this half. But on the flip side, 8-4 for Teddy Tactics would feel mighty fine. So we'll see what we get here. Armageddon at the ready, Steel Garden still ready to go as well for the defense. And nothing else you would figure will be earned from the attacking point of view outside of just from the shadows, which is, you know, kind of is what it is.
Yeah, that alt economy definitely looking to favor Teddy Tactics into this round, that's for sure. Got the shear set up, and set a trap over towards elbow here as well. Just buying time to allow them to fall back.
I'm surprised they used that just to get forward at B. Now again, Steel Garden will be used when they try to crunch onto this site. It just comes down to where do you spend it and how much of Evolution get caught by it. Because they're not able to scale deep. There's the plant for Cloudsies. Everyone's on site. Wait, if they pick this up, this could be huge. Oh, mercy. No Steel Garden. That's supposed to be used for the crunch. And now you gotta do it the hard way. Oranges for 2. But weak. 3v3. Are we able to find one more? Fault line out. And you're gonna just play this post plant from behind this dark cover. A second one gets placed. There's the salvos. Arya doesn't get on top of the boxes. I think that was what they were attempting to do. Cloud just gets one of the cross. And now the Army Guidance at the ready. Pushes him forward. Arya gets the kill. Time?
No,
it's gonna be tight.
No, they got it. 100% they got it.
100% is crazy.
I guarantee you that they happen. 0.86, you gotta trust me on the shift. I know my timings for those defuses, but really nicely played into the retake there from Teddy Tactics because, man, I think Evolution had a great idea with how they were trying to push over into alley there, deny a bit of that space into the retake, and even some of that post-plant util that was being thrown down as well. But the way that Oranges was just so clutch in getting that 2K over towards elbow, then on top of that, layering the utility for Arya to find success on that A short crunch was stunning.
Well, let's reset, because wow, what a half.
There's no fight left in them now.
They're looking good.
Yeah, I'll say. Here we go again. Some mid-aggression. Kestrel with pistol already through. Salvos are deep. Yeah, and that's wow. I don't think Gabby would have expected that.
Definitely not.
No.
Cypher setup just like completely nullified there as well. That's why we had Evolution gambling over towards, or not gambling, but you know, stacking over towards that A side, right? Expecting that Cypher utility to give them a bit of an earlier heads up, but not going to be the case here.
Well, here comes the retake attempt. Couple of tags through screens here at Market. Right clicks are largely missing. Logic eventually calls. Orange is backing up, trying to again play with time. Kestrel, shoulders not going to be there. Wow! And for a 4v5 to find what is a post plant that's all over the site that quickly and that cleanly is surprising. And a huge pistol bounce back for Evolution to keep us within 3.
Really well done from Evolution. I think for Teddy Tactics, overextending a little bit in that post plant as well. Usually you either have control of Boba or Market. They opted for a 2-2 on both, which isn't a bad idea when you're trying to play some sort of crossfire, util for each other as well. But the fact that Evolution were retaking from Market Door as well as CT, there was a great paranoia that came out from Nora Bora that disrupted that entire trap play in the post plant.
Oh, yeah. No aggression this round. Not with 2 snipers in the mix. And it'll be a very early 5v3. Nova trying to get isolated. Marshall shot lands again for another. Defense still has the trap wire in place just in case there is some sort of a gut check play forward. But, yeah, dark cover is out. Trap wire is going to have to be deleted first, and there's a crossfire here. So. Outlaw will double tap it out. Gabby's still waiting to see if anyone peeks, and this will be a relatively slow finish to this round, you would think, with just the 1 Marshall picked up for Logic.
Yeah, just looking to maybe do a little bit of damage as possible, even maybe poke over towards that A side, see if there's an orb that they could farm up just to make the most out of this eco on the side of Teddy Tactics, and you know, just playing together here. I like that Evolution though are giving them the respect in this 4v2, right? Being down in counts when it comes to those rounds, they're looking to carry over as much as possible into these net round wins.
30 seconds left.
Logic had an opportunity there on his shoulder to Cloud, but Doesn't land. Special delivery will slow things down again a little bit more, but again, everyone's here ready to go. So unless there's some crazy lineup situation where Logic just tees off on this cross at elbow, should be comfortable. First one's good. Hold on.
Last
Saw the
player
cross.
standing.
Ah, but you lost Cal Sushi. And these shots are clean for Logic, continuing to be impressive, but running out of a time to try to stop the defusal, and Gabby is just going to throw shoulders, get the Spectre kill, and now we're within 2. The bonus will be pretty soft here for Evolution, you'd think, but still, a couple of critical rounds there for Evolution to tighten up this game again.
Yeah, not as comfortable as a bonus as we would have expected when it comes down to that 4v2 there, but overall for Evolution, you look at what they're going to bring to the table here. With the Outlaw in hand, it's not going to be able to do a crazy amount, considering that we will see heavy shields on everyone else, but that's why you see them all kind of clustered together, right? Hoping that the paint shells will do a bit of that chip damage. You've got the follow-up shots from the pistols as well within Cloud Sea, but this walk-up is quite the gamble there, assuming that nobody is there. I feel like Logic has gotten kind of lucky a couple of times, though. Like, I feel like there's been a few moments where we've seen that Boombot not actually quite lock on those scans.
Flash out. Teddy stops the play. And looks like this bonus will falter pretty quickly here for Evolution. Not wanting to make any mistakes, though. Teddy Tactics taking their time, and yeah, they're just punishing here pretty much across the board. So it'll be a quick wrap over to B. It'll be a 5v2 post plant against Spectre and a Ghost. And if you can't take it by the candor in my voice, you don't feel very hopeful about pulling this back into Evolution.
Yeah, right now for Evolution, they're doing the damage that they can find, if any. And aware that Gabby's also going to be on this angle as well, right? And you've already got, like, Arya waiting, like, lying in wait over towards mid. Gabby does end up making that push back down towards mid, but a flawless round, not going to be the case. Again, Logic started out with such a strong half on defense, continuing on with that firepower performance now, even heading into attack and trying for this team, and honestly going toe-to-toe too, honestly, with Zoe and Gabby, but it just hasn't quite been enough for those rounds to come together for Evolution. Granted, that was their bonus round, though, at the very least. Okay. Steel Garden Armageddon already primed and ready to go for Teddy Tactics. 5-man approach to be made immediately. There's the Steel Garden. I don't think any of the defense is really going to be caught by that. Trapwire actually slows down Kestrel a touch. But do you follow up with the Armageddon all the way deep into B elbow here? Like, you really well could. Just keep your focus on playing over towards market, but instead it'll be a plant on the side of the site. Salvo out will not really deter the setup. Stealth Drone gets deleted immediately, and the post plant will get back into B main. This is a tough breakdown here for Evolution. Showstopper could be, and maybe needs to be, utilized to break this open. It's great paranoia, the Showstopper you're talking about.
The stun comes through, Arya catches two, and Zoe just blindly fires it to nobody. And this retake has been ineffective. Well, no, but you get that to halfway, maybe, but I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Yeah, not with 30 HP left. Zoe will find 3 in total, but yeah, that post plant. I mean, when Arya gets 2 from in the back of the site like that, it's just you have no hope. You have no hope.
No, you're kind of just like getting funneled on site there as well, right? Just the crossfires that are being set up, and again, the idea was there, I think, in the retake here for Evolution, but the layers of utility that we've seen come out from Teddy Tactics has been, I think, an edge up over the combos that you can see coming out from Evolution. And part of that does have to do with, like, the utility kits that are available to them in these comps, the fact that you can layer that breach on top of the Tejo, and like we were saying, layer the breach on top of the Tejo, I guess, being able to take Gabby down right off the gate. But I don't even know if there was a stun paired with that.
I don't know if there was either. I didn't see one, but I don't know.
Gabby may have just been on cam, and then it maybe was sitting in it unaware.
Very well could have been, but after a half in the first that we kind of look at and say, you know, a couple of unfortunate mistakes or errors from Evolution, this second half outside of the pistol and the follow-up has been very comfortable for Teddy. I think, you know, you really assert that sentence when you look at how that retake went awry. You know, this round is a you know, a partial buy situation, but it's just when Teddy gets full weapons in their hands, they're looking really clean. Like, legitimately, they're finding good efficiency. Again, you've got Logic playing extremely well. That's helped a ton, but I don't know. It feels like their executes are well put together, and they're making good adjustments when they lose a member or they get an opening trade. It puts them to a 4v4. Like, they still look good in low number situations.
Yeah, they really do. I think it just does come down to a lot of those moments where, again, you see those synergies coming through.
Done. Follow-up Revolution, solid here. Whoa, Zoe. Oh, boy.
Not again.
Oh, boy. That one hurts. But enough trades to allow Evolution to still hold the numbers 4v2. Why? Why? Armageddon's going to push Oranges out into the dark cover. When you're down 5 rounds in a 4v2, I just don't think you need to use the Armageddon there.
I think just moments of trying to close it out. I think that also says a lot for the respect that they're giving over to Teddy Tactics as well. In those moments, maybe a bit too much respect. And now you see even this mid control coming out for Evolution. So they have the know. They have the info. They're aware of the fact that Teddy Tactics are still going to be stuck over towards B main.
You can't lose this round if you're Evolution. You can't.
30 seconds left.
On Oranges, after that orb pickup, now has a Rolling Thunder. Timing on this. Oh my goodness. What are we talking about? That can't happen. It can't. Logic's going to get the plant in the back corner. They've seen Gabby. Rolling Thunder. It affects. You get the free pick. It also hits the second. You saw the shoulder. Oh, no. Not like this. Not a 4v2. Not an iBUYPOWER ace. It can't happen like that.
Hey, you were asking why they used the Armageddon earlier. That is why. I mean, we were talking about Logic being the one that was frying. Orange is stepping up to the plate with the ace to come out to get match point here for Teddy Tactics. But it's because Teddy Tactics have looked terrifying so far on Sunset. Again, there have been so many layers, so many different combinations of utility that have been coming through and been able to pick apart these fights for Evolution, not really giving Evolution the opportunity to play together in the way that they would want to. They're getting caught out with some of those positions and whatnot, because Teddy Tactics have been incredibly dynamic with where they're throwing that util, changing it up here and there, making it a lot harder for Evolution to guess on that conditioning and making it very difficult for them to find comfortable places to be playing on these sites.
Oof. Well, Ash, this one feels like it's just a matter of time. Teddy Tactics clutching up, and I think most importantly, and this is something that I think we say a lot, you know, when it comes to like the mid-level of challengers, it extends into game changers, obviously, and places like CVAL as well. It's just like you just cannot afford to make mistakes at that density at this level. And you know, good teams will not make that many mistakes. Like, you know, the battle of like two good teams, like it just comes down to sometimes who makes less mistakes. But in this one, it's a great team punishing Evolution for the mistakes that they're making, and they look really good here on Sunset. Kestrel sees the barrel of one, isolate with the relay. Good follow-up though from Evolution at range, and this is just Teddy Tactics saying, we'll just take a square up here. You want to see if we can just win the game off this? Sure, why not? And well, that doesn't work out. But
nice shots too.
You wouldn't expect this route.
No, you definitely wouldn't. And you look at how they're looking to play together here as well. There's the awareness of where they're expecting Arya to come from. You still have that trip over at B main. You had the cam there as well. I like this double up. And knife out. Yeah. Maybe a little too confident. I think the expectation from Arya there was not for Evolution to have actually pushed back into market. I think that she probably thought they had maybe walked out mid to try and maintain control of that spike, considering the fact that, you know, there was no From the Shadows available to pick it up and get that plant down. But nice read there from Evolution.
Weapons back into play. Dimensional Drift at the ready. And it did feel like Teddy Tactics were like, oh, we're going to get a couple of gunfights at mid. Let's just see who shoots better. Maybe we win the map that way. Nova pushed a little bit back in towards market as mid is another focus point here for Teddy Tactics off the barriers dropping. Arya inside of the one-way smoke. 3 members of Evolution around the corner. Do you expect this? Oh, no. 1 for 1 is fine. You know, you've got numbers now for Teddy Tactics back over. Plus the sheer wall. Will proxy. You know there's a flank on the way. Gabby needs to get 2 here. Honestly, you need 2. But Teddy Tactics going to try to play through B main to stop this flank. And Gabby's going to be able to sit here a little while longer. Do you catch one of the exit? You sure do. Do you get a second? No. Orange with the trade. And now it's just down to where the battle would be anticipated to come from. Fast lane to block for a moment. Overdrive out. There's the aftershock to follow with it. Here comes the play forward. Cloudsy gets 1. Zoe holding off another. And Logic, nothing. Evolution are still alive. And after what was a round that was kind of a, well, we'll just battle you at mid, see what happens. Now you kind of give away a post plant because you're again choosing to take the battle at B main instead of trying to play the post plant deep.
There's a nice re-clear into B main coming out from Teddy Tactics into that post plant, but at Evolution, a lot of that retake also just relied on Gabby being so patient in backside, no one on Teddy Tactics looking to clear back of B, and being able to even just get 1 in that situation and cause that kind of additional chaos for the rest of Evolution to take advantage. But it coming down to those gunfights now into this round for the side of Teddy Tactics, their money is starting to slowly run out. And this is where Evolution, they want to have a strong round 21. Yep. If they can manage to stave off that win from Teddy Tactics, to ensure that their economy is also healthy fighting back into this, because both these teams in a very similar situation when it does come down to those credits right now.
Logic will find first blood, though. It's isolated over towards B main. Paranoia out for Nora.
The mist.
You're absolutely right. Dimensional Drift is still at the ready. Nova is first. Gate crashes back to safety. Defense also has the ability to pivot Gabby in quickly. Decent read here from Nora on that jump peak. Rolling Thunder. It's going to affect most of the site. Opshot misses. The teleport also red. And Arya will get onto site. Now it's on to Gabby. Can you find a way, maybe a piece of timing, to win a 1v1? Nova stays safe away from the Razor and counter flashes the Arc Rose. But how do you reopen this site? You have to dimensional drift it, you think? And here we go.
Yeah, scouting.
Now you know the high lows there, but that's a really good special delivery from Teddy. And it's only on to 1 more. Cloudsy will drop 13-8. Teddy Tactics will take their map selection. And again, it's just, you talk about a 5-round difference. Well, let's even take it away another one. Let's just say it's a 4-round difference to get to overtime. You could point to 4 rounds where Evolution just made really bad errors. 2v4 round, a couple of timing things, a couple of 1v1s you don't win. There's a lot of mistakes in there that Evolution, definitely, if you clean those things up, you don't make them as badly as you do. Map could have gone the other way, or at least gone a little bit further towards possible overtime.
It could have. It is hard to say, too. There are so many layers when you're actually playing in the server there as well, whether it's communication or what reads are maybe expected from that team, too. But Teddy Tactics are looking really good. I think we see that there's a reason why they allowed that sunset to come in here as right why they pick into it as well. They had a very solid game plan here and it looked great. Evolution really didn't have too many ways to respond, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they're able to bounce back in map 2.
Me too, and that's what we're going to be able to find out pretty quickly here. We're going to step away for a break. We'll come back with the recap, take a look at the numbers, and then of course set things up for map number 2, heading on into what Evolution's map pick will be. Be right back. Don't go far. Welcome back, and we are through one map of this elimination matchup between Teddy Tactics and Evolution. Teddy Tactics taking the sunset, their map selection, and the big narrative, the big story point, punishing mistakes that Evolution were making, especially in that first half. The gap too big to overcome. But kind of giving a reflection on it, you know, it's just one of those things that you also lost in the first blood battle pretty badly. That Thrifty round stands out really badly. The 2v4 round stands out really badly. You know, there's just a couple of moments in there where, again, like, I think you're right as we were re-breaking it back through. Like, Evolution, not terrible on their opponent's map pick. It's just a couple of bad mistakes cost them in this one.
Yeah, and I think also just that difference in composition as well. We just see so much more opportunity to innovate, I think, when you look at what tools Teddy Tactics have to work with that, especially with Oranges and Kalsushi being on that breach and that Tejo, and helping create that space for Kestrel on the Neon to get on in. And then you also add like the Vice on top of that as well. Like they start out on that defensive side where they had so many opportunities to make those trap plays or even have those set aggressive plays happen over towards mid. And for Evolution, I think it's a bit difficult for them because their comp doesn't give them as much to respond with up against that util, even though we did see, you know, moments of brilliance from them too. It was very overwhelming, I think, to deal with the utility that Teddy Tactics were throwing.
No, that's a really good point. In you also kind of see again the efficiency that Orange has had on the map. I think it also shows you that, like 21-14, Calsucci 17-11. You're right. I think it's just the initiators just provided too much for Evolution to deal with. Of course, you also had Zoe playing well, but a couple of the key showstoppers don't connect. So, you know, again, it's a tight map. 13-8 is one that you look at and say, yeah, it could be everyone's map. But I would go to Lotus, and for Evolution, this was, again, like we talked about, a repeat of what they had done in their last series last week where they played Lotus and Sunset. They're going to get that again here. It was a 13-4 win. They also have a 13-8 win on this map in their last 2 attempts playing it. They've actually played this in every single one of their Swiss stage matchups. So they've gotten a lot of reps on it, and they often find the most amount of success on defense. So that is something to kind of keep an eye on in terms of Evolution starting off this half hot. Whereas on the other side for Teddy Tactics, no strangers to this map either. They played it in their first 3 rounds of the Swiss stage, but were not able to find a win, 1 overtime loss and 1 11-13 loss. So, you know, not out of the picture. They still feel competitive on it. And the expectation will be that we'll have, you know, for the most part, pretty usual suspects in terms of agents that we're going to have on the map for both these two teams.
Yeah, I think what I'm excited about is we saw how well Gabby was playing over on Sunset for the side of Evolution on that Cypher pick, and they were just such like a consistent fragger and one of the mainstay players that was able to even bite back on the attacking side when it came down to those plays that Teddy Tactics were making, and the expectation to have them back now onto the Clove for this, being able to kind of enable them to play more of those gunfights for themselves a little bit more with how forgiving that Clove can be in that regard. So just trying to enable that fragging coming out, right? And it's just 2 different but similar approaches from these 2 teams. I think my eyes just also get drawn to the fact that you've got Oranges now having the responsibility of being on that Yoru, and Kestrel actually swapping over to that Breach is going to be where my eyes are drawn, because that's the difference in roles that we just saw from map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely the case, but it is one of those things like, you know, Orange's success on Breach in terms of being able to connect on utility, you know, throwing out blind sides, using information, knowing how, you know, the Breach should be used and where that utility should be going could also just give him a little bit more awareness in terms of breaking through. A Clove, I was gonna say, like, this has been a kind of staple for Evolution. They've tried it with Raze, they've tried it with Neon, so like this has been something that they feel really strongly about. It's not obviously an agent that we don't see a ton of anymore since the addition of it, but I do have to say, like, the ability of combining that with a Breach does provide, again, opportunities to extend plays and to be involved a little while longer. So definitely feels like this is going to be one of those things for Evolution. It's just about, you know, especially defensively, delaying the approach that Teddy Tactics can have on the offense, making sure you're getting decent reads before you have to commit to one site or the other 2. So we'll see. That's just kind of what it feels like in theory. With the Raze in the mix, though, for Zoe, again, just hoping the showstoppers land a little bit. I think that's part of it, but, you know, we'll see how things go as we break on into map number 2.
Yeah, Oranges was definitely their number 1 op when it came down to those showstoppers. But yeah, again, I think the big thing for those of you at home, if you're not familiar with the history here for Teddy Tactics and the role swap, is that Kestrel, although being an insane duelist player, doesn't really have the Yoru in their pool, and that's why you have that kind of change coming in here, with Oranges being the ones to be a bit more comfortable on that agent. But right off the gate, we're looking at this push over towards not actually B, but to get Arya immediately inserted into this insane lurk positioning right off the gate as the rest of the team looks to contact up.
And you can see, though, yeah, Nora is watching just because they know that someone had waited to move in towards B. The sensor drone doesn't see anything. And now it's just down to what route does Arya pick and what timing do they find. You hear the swap of the weapons. There's one. Opportunity for a second, but that's job done, you would think, for Arya. Stepping away, back to the dark cover. Trade should be here. Hello. Nora a little sloppy with the classic shots, but it works. Meanwhile, over towards the backside as here comes a long pinch. Everyone is flashed behind Mound, but holding on the Mound itself is Teddy Tactics. But the defense is back onto C here. It's just down to who chases down who first. Nora's on, the smoke is in, salvos are through, Nora gets it to halfway. Orange is only on 9 HP. Nora gets tagged heavy. Spam shots aren't landing, and Nora will secure the defuse and actually catch Oranges on the exit. Cal will get the final 2, but the round goes to Evolution.
Hitting that to half was the most important part of the puzzle there for Nora, being able to get that as the salvos are going down and making it even possible to get that defuse off a bit more comfortably. But this is a nice start here for Evolution. They're on the back foot after losing out on the map pick of Teddy Tactics. Being able to secure this pistol round is at least starting off on the right foot here on Lotus.
Wow, not the way I saw that round going with Arya getting around the backside that quickly. Ooh, suppression onto Zoe. Able to stay alive. Gate crash pushing forward, but Zoe connects. Teddy Tactics will be held at C Mound. You've got Logic playing kind of around their own toxic screen at A. Perfect timing, thank you, Obs. And Evolution are just going to kind of hang around the backside of B and A, just kind of using their weapon advantage.
Yeah, right now, just trying to see if they can make the most of that lurk wall over towards the A site, since they've already crossed over at Rubble. Then Arya just kind of being the one to make a lot of noise and draw some of those eyes away from A, where we're seeing Teddy Tactics focus a bit more on that ult cycling, considering how close Cal Sushi is to getting that on for that third round.
Hold the phone here. We've got to approach the retreat. Flash out. Hits Cloud. Shots, though, are not clean for Cal.
Spike down A.
Nova's seen one on the cross. Kestrel still connecting. Will also get into sight. Opportunity for at least a post plant. Stinger picked up from Logic. Flash out for Kestrel. No one home. This toxic screen is going to fall, and as it does, Logic has to make a decision. He's going to go up the ropes. Not going to get up there, though.
Timing.
Yeah, it's just not ideal. Kestrel would have to get it all done themselves. Opportunity for it. Catches 4, but the double swing is good enough to save the round for Evolution.
It's still a great 4K for Kestrel to pick up there as well. We were talking about that cycling that was being done to get that Armageddon online. Now that Rolling Thunder not too far away either. And it makes it really expensive there for Evolution. They're only able to carry one weapon now into this next round, going to be the Outlaw. And for Teddy Tactics, you've got to be happy with that as an eco. It's the next best thing that you're going to get outside of winning the round itself. You got that plant down. You got 4 players out of the picture.
I'll take down the Viper.
Well, this bonus is an Outlaw, a Stinger, and some pistols. So Evolution has done the job through the first 2. Now it's going to be on what kind of clean response, if any, will there be here on the bonus. First blood good for Oranges. Gonna create some early advantages over at A. Toxic screens in a different place here for Tay Tactics down C. Alt line is gonna come through. Is there a site here? And there is. Nova drops. And surely the spike will, well, that's got options. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it's just maybe a little bit of damage that Gabby's looking to do. Not even really going to have that opportunity with a flawless round here coming out from Teddy Tactics. Just about kind of what you expect, considering what Evolution had to work with when it came down to weaponry going into that round. So can't really fault them for that whatsoever. Now into this one, you've got that showstopper that we had talked about online. Zoe was, you know, putting out good numbers over on Sunset. Got kind of unlucky with a couple of those ultimates as well. And now you think about Okay, what's the game plan here to try and set that raise up for a little bit more of that success? Teddy Tactics, they're looking for like this heavy push over towards speed too.
Well, it's just one of those things. I like the idea of using early utility. Oh, you're done, Nora.
Yeah, that's good night.
Yeah, the suppression that comes through is part of it, but the ability to stun up that location is so critical. And so it's going to be a post plant setup, 5v3 early. Gabby, no, nothing there, and you have to save now if you're Evolution. That's just a very quick take from Teddy Tactics. And again, I was about to say, like, I like the idea of just getting some information onto B, because after that round 1 where you had Arya teleport through B, like, it just causes Evolution to have to pay some respect to it. So the fact that you again create this opportunity with the Armageddon is great news, obviously, for Teddy's offensive efforts through mid.
I think it's also just like the general awareness, even though it's not a mirror composition, it's a mirror in the sense that they're running, the double controller, no sentinel, which is a great look here on Lotus. There's a reason why that was like extremely meta, especially at the beginning of the introduction of this map into the competitive pool when it had first come out. We often saw those like usually Viper Omen compositions because of the a main control that you can get because with the toxic screen and whatnot, whether on defense or on the attack with the lurk wall as well. But it also just leaves some of those gaps too that you have to be a lot more cognizant of on the defensive side when it comes down to the positioning and the information that you're trying to gather while you play the push and pull.
There. Well, opportunity here for Teddy to throw out an early advantage with full weapons, which is something that, again, just if you missed the first map, we said that when they get full purchase, they look good. So can they continue that trend here is the big question. Nice opening push. Wow, that is bold and a great shot on the logic. Now, to be fair, that's your lurker. Dimensional drift through mid's going to call out 2. So you should take your numbers advantage immediately to A. You know there's one push through C mound. You've got focus end towards pillars. You've got a weapon advantage. Can Nora step up and find one? Tags are through. Kill is in. Should be a post plant.
Yeah, relatively comfortable here for Teddy Tactics. I'm curious to see. We do have heaven control for oranges playing with that Bucky up close. It's going to be really hard for Gabby to even get around this corner. Shouldn't be able to net a kill. The rest coming in on the flank.
Well, any effort after that first blood seems to have gone a little bit astray. And really, all things told, losing logic, like you mentioned, is just not the end of the world, right? Like, it's just a lurk, so. Can you find any exits? Looks like you're going to save the Phantom, but Zoe's going to get stunned. What? A little comedic relief there in that Marshall v. Shotgun battle, but Cloudsy, ooh, yes, just barely gets away. But still, major advantages here for Teddy Tactics. They've got the Rolling Thunder at the ready. You do have a showstopper on the flip side, plus the Viper's Pit, which can be big. And it just comes down to where Nora wants to use it.
Yeah, but you've also got the Rolling Thunder too, right? So that could also be a nice counter if they want to fight into that Viper's Pit, if it does come down to that, or even just try to fight even into the like heavy stack side over towards A here as well. So I'm interested to see how this ends up going out. We're looking at like a very aggressive set play already for EVO to try and take this rebel control.
Well, that's utility that just does not really make much of a difference to Teddy Tactics. They're just looking for a peek, and they get the information that they want. So you get a flash and the paint shells out of that. Gate crash just to, again, keep the defense interested while the focus goes back to Logic's direction. And again, I would be more than happy, to see a check here from EVO just to see if they have any information on what's happening at mid. And yeah, they're going to get the information they want.
Well, the flash clearing too, just trying to draw as much attention as possible over towards this B site as they try and walk in on C.
Well, they also have to think about this Armageddon is it slows down this rotation just a little bit. So Gabby, right at the precipice of coming through at this waterfall position. Poison Cloud gets placed late for Logic to try to replace that dark cover that's about to fade. Showstopper is out. In the corner.
Oh!
No! Can't happen! Zoe, you looked left as a way to get that opening first blood. You don't pull the trigger, but the aftershock comes through. Rolling Thunder has to be used maybe earlier than you'd like. And you don't get the pick on the Gabby. Not even the second attempt. So the ruse is down. Gabby's not done for 4, and that's one way to kind of save what was initially a pretty mid retake from the backside of the site.
Again, Gabby had been such a hero on Sunset for Evolution, seeing a repeat in that performance here as well with how consistently this player has been in the server. Little missteps, but that's a massive round to be picking out for Evolution. Sure, you invest into that showstopper, you invest into that Armageddon, but you also managed to pull the Rolling Thunder out of Teddy Tactics into the post plant. You're cycling up into even more ults now of your own with that Rolling Thunder in Cloudsy coming in. You still have that Viper's Pit, and even that the Clove ults come in here too. So more tools at the disposal here for Evolution. What I would like to see is, okay, they're fighting for it.
Well, here we go. Rolling Thunder out for the defense. EVO.
Oh, the flash.
Flashed. Aftershock there, but the first blood is still good. Follow-up kills, though. Keeping its numbers advantage for Teddy. They're not able to get into sight yet. Is the biggest thing. The problem is Nova is stuck in, or are they? Sneaks away. Flash doesn't hit on the Gabby. Just able to sneak away, plus also get the pick-me-up. So, opportunity to change things around a little bit in this 3v3.
Being able to plant for tree here as well. A little bit of chip damage to be done by that snake, but we still got the fault line available here for Kestrel. Salvos have been cycled back up for the post plant here as well. It's just all up to Kestrel to buy that time here on site.
Gabby brought back into the action. Nora for one. Oh, and just dancing with it with the pick me up, that little estrial form. And that's great news there for Evolution to get the retake, take the edge now back, and at least force some of this financial kind of breakup to get a little bit more level.
That's for sure. I think what's really nice is for Evolution, their retakes look really good, and I think that's the adjustment that we saw from them as well, right? The earlier rounds that they had been losing, they were heavily contesting a lot of that site control, and it seems like they find their groove much more when they play a bit further back and play like that heavy aggression over towards A main. Most typically is where they found that success in keeping that space.
Okay, well, the opening battle just rages on at C. And with the kills that come through, again, numbers advantage starts to build. So Gabby's going to once again have to be tested. Just hold on. Viper's Pit out early. This is enough to keep the post. I don't love this Viper's Pit, I'm not going to lie to you, but Logic finds elimination, and now it makes re-entering to the site difficult, at least from Waterfall side.
Yeah, I think it just more so used as a tool to allow for the rest of the team to cross there, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Hold on, no one's watching. We cannot just let Arya stand there with the paranoia in hand. It's supposed to be off of somebody's contact, and everybody had left her to dry.
What do we do? What? No! It's just, this can't happen. Now, you've got Salvos. You have the Armageddon. And just can you kill enough time? And it looks like they have.
Shut up and let me work. It's half.
Oh, it's right. Son of a gun. I swear I've commentated Valorant once or twice. But it's just like, that can't happen. And now you're starting to see almost like a turning of the tables here, where Evolution's the one punishing Teddy's mistakes here in map 2.
I just don't really understand what was happening in that play. You have two players playing over towards Bend. Arya is supposedly playing paranoia off of somebody's contact. Nobody's
watching that cross, and the 3 players on site were meant to buy enough time where if everything did go wrong, Cal Sushi could use the salvos and the Armageddon to save that round, but that full investment to go in and not to be able to find anything from it is definitely a difficult sight to see. But maybe there was some sort. I see that we're paused right now, unless that's just me. Shift, you let me know.
I see we're paused as well. So
okay, maybe it was like a little bit of a tech issue coming in there, then like a little bit of a keyboard DC, because Arya is a very cerebral player. Those aren't mistakes that I would be expecting her to make in those situations. But that it was an insane retake coming out from Evolution. Again, every single round that they've been able to find, all 5 of them have been in those retakes. But no, it's actually going to be a little timeout for Teddy Tactics. Maybe the comms just got a little bit crazy there for
that's a valid shout, though. Very valid shout.
It's just tough to swallow around like that.
No, it really is. I mean, again, like, how are we not watching Waterfall? Like, very odd. Like, that's just one of those things that just can't happen. But you own the mistake, you come back into the next round.
Yeah, we'll take a moment to take a breather and do a little bit of reset.
Breaking the timing of the utility now is Teddy Tactics getting aggressive into a main.
Cutting through.
Orb collected. Oranges can get to work with the dimensional drift. And why not? I mean, you've got a lot of space to work with. You're already clearing out A. The dimensional drift will watch for any rotations through B and also see if anyone's over on the backside. And yep, you got 2 for. Ooh, we're gonna fight this? Whoa, we're gonna fight this. And why not? If you have the intel, Arya's gonna get both. And this round's already over.
Cover going out.
Really nicely played there. I think that what I like is this read coming out from Teddy Tactics. It's a great timeout that we have to keep in mind. I feel like I could be wrong, but my guess would be that Teddy Tactics managed to get that read on how Evolution were playing for that map control. And it's whenever Teddy Tactics is throwing that lurk wall over towards that A site, that's when we usually see Evolution actually trying to fight for that rubble control and deny value from that lurk toxic screen that gets thrown down. So, and they've noticed that every time that they throw it over on C, typically then that's when you see Cloudsy and Zoe and Nova usually moving over towards that C site and then playing aggressively for that mound control instead. And so they have the lurk wall over towards that C site, and they know, okay, that should be pulling 203 players over at C. They should be playing A a little bit weaker, and instead of going for that typical default when we throw that wall down with the lurker, we're gonna go and contest that space instead and make that play to fight for that a bit more aggressively, and it works out really well.
Alrighty. Critical round coming up here. Armageddon at the Ready Vipers pit at the Ready for Evolution with only a couple of rounds to play. You would think that you would use one of those here.
All missiles away.
Most of them may just pull a late Viper's pit. No, not going to happen. I mean, the teleport into C is committed to. And we're sitting here like, wait, this is wide open? You could scale deep here if you're Teddy Tactics. And I would like to see them get up to that dark cover. If you can delete the stealth drone, it doesn't even get all the way there. Now you can maybe even hit a little bit of a flash hit. Yeah, Norges is thinking about it. There's the blind side. Zoe's hit, dealt with. And now the Armageddon becomes difficult to call because where do you use it? Where do you spend it? Waterfall's gone. You have to re-clear over towards main. This is a tough ask right now if you're Evolution on this retake, but you don't want to give up the round.
There's still opportunity to try and break back in at the very least. It's getting... especially when you're walking into smokes like that, Shift.
What are we talking about? There's no way they do this again. Armageddon clears out most of main. Logic in a position trying to fight off the push through, but it's not going to work out. There's a salvo. Not again. But the spike diffuser gets taken down, and Cal Sushi finds the final win. I was about to say, you lose this round if you're Teddy Tactics. You've lost composure.
just bought a little bit more of that time. That's part of, I guess, the backside control that we saw being held there on the side of Teddy Tactics, just to buy more time for those main players to be able to play into that post plan, run down that clock. But it definitely gets more than dicey as we look to tie things up here, 5-5. And now you look at the ultimate economy, not too much that we can expect. Norabora has been holding on to that ice plate for a while. Gonna finally see that thrown down. But again, we can see the conditioning that's been done. Teddy Tactics, they did have that read about how Evolution tend to stack over towards wherever that lurk wall goes up. But it's a bit of a different story this time with the contact approach towards, well, not contact anymore with that stealth drone going in, but a nice tuck coming out from Norabora to deny that information. Evolution have full map control right now.
Yeah, they do. But you expect that with Viper's pit out. The only thing is if Arya finds his pick at mid, but no.
Oh, I saw the shoulder. I know the presence is real. On an island right now, Cloudsy on site. Nobody going to be available to help. It depends on the route that Teddy Tactics want to take, though. 35 seconds on the clock. We've got that tree door opened, and great delay with that fault line.
30 seconds left.
Where are we going, guys?
Yeah,
soon.
Sure do. Wow, going through small to B would be bold. Flash out, Nova's in trouble. Here's the footsteps, calls it out. Yeah, good first. And the timing here is not going to be advantageous to get into sight unless Spectacle pops off, but no, not going to happen. So it'll be 6-5 with 1 to play. Cash is going to be fine for the side of Teddy. Not so much from the side of Evolution, so
last round before the switch.
We'll see how things unfold here.
I think that was just a really great micro call coming out from Nova there to be able to throw down those salvos, fully deny that opportunity to try and get that plant down as soon as they exit Little Door. And now for Teddy Tactics, that was just time being the enemy for themselves. On this last round, though, we do have that Rolling Thunder available. Expectation to try and cycle that Armageddon up here for Cal as well. And again, every time you see that lurk wall going up, you know you're going to have Cloudsy and Zoe over on that side of the map.
Well, you got pressure all over the map right now if you're Teddy. Gabby's going to hold their ground at C, but that's just a little bit of a lurk, and the spike will be planted at B while all this is happening. But again, it's just everyone is all over the map.
Yeah, I like
and
this.
I just don't know if you expect Kestrel to be there. I don't know if you expect Arya to be there. And no, both kills will come through. And you've gotten a look at Nora.
Got a crossfire going on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
First,
sure.
But it's just the time's going to be the issue here. Logic, just keep your life. Wait, Nora gets one inside the site. Now it's just down to Kestrel. Logic on 2 HP. Shuts everything down, and that was another showstopper that Zoe can't get pulled on, and it's a 6-6 half. Decent bounce back for Teddy there in the 3 of the last 4.
I mean, Nora was putting in work and trying to re-clear that A space for the rotation towards B, but it was a really nice post-plant setup that we saw coming out from Teddy Tactics with the crossfires that were being held. And it feels like a lot of these rounds are coming down to those kind of fine margins, a lot of those micro moments, as opposed to the macro reads on the map and how that turns the tide in these fights with the util that's being thrown out and just general small positioning changes. And as we swap sides, just that very heavy lean here. Evolution looking to take a swift piece of control over at C Mound. Farming up into that Armageddon as expected here for the Tejo. But again, I think what's really important, Teddy Tactics. They look to disrespect this lurk wall. Great snake bite to buy time.
Yeah, really is. Evolution looking like they want to try to reform up and try to give an effort at least over towards C. Gabby just holding over towards mid. The problem with this A approach is going to be, yes, you've got your own toxic screen, but the defensive one is going to make life a little bit hard in terms of getting past the door entry.
Yeah, you also have really great lines for that breach to throw that util with the Teho too.
Yes, you do. Which they are ready to go. They're queuing it up. Salvo at the ready. Oranges with the ghost. Show force there. Nora in trouble. Good first blood. And you're going to read as soon as these walls go down. No one else is here. So now you're going to quickly rotate over Paranoid, trying to slow this down just a touch. Also the dark cover in the site is going to allow Arya to hang a little while longer with waterfall crossfire setups. Cloudsy looking for a plant right on top of the site. Here comes the peak. Logic able to save a life. Arya looking for the right click. Whoa, little Goomba stomp over Cloudsy's. 3v2. Post plant largely has to stay on top of the site. One good salvo could be critical. Overheal for Gabby. Catches one on the cross. 2v2. Shots to the banister. Holding back Teddy Tactics. Now they get their salvo. You gotta spend it. You gotta go. Or just clears out the first corner. Double setup right here. Pistol barrel shown. Right click is good for one. Gabby gets the other for 4. And EVO take the pistol.
Really nicely played there by Evolution. Off of Gabby's contact. You see those salvos go out. It's all just about buying time and not giving Teddy Tactics that opportunity to break back into that site. But both these teams, I think, you know, they're playing they've both played defense the way that you're expecting to, the way that you want to see that toxic screen that's getting thrown on that attack denied, and as far as like any of that value, because you're trying to disrespect the space that it takes by just getting a bit more of that forward positioning. But it's going to be a lot more difficult for Oranges to try and contest that space now, being onto this eco round. And Evolution, they have spared no expensive. It's if they can manage to carry over all of these weapons into a bonus, it would look really nice from them with the investment into the Bulldogs and 2 Guardians.
Oh, got tech pause here. Excuse me. I think the thing here is, like, looking at the compositions, the bonus that you have with the Clove is your ability to still smoke post-death, which could be huge for getting post-plants together. I think it's just down to, like, how much of that smoke you have to use just to get into sight. And if you can get value out of the toxic screen to find entry, find good execute, then the Clove gets immensely more valuable. But I don't know. It's just, I haven't seen enough, I think, from the Rays to feel like a double blast pack entry with a toxic screen and a flash is going to do enough damage. So it's like, I don't know. Like, it's like 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Like, compositionally, things make sense, but execution-wise, it may not have been as convincing as I would like to have seen to this point. So that's kind of where I'm stuck on right now.
I think it can be a bit hard to say. I feel like with the difficulty on Lotus as well is just when you are playing that push and pull, and so much of it does rely on that util usage from the initiators, and then if you have that raise on your side with the paint shells as well, is how much you're willing to invest into that early round, especially if they aren't some of those rechargeables. How much do you want to telegraph that presence with how quick the rotations can be for, especially I think the attackers at times, but the defenders too, with it being a 3-site map. It's just that different look compared to Haven because of the breakable door, because of the rotating doors as well.
Yeah.
That kind of help with some of like that presence faking when you go to look to trigger them and whatnot. And I think that even though we saw the read coming out from Teddy Tactics, it was also like pretty kind of late, I want to say, into their attacking side too. They did eventually get the grasp of, okay, every time we throw up that lurk wall, you know that both the Rays and the Teho are going to be present on that side of the map, but they didn't really get that full read until like, I think like round 9 it was in that first half. So there's also like that adjustment is trying to like get used to like the conditioning, putting all of the pieces of that puzzle together.
Very true.
Curious though to see how we continue to handle, I guess, defense for the side of Teddy Tactics. Right now, it seems like they do have like the idea of how they want to manage that A main control. Again, I think the big name in the game against these double controller compositions is trying to take away as much impact from the Viper lurk as possible. And even if it's not a lurk, just the ability to deny any space that you're kind of giving up for free and not contesting. And that also meaning like you on the defense are being starved of some of that information as well, right? And I think both these teams have done really well as far as playing into that the way that they should be.
Well, not sure what's going on here. This has been a pretty long one. Player disconnected, apparently we're hearing. We're getting them reconnected now. So, that's the frame up. Let's take a look to see what are the results in the other games. Why did my voice just get so high? Things we don't know. Let's take a look.
You're just getting excited for the other matches. All good.
Meow took a 2-0 win versus KB. Aussie and Friends did 2-0 YFPX. That's pretty critical. Ghost Gaming, well, pardon me, that was from last week. YFPX 2-0'd Fisher. Ghost Gaming lost at a map 3 to Aussie and Friends. So Aussie and Friends also qualify with Wada Wada.
Let's go. I'm not gonna lie. I thought you were just saying meow, and I did not realize it was the cat face team name that you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, hello. Goodbye. Trying for a little bit of a surprise peek. Doesn't really work out. Logic on the other side by himself now. And, well, they are in trouble. It's a dance with death. Well, still catches one. It's not terrible, but this is just about trying to punish the upcoming bonus as much as possible.
Yeah, that's for certain. And then even just like opportunities to try and cycle up into these Altorbs either way. Expectation is going to be, I would not be surprised to see at the very least Kyle Sushi trying to go for some sort of picks. Trying to at least get a little bit into that ultimate tank, whether it's through a death or taking a death, whatever it may be.
Yeah. Well, one shot will land, but no, 3 will survive here for Evolution. Up 2 with a chance to go into a bonus with Guardians and a Bulldog. Not the worst case scenario ever, especially considering you can just put some SMGs behind that if you want to. But no, they're going to put a Vandal behind that. And another Bulldog, so... Or there's chain to the Bulldog. Wow, this is a potent bonus. They're putting a lot of money into this one.
I mean,
full purchase, obviously, for Teddy, though, so we'll see what they can do to match.
They should be able to buy up into the next round, even if they net a loss here, too, though. That's part of the I guess, perk of when you do have your lurkers sticking on that pistol, right? Just so you ensure you don't give that weapon away if they're carrying something a little bit heavy duty. A quick util trade back and forth from both the Teos, the salvos to go through, trying to deny that rubble control, but it's been a clean cross so far, and a very lucky spray coming out from Zoe to take out oranges. This is very much so weakened this A site, but Teddy Tactics, they still hold steady. Aware of the fact that, at least on Sunset, Evolution were big fans of running like these very spread out default rounds. Even if they do look to telegraph it, that does not guarantee that they will be hitting that site.
Yeah. Well, they're going to stack up and look to make a play here at A. A lot of it actually going to, well, they're going to show force at tree and then hold a little bit here.
I think it's an end towards B. Yeah, breaking the door. You've got that B main control.
Think about this is... You can still contest this crossfire angle with the Teddy Tactics. Plant going to be trying to commit to. We got to figure out what we're going to do if you're Evolution in terms of post plant here. Because we're still a little bit stuck. There's the counterintelligence and the ability to try to throw in things like the paranoia. You get one with the salvo after shot to clear the close corner. How do you get yourself back in? You've got both flashes for Kestrel still. Arya with the pressure on flank. Pops the door, sees one in the cross corner. Don't have to fight this if you don't want to. First flashes are right. Both flashes have been used for Kestrel. They don't really find much value. Decent idea to crunch on this, but I just don't think the utility from that top mid corner really landed the way it was intended to.
I think that's great calling coming out from the side of Evolution. They managed to take their bonus in stride. that pivot over towards the B site with Gabby being inserted over in B main for honestly a hot minute. It just listening and calling that the rotations were being made over at A. And then it was a great idea. The fault line for Teddy Tactics paired with those salvos manages to take down Cloudsy after getting that spike initiated. And from there, it was just a plethora of post-plant utility. Hard to push through. The cycling of those smokes with the poison orb too. Just waiting. If they know that Orange just likes to push up every single round towards trouble. This is not what you want to see though from the
No, it
controllers.
is not. Yeah, Teddy's in trouble here big time, especially considering the purchase, obviously, but
Taking some risks in that regard. Evolution, they're still waiting a beat. They're expecting maybe some defensive-sided aggression to come through, maybe another risk play to come in from Teddy Tactics. But the biggest thing is having everyone regroup so nobody gets like kind of picked off for free. No one hands over any of those rifles.
whoa, whoa! Run away! Run away!
It's a little game of peekaboo.
Yeah,
Ain't no thing.
Now here we go.
30 seconds left.
And you win a battle here at Waterfall. If you can do it cleanly,
oh, nice run.
Chance for weapons to be collected. Counter flash comes through. Yeah, Zoe will make sure that Gabby's back into the play, and the last player left will be Oranges with the Bucky. Good luck.
Should probably get one. Aside from that, there's not too much you can do. She picks up the Vandal. Doing one to the Outlaw. Really double digits here for the side of Evolution. Ever since we swapped sides, they've looked really nice on attack. Evolution, 4 rounds in a row for them since we swapped sides. So much of that coming from comfortable bonus round coming in from them as well. This is where we gotta have our eyes back on Teddy Tactics, right? You've got Armageddon back up. Ultimates are starting to cycle through here on the side of Teddy Tactics. But again, the showstopper, something that we've always kept our eyes out on from Zoe. I haven't seen the success that we've wanted to from it. That has mattered too immensely here on Lotus at the very least.
Toxin screen down.
Patience, the name of the game right now for Evolution. Whereas for Teddy, you're double stacking C. The pings for the offense over towards A are good, knowing that Arya could be here. Getting a one and done would be incredible for Arya. The stealth drone doesn't see it. Oh, maybe not opportunity. Try to teleport back away. Armageddon right there. Oh, the Armageddon's in such a good spot. That is such a good exit. Arya really doesn't take much damage either. You know, the defense is going to feel really comfortable about what they have at A. They're going to start to reinvest over towards mid and C.
Yeah, Zoe making so much noise over towards the C site as well. Not expecting the double swing to come in. Okay.
Yeah, that's another one for Zoe that you just look at and say, what in the world? Oh, no.
30 seconds left.
The duelist gameplay has been a problem.
It's just with the showstoppers, though. It's like everything else has been good, but the showstoppers just have not been hitting. It's one of those days. But corralled now into a flawless round to come through here from Teddy Tactics. So much of that play kind of relied on the success that Zoe would have, whether it was even just staying alive in that moment, but drawing the eyes over towards that C site. So the other couple of members of Evolution could get inserted either towards A or B. It all kind of falls apart from there, but finally stopped the bleeding here on the side of Teddy Tactics, right?
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is, like, you have a couple of ultimates that should be round guaranteers. Like, there's not really an ability for Evolution to do much to deter things like dimensional drift. It just comes down to the rounds where you don't have ults. Can you battle up against what has been a very cohesive offensive approach for Evolution, really stretching the map nicely? Early smoke usage here from Arya just to try to get some C mound control and push a little bit of pressure over to A. And I think it's one of those things, like, if Orange's or Kestrel can get intel that this is a pretty heavy commit towards A, you might be able to walk down C a little bit more, but instead it's just going to be a little bit of a corner pixel peek here, replace the one-way, and just let this defense hold with the 4-1-1, or pardon me, the 3-1-1 split up that you have.
And you're just keeping Zoe kind of inserted over here as well. I think that's the interesting part, is that a lot of kind of the plays that we've seen from Evolution have relied on Zoe kind of being that last piece of presence when the rest of the team is rotating onto the other side of the map. But now telegraphing the C presence. You see rotation to be called here from Teddy Tactics. The Armageddon is up. All of a sudden, Bend is looking super dangerous here for Arya to stand.
Arya's just going to walk away with the paranoia.
Oh, wait, that TP is huge.
That is a brilliant usage of the teleport with the paranoia as well.
Okay, we're feeling a little too bold now.
Yeah, that's a little bit of too much. That's a heat check right there. See what you can get away with. But that is a brilliant piece of Omen tech.
Oh, this wrap timing here for Oranges could be everything. They just don't know that Norabor is still staying over towards Mound.
But you can keep Logic watching it. Oh, the timing of the battle. Off touch. The win for Logic, though. And now you've got the stun follow-up from Oranges, which is good. Gabby, the last one standing. The last Bastion 1v3.
Been hard to count them out.
Flash. Secondary one through. Line up. Almost. There's a world in there. But
I
Gabby
saw
will
it.
Stop at 3. I saw it as well. But that's a big round for Teddy.
It really is. A great adjustment coming in from them. It's such a heroic play coming out from Arya on top of that. I guess maybe the teleport, the second one, was like, okay, there's 15 seconds left. Sure, let me just try and buy as much time as possible. Maybe a little too bold, but they get it done, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. And now you've got, you know, a bunch of ults that you get to work with. Very dimensional drift for some of that scouting here for Oranges. That Viper's Pit to cut off a sight if so desired on Teddy Tactics as well, or even saving it into a retake to make that post plan a bit more uncomfortable to hold. Excuse me.
Well, Zoe's going to walk past that salvo.
I mean, Teddy Tactics, they've been giving a bit more respect, I feel like, to these A lane pushes after Oranges was consistently getting like shut down on those aggressive positions.
Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, that's such a cheeky ability for the decoy to kind of almost self-shoulder peek. Dimensional drift is out. Seltrun was with that. Good read on the small door play. Logic is going to be in some trouble, though. Paint shell's also out. Oranges will gate crash back to safety. Not feeling good about opening up some space through small. Arya crossing corner. Tough gunfights. First blood good for EVO. Logic in some trouble as the shorty also going to be concussed as the Rolling Thunder cuts to the backside of the site. Oh! Cal still able to find one, but
scrappy.
It's just one of those that you just don't win the gunfights you need to if you're Teddy.
I mean, B is also such a small site as well, right? The close quarters, when you have breach util being layered on top of more breach util from the other side, and Evolution, they managed to get that 11th round on the board now. Teddy Tactics. The ideas were there for a moment, but in the chaos, Evolution come out on top.
That's a big round. On the flip side, for Evolution now, I mean, you shut down the dimensional drifts. Yeah, Teddy needs to talk about this. I mean, everything about how that was starting to come together looked really positive for Teddy. It's just, the gunfights just aren't won inside a site. I think it's just, again, credit to Evolution. In the face of dimensional drift, you force the gate crash to have to come through, and more importantly, Logic just does not ever really get their feet underneath them. Like, you're just always moving around. You're always jittery. The snake bite pushes you further back than you'd like. The Rolling Thunder cuts on the other side. The flank from Arya doesn't work. Like, it's just all these little things just don't quite go your way. And that's, I think, a large part due to the fact that Evolution have some good breakdowns over the backside of the site. It's really well put together.
Yeah, that unfortunately, that round, I think, really did fall on Arya's shoulders to be able to get at least one with that B main position. And unfortunately, just doesn't come together there. But this timeout to be called, it's a bit of a conversation of how they want to handle things, because again, I think it is important for them to look to contest that space over towards A. We saw the respect that was being given after Oranges was being shut down. But then the difference there too is that there wasn't really support for Oranges on those forward positions. Yes, you get them inserted because they do have the ability to get crashed back with the TP for the Yoru. But then it's not like you have anyone kind of like shoulder checking to see like on the deeper angle. It's kind of like, okay, well, if the Evolution just kind of walk up as 3 here, there really isn't much you can do. And I think Zoe's been really good at just being able to take this Rebel control right off the gate with these satchels over. I like this.
I do too.
Bit of a different look.
It's a little bit of a different look, but it's still putting pressure in ways. Well, it's really going to come down to timing, you would think. I think especially with Orange playing up at C for the first time.
No gate crash set up right now either.
Yeah, that's true.
It's all about that timing on when you decide to throw that back or kind of presence you're seeing. But this is huge. 1 absolutely misses the little corner here for Nova. And then 2 sees that no one is there, allegedly, of course. But this timing. Arya's ready for it.
Arya gets punished. Crossfire set up at the front door.
It's a great read.
Yep.
30 seconds left.
Fault line. Not available for Kestrel.
I like that
Flash play. That's the spike. That's your spike down. Fault line's re-earned. Logic. How much more? Nothing more. And now it's on to Kestrel. Sees the head cross of 1. Timing becoming an issue. Has the ability to stall maybe a little bit with the aftershock. Still has a flash to play with as well. The aftershock's in a good spot. Zoe will fall to it. It's now you just have it to a 2v2. Rolling Thunders at the ready. Can you get forward enough to boop them out of it? Here comes the play. Calsuchi's going to get a read. You know they're pulling in the backside of the Vipers, but can you find them in time, though? Yes, you can. Just down to what timing can Nova find.
Salvos in 5.
Salvos are almost ready. 3 seconds until you have them ready to go, but you peek before it. Oh, no. And Teddy will get a 9th round.
Hey, it's a great timeout coming out from Teddy Tactics, right? We were talking about how that aggression over towards A wasn't really working as far as getting Oranges inserted on a deep line to get that positional information for the defenders. And they shift that over towards C. They opt to play those kind of more like trap stall plays on the A side instead. And with that stealth drone coming out from Calsuchi, that was the big difference maker for Teddy Tactics. That information where they saw that Evolution evacuated. They shifted over towards C. Sure, maybe there was that secret lurker in Nova, but overall, the macro read was great into that round to try and bring them a little bit closer up to Evolution.
What a turn. Is there enough in that to start to move things around a touch?
I like this play.
Me too.
You've got Arya pushed up over towards Rubble. It's comfortable for her because she has that from the shadows to reposition if really needed. And I think it's been... Oh, doesn't actually check the corner for Gabby. And they've been such a big presence in being able to maintain this main control for any quick pivots that Evolution might want to do.
Oh,
no.
Salvo lands on Arya. That's a huge mistake because now you got to leave the Viper's pit if you're Oranges. B is currently open. The Viper's pit's going to have to fall here.
Again, they're looking for that B crunch here. It's been very heavily favored for Evolution.
These showstoppers are really bad.
Okay, they did not know that nobody was in Broken Door that time. Let's
fine,
give them
like,
that one shift. Come on,
you got in the door. You got in the door. Like, you didn't use it to get in the door.
They were flashed. What do you want from them? That one I give a pass. I give a pass.
All missiles away.
We'll see. 3v5. Make it 2v5.
Last player standing.
Make it 1v5. Make it none v5.
Oh.
4. And that's map point now for EVO.
Yeah, Yeah, Teddy Tactics needing 3 rounds in a row here to try and take us to overtime. And it's going to be a rough go at it as well. You look at the money situation, forcing up with everything that they've got, and it's going to be a pretty broken buy here for round 22. And that was tough. The idea was there with how they were going for that positioning over towards A, with the Viper's pit on C as well. And even just like the re-clear coming out from Teddy Tactics into B main, knowing that that lurk had been so consistent from Gabby, but Gabby's own just micro decision making to be able to dodge that piece of util that would have given the necessary information over from Teddy Tactics was a massive round difference maker there for Evolution for that mid-round call.
Well, that works. That's going to be a potential weapon, although the help that's there is good. Gabby will come back to life and be fine. So, no punish in that.
There.
Oh, close angle here with the button. Straight to the face.
Wait, there's a chance here. Paranoia cross. If you can catch another one timing-wise, maybe there's a
great
chance.
TP.
Back to the site. Wow, Arya. Plus a follow-up aftershock. We got a 4v2. EVO double stacked inside the dark cover, and double stacked in front of Arya, who will find 4. So, lifeline there, and what was a poor purchase in the first place. But now you have an Armageddon at the Armageddon ready at the for both. Dimensional Drift's coming back up again. I mean, there's a world here. It's just, again, like, I've really enjoyed what I've been watching with Evolution, like stretching the map and finding good success, like you mentioned a couple rounds ago, at B in particular.
Yeah, it really has been those pivots into the B crunches, and again, so much of that falling on Gabby was gathering that information for the team and being able to relay that. But Arya coming out big in that round with the 4K. The Shrouded Steps have been so fun to watch coming from her as well. But now, this is the best opportunity here for Teddy Tactics, right? They force Evolution into this half buy.
Arya just continuing to lay the lumber down. Wow. Hitting him hard. A little bit extra at the end, too.
I mean, you keep in mind, this is... We had qualification earlier. This is elimination on the line for either of these teams. Teddy Tactics, they don't want to risk taking it to a third map, and Evolution, they're playing for survival.
Logic avoids the flash. Gotta find at least one, and they do. Top follow-up towards the straight. Yep, that'll work. Okay. Flawless round comes through for Teddy, and you're gonna have a Dimensional Drift coming up to try to send this thing to OT. We're not done yet.
Now, still have that Armageddon to work with here, though. An Evolution, of course, back onto the buy for this last round to either determine whether we're ending it here or if we're going over to overtime. And these adjustments from Teddy Tactics have been nice. A lot of hero plays. Arya being a big difference maker there. It was a great hold on that C site as well from Oranges and Kestrel. But look at this stack that they're reading into as well. You've got 4 players postured over towards C. Flash is ready.
There's the Dimensional Drift. Info coming through. Good fault line. Good paranoia, but the counter is decent. We're going to battle for Mound. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. And look at Gabby.
Just walking in.
Yep.
Been
now
so
you have
consistent.
to be aware of this if you're Teddy.
Logic just has to stay alive here. We've seen what they've been able to do backside, though.
Timing on this peak from Gabby is going to be everything. Arya just able to avoid. Oh, the timing of that first blood on the free engagement is good. Gabby with the overheal. Do you expect there to be a second? Here's the challenge. Whoa, what a shot from Gabby. Now you can rotate back to B. It's just down to Arya. Been so good in the last couple of rounds, but in the face of an Armageddon, a likely salvo, a fault line. Oh, this one's tough. Just a couple of 1v1s. Don't go the way of Teddy, and it's looking like EVO's going to push us to a third map. What's the timing look like on this peak? First one's free. Dark cover out. There's the toggle. Armageddon. Oh, doesn't get away from it. Tried to get it to halfway, and we will go map number 3. Crazy.
Yeah, we will. It was a matchup there. I think Evolution, they had really great plays thanks to the space that we were able to find coming out from Gabby there with that clove, those B pivots. It almost feels fitting, Shift, that this map ends on that B site plant round win there for Evolution.
Yeah, just too difficult to deal with for the side of Teddy Tactics, which brings us to a decider map to figure out who goes home, who continues to fight for another week. Step away for a break. When we come back, we'll dig right into it. Don't go far.
Então, fuga, vai! Então, fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá? Então, fuga, vai! Então, fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Welcome back there, everybody. We have a decider matchup as we get into map number 3 for this elimination battle between Teddy Tactics and Evolution. It's been tight. Both these first two maps have gone back and forth. We framed up map number 1 that Evolution just made a couple of really bad errors. Otherwise, they could have won it. Same can be said in a couple of the critical rounds for map number 2 for Teddy Tactics. So we'll move on into map number 3. But before we do, here's how everything kind of broke down. And yeah, this is the big one. I was about to say, like, Teddy was finding so much success early, but they weren't able to stop what was happening at B. So it's just one of those things that, you know, you've got this setup where you're getting a 5v4, but you can't stop the play at B. And that is how Evolution sneak out a round away from overtime situations.
Yeah, it was that gap that was being left, and Evolution honestly kind of just like farmed that and took advantage of it. But I'm even looking at like the first half from Teddy Tactics. You look at the fact that they managed to get themselves into 11 post plants and were only able to secure 6 of those rounds. It says a lot for how well Evolution were playing into the retake, but even I think some questionable positioning decision making from Teddy Tactics into those post plans as well, where Evolution were kind of just able to like kind of pick them off, not quite being able to play the time that you would have wanted to see out from Teddy Tactics. So both these teams, we did see good reads coming out from them, right? Teddy Tactics did a good job of kind of understanding how Evolution were stacking based off of that toxic screen. And then Evolution making those mid-round decisions during that attacking half is where it felt like they did really shine.
Indeed the case. So that's your breakdown by the numbers. Now we start to talk about what happens with Split. And it is one of those maps that has been the decider, I think, for a lot of these games that we've seen. Like, it just kind of feels like a battleground where it's like, you know, like the old school Call of Duty, like 1v1 me on Rust, map 3 me on Split, bruh. Like, it just feels like we kind of get that action. Neither team has found much success on it this year, but there have been some really tight losses for both these two squads. Most recently, I will say Evolution continue to play the Clove here, which is interesting. Whereas, you know, it's been a while since we've seen Teddy Tactics play the map, but last they did, they attempted a chamber, and it got them 1 round away from getting to an OT about a month or so ago. So we'll kind of see if they decide to go back to that again, or will there be a compositional switch after not really playing it all that much?
Yeah, I am interested because I think that the chamber is something where we saw on a team like Wadada be a very comfortable pick for them, but then that's also like, okay, Starbound is kind of in like a league of their own when it comes to that agent, and Logic being the one that we would expect to even see on that chamber if Teddy Tactics pulls that out. I do think they have been having a very good series so far. They've been playing very consistently, have been a great anchor, but it does feel like part of that also has to do with like the passive style of play that we typically see coming from Logic as well. So it would be a very different look to see them on the chamber if they do opt for that old composition, and it won't be the case. Instead, shifting onto that Cypher, honestly, I like that a lot better for the play style that we've seen from Logic, both from Sunset earlier as well as Lotus, with being that hard like anchor and whatnot, and nearly a mirror matchup between these two. Really just the smokes players that make the difference here with the Astra.
Yeah. Okay. So we set the battleground. It's essentially a full-on square up, both by competitive history of the map, plus, of course, the composition that we have at hand. So who's better on the day to continue your journey into Game Changer? Still a long path. Let's also set that up. Like, still a long path ahead. Your back's against the wall the rest of the way here for whoever wins this one. So it's going to be one of those series that feels, I think, very emotional. And with a series, I'll be honest, like, matches like this where the first 2 maps you look at and say mistakes here, mistakes there, you start to add the emotion and the intensity of an elimination setup where it is map number 3. It could still be a map that, like, mistakes can be pretty present and can be punished. So we'll see who's got the cleaner approach to this map.
Yeah, really looking to grind it out here on Split. And I wonder if this is something where Teddy Tactics are going to be ready for the composition that they pull out from Evolution, maybe expecting a bit of a different approach, because previously Evolution were always running that double controller here on Split, you know, so this is a very different look coming out from them.
Now opening salvo exchange at mid, fault line, over towards B main. Interesting idea here from Castle, going to break some timing with the little blast pack burst over the side, but not much to really speak of here. Just going to be an orb collected, and instead we'll focus to see if Gabby can get any scouting done over at A on this little island play.
Yeah, just kind of playing very passively here for Logic, right? This has kind of been the name of the game, is just play deep on those setups, allow them to kind of walk into those traps. You are looking to push them into that side of the map with the information gathering and presence on the other extremity. And then right now, as they pause outside of this tripwire set over for ramps here from Teddy Tactics, Evolution are just looking to have a little moment to regroup, right? We still haven't been able to find that camera, so it still finds a bit of value. Now taken down. Just trying to look to crunch over towards A Heaven, which is
30 seconds
quite empty.
Yeah. Trapwire broken. Here comes the play up through ropes. Arya, I don't know if really saw much, but you know when that trapwire breaks and that this is going to be a hit coming into the direction of Logic. Just like a classic on site. Will be suppressed. Just going to dance a little bit here. Arya trying to find some help on the cross. Not really able to do too much. And the first 2 kills are good for EVO. Plant's going to come through. And I just don't know how you reach out this. If you're Teddy, you've got no tower control. You're weak at screens. And this should be a comfortable pistol for EVO.
So tough there. Not too much you can really work with as far as utility goes as well. It's just an impossible round here for Teddy Tactics, honestly. Just looking forward at this point here, it was a good idea. I think an expected setup from Teddy Tactics with Logic playing so deep on that A site. Evolution were aware of it, cognizant of, okay, expecting a very similar style to maybe how Logic was playing that Vice on Sunset as well. And it being suppressed there just really took away that whole ability to anchor, because it was very reliant on that one trip that was spread across, you know, the front side of it.
A little bit of a firing range, firing gallery set up here at mid with the classic. Zoe in trouble. Still gets one. Good help from Nora after the flash has come through. Nova pulses to make sure there's no follow-up. And yeah, that's just a good receiving of the aggression from Evolution. They know they've got Cal stuck in a corner, or do they? I thought they had, but instead they're just going to let Zoe stay here and get to work entering into B. The defense going to try to beat them there. Could make this a little bit more punishing, but no. Not fully. Easy. Right there.
Yeah, nothing you're going to do here for Logic. It's just about looking forward to the next round. The anti-eco and then the bonus to come out from Evolution, right? I think we see a nice presence coming out from Evolution over towards mid. That's what you want to see on split. Try and pick up part to some of those setups there as well. I think what's fun too about Norabor being on that Astra is the ability to even kind of get like some cheeky inserts over towards mid as well. Just having that opportunity to throw down one of those stars, you do a callback on the Nebula instead of wasting an actual like smoke on it, and you just have like someone cross over tuck into a corner, right? So it kind of opens up that opportunity for some of those like quick little micro plays on the attacking side to get those lurk insert opportunities down. And looking forward to seeing how Evolution might try and bring those into their gameplay going forward. Well, let's see how telegraphed this A presence is going to be right off the gate. Looking to deal with these trips pretty early on.
Well, stuns will land kind of, once again, the utility exchange not really to give you attention towards much. They're looking for the spy cam, and eventually Zoe's able to find it.
Just a little peekaboo.
That's a weird game of peekaboo, which is like hoping you can connect with it. Logic just, again, checking from screens. He's going to have some assistance with the utility from top tower. Look at this walkover here at mid. Dark cover to try to stave off any play, and if I was gonna say, if Kestrel goes much further, could be a chance at maybe isolating, but Nora deletes the stealth zone, and there'll be some respect given by Teddy there.
Just looking to reposition, try and fall back. You can feel even the pressure that Evolution has put over on that A site just by destroying that ramps tripwire alone, right? And then the cam on top of that. And instead, this is really going to be up to Arya to stall out this push over towards B with the paranoia available.
30 seconds left.
Well, here comes the engagement. Cal's going to find the first. Gabby trying to step on forward.
Timing.
SMGs could do some damage here. Nice little underhand with the paint shells, but Orange just picks it up. And the last one standing is Nova a little bit
10
too far
seconds
away
left.
from the spike to play for plant, so it's gonna have to be down to can you find both kills, and yeah, the defense will not allow that to happen. So okay, not bad though. I mean, in terms of how bonus is going, like you force out 3 repurchases, like it's not terrible at all. I think Evo's gonna be okay with that.
And the plan was there as well with how EVO was looking to approach that bonus round too. That little B crunch that they were looking to bring out. And it came down to a great stall. Again, the paranoia, buying that time for the team. I think it was a really nice call as well for Arya to actually throw that dark cover over towards B tower to deny that visibility over to the mid players on Evolution that were trying to actually pinch over at that site and arrive in time to assist the remainder of the squad. But I like this change now in aggression from Teddy Tactics. They're pressuring that flank over towards A. They destroy the trip and opt to push back. They're trying to funnel Evolution into the Cypher setup that has been swapped over towards this B site here for Logic.
Right there.
Cage triggered. In haste.
Good first blood from Logic through the cyber cage. Just one of those things again. Sometimes you're just lucky. And Evolution, ooh, oranges, that's bold. You know, the interesting thing about this setup here for Teddy, it is like, outside of just like a dark cover here and again, which they are spending a dark cover early to try to get some extensive pressure on the outsides of the map. Like this mid playthrough vent, honestly, like this could be a really good linchpin for how Evolution successfully build their offense. Like there's just not a lot of tests towards that mid play.
You would think that, but then you also have like the positioning from oranges, right? So deep in spawn, you get the mid line from both sides, but the timing is just not quite there.
I think what Evolution is doing by walking through mid, getting some vent pressure, and now getting up to tower for 3 has been great. It's going to put so much pressure on this defense on the site itself, even with cyber cages and spy cams. Timing here through the smoke. Gabby just one snaps, but no. Kalsushi responds. We'll get tied up at 2.
I definitely agree with you when it comes down to the idea of like that contact play. I see the vision as well though from Teddy Tactics with how they're trying to play those like mid trap plays. It just also relies on a bit of information, which they were completely lacking in mid. There was nothing to go off of to actually throw down that fault line in time, but ends up working out nonetheless. I think that's the big thing for Evolution is that they know that they can't really telegraph that frequently when they're expecting those traps to be waiting on the other side from Teddy Tactics.
No. Save here for Evolution. Armageddon right down they main. Gives Teddy some room to play with here. It's going to force a lot of utility to come out of Evolution if they want to even stage some sort of attack. But yeah, again, this mid defense is really soft. I mean, you delete the cyber trap that's there, and you immediately get the defense pulled off of ramps. So you re-clear that for free, honestly, if you're Evolution. You'll take that, considering the weaponry that you have.
I think that the positioning's pretty common though now. Now that we have like such a KO heavy meta before the nerf comes in the next patch, is you can't really contest mid super heavily on the defense because of those salvos as well, though,
Yeah,
right?
that's
We've
true.
seen that positional change coming out from the majority of teams. If you're not fighting for it heavily and going for those mid peaks, you're usually playing a bit back to actually bunker a bit more onto sites and into some of those traps. You give it up and then you look to retake the space afterwards. Now the shift back over.
30
There's
seconds
gonna be
left.
nothing to really contest this speed power control here. The pod is fully gonna have to give it up.
Found you.
Aftershock coming through. Arya will stay alive.
Good mid-side smoke.
Yeah, time is running out. Really good follow-up with the timing on the fault line with that. Really beautiful stuff from Teddy Tactics. Again, the weaponry not great here for Evolution either way, but those are things that's just like, wow, they hit us. They hit 3 of us at the fault line as soon as the dark cover faded away. It's perfectly done.
I think that's been part of like the difference between these two teams too, is I feel like when we shut out Teddy Tactics, it's a lot of the layering of utility and the communication that has to be going on for this team to make all of that come together when it comes down to these like combinations with positions and util. For Evolution, that's not to say that they don't have good utility. It just isn't used as as intricately as Teddy Tactics do. They focus a little bit more on that macro and keep it a little bit simpler when it comes to that util to enable them to find success in a lot of those gunfights. And now back to a default here for the side of Evolution. A very different look towards this setup as well, coming out from the Cypher. And Logic too, this is probably the most spread out that we've really seen that Cypher utility. So I like that they're being flexible. You know, for Logic, keeping Evolution kind of guessing at all times with that utility.
Oh, here we go. Armageddon coming through, forces Zarya out of that back pocket. Again, utility that's being spent for the defense allows them to get back into position. Logic is timing on his peak. Finds 2. Follow from Arya in this back position, cleans up the rest. And looks like this should be a pretty comfortable round for Teddy, unless Evolution with his dark cover fades can find some timing on this. Gabby for 1, almost gets it straight onto a second. Nova's still alive, but only for a small time. So very back and forth, but Teddy take the edge in the kills.
Looking good. I mean, again, I think Arya has just been so fun to watch on the Omen, even when being a little too risky. Most of the Shrouded steps have been so cerebral when it comes to the repositions and looking to counter position based off of util that Evolution's been throwing out there as well. And the timeout now to be called from Evolution, sure, and a misleading scoreline, if you will, with that 4-2. Sure, you might go, okay, only 2 rounds between these two teams makes the difference, but it's been the last 4 rounds for Teddy Tactics. Evolution have yet to be able to find success in a gun round. It's really only been that pistol and the anti-eco, and with that timeout, you're expecting the conversation to revolve around what game plan they want to execute with all of the ults that they have in line after this eco.
Alrighty. See what Evolution can put together here off this timeout. I mean, again, there's just so many tools that are available here, and this is, I think, you know, early rounds. We're more than halfway through this half. Rounds like this, where you can either show us that you want to combine ultimates or choose to stagger them. If you can find like good conviction in rounds that look like this, I mean, granted, I say that and there's, you know, no purchase here, but you know, rounds that you've got multiple ultimates, like I just love to see how teams manage that in terms of, you know, not just their overall financial eco, but their ultimate economy as well. You know, we've seen teams even in that last game with FlyQuest, it's just like overspending ultimates is one of those things that just feels really bad. So we'll see what Evolution decide to do here off this timeout. How do you want to start to put together this round? If you find a pick, do you have anything in mind in terms of we Rolling Thunder that, or we Cosmic Divide that, get onto site with a showstopper? We can maybe win around here and turn this half maybe a little bit more favorably towards us.
Yeah, it's all going to have to start with that numbers advantage, though, here for Evolution. Again, you've been talking about these contact plays here to deny any ability to throw any early counter utility.
Now, that's tough. And that's even worse. Nora does trade. Difficult weapon to go pick up, though, off this cross. Kestrel inside the site also shows that there's no easy entry to B. And I love this. Yeah. Just retaking B main, let the other 2 defenders play for tower control. If you need to crunch back on the site, you can. Naria's going to get so much information here.
Spike down.
Decent trade, Cal.
Wait, doesn't he? Well, oh, okay. I don't think that even saw Cloudsy's elbow unless I missed it.
I don't think so either. But Cloudsy's still stuck. With 30 seconds, like the option of rotating back to your mid is your only thing, but you got a spy cam at top tower, and the defense could still follow up on this pretty easily.
I mean, it makes sense to telegraph that position when you're looking to regroup with Nova here as well. But yeah, you were talking about that spy cam. The ruse will be given up, and not even just by that, but hearing all that util being thrown, even the ropes being taken there.
10 seconds
I'm
left.
not expecting Logic to actually not even be home on site. I like the positioning. Teddy Tactics looking to fully play together here in this game.
Last player standing.
Trade is decent.
3 bullets.
Cloudsy off the reload as a Rolling Thunder, and it's going to hit both, or maybe only just the one.
Both.
Kestrel blast packed back over towards screens. Oh, is affected by this, but we'll shake it off. Fault line now coming back through. Does that hit? Hard to say, but the information's still coming through. Kestrel gonna shake that off again. Toggles with the advantage, goes to Cloudsy until the contact is out, and Kestrel snaps for the headshot, and a 5th round will come through for Teddy.
Great read coming in there from Kestrel. They knew that, okay, we're taking a little too long to be wrapping over towards elbow. It has to be the long wrap over on the other side. Swing through main, and for Evolution, that's tough. I mean, it's a great eco round that they were able to find, right? They only use the one ultimate to try and salvage it, and you keep it close. Not allowing Teddy Tactics to amass too many funds, but still, they're still feeling pretty comfortable overall when it does come down to those credits. And now this is where it really matters, because Teddy Tactics have cycled up into ults of their own.
Yep. We're gonna get some explosions here. Showstoppers! Kestrel! Once again, just punishes Zoe. It's just not been a showstopper day for them.
Oh, it
And
feels so unlucky. Like,
it feels major unlucky.
it's just one of those days where you're like, you feel a little deflated every time you pull up the showstopper. You're like, I don't know what's going on with this piece of util. But now, they've got that deep B main control. You've got the Cypher set up that Teddy Tactics are trying to funnel Evolution into as well. And again, that mid lurking presence, something that we saw from Gabby's consistently over at the B side of Lotus previously, but that's gotta hurt.
Shadows traveling.
And look at Nova still over at A. The call is being made to rotate
left.
back, but you've got 28 seconds on the clock. Logic is still back sight.
My ultimate is ready.
Good contact for Nova.
This is how it ends.
Armageddon just to clear out the backside. You know that you're gonna get. Oh, good teleport in from Arya.
Yeah.
Really good teleport in. So now you can actually try to hold
They
this
don't
switch on the
have time for
side.
this.
Crossfire setup though, but Arya drops Logic. They catch Nova with the weapon crossing, but no. The only play you have right now is
Great
Kestrel.
nade.
Can they stop it with the paint shells? Salvo behind it. Nora can't plans. Oh my goodness! It looked like EVO had gotten the perfect read in the setup.
Can't use that yet.
Consolation kills, but the explosive energy behind the paint shells and the salvo saves it for Teddy, honestly.
I mean, that round felt like whiplash. Like, it was like, okay, they're out of time. Oh, wait, Evolution might win this. Oh, wait, Teddy are taking it back. No, wait, Evolution are going to win this. Like, a back and forth with how scrappy it ended up getting, but the utility being just enough to buy that time. The idea was there, just not enough seconds on the clock to make it comfortable for Evolution with each util is available. When you do run that Tejo and that breach on either team, but the first time we're seeing a 5-stack outside of any site here, and Teddy Tactics more than comfortable to stack heavily leaning towards mid and A themselves with the uncontested setup there at B.
Oh, timing. Gallo gets one. Follow up wall, rolling thunder. Whoa, hello.
Oh,
wow,
whoa,
hello.
hold on.
Awkward, but
okay.
Zoe keeps the play alive.
Stun buff.
Would have to still be a 1v2. Did they know that Mortis is in the corner? They do. Catches him with the flash in the wall. Random headshot connects. So now you're down to a 1v2. Almost gets the isolation onto Arya. Osto is out, and Arya will not miss play. 7-2. Teddy up by 5.
Looking really comfortable right now on defense, but it does come down to right down to the wire in some of these moments. It felt like, you know what, Zoe missing all of those showstoppers. One, if you watch this back, I'm sorry that I keep bringing it up. Two, I'm bringing it up because I'm saying that your luck was being packed up into that round with how many picks you were able to get while like being stunned, flash, like that was all of that being returned to you in the universe. But now Evolution on the back foot with this eco, with these plays to maintain that heavy B control have been conditioned from Teddy Tactics, although uncontested this time.
Well, Kestrel will find him first. pistol opportunity for Nora. Or just spans it down, sprays it down, already connects over to Dude. And again, up close and personal, pistol to finish. And it'll be a flawless round for Teddy. 2 to play here. Key rounds here for Evolution. Very key rounds coming up.
It also just feels like Teddy Tactics, obviously they feel confident in this split pick, but almost like they're riding off the momentum with how close they were able to reverse sweep Lotus. It didn't pan out for them, but you could feel like the vibes and the energy really amping up on the side of Teddy Tactics in that last map that we just saw. And it seems like that kind of mentality is carrying over very nicely with how they're synergizing together right now on split. And Evolution, glad to see that they're not slowing down by any means despite only having these 2 rounds.
Oh, Arya in trouble. Good utility for Evolution. Gorgeous. Wow. Decent trades. Flashes out. Kestrel at the pinch. Hello. Okay, there we go. It's a spike carrier. That's not what you want. And Kestrel is 1 off from getting a showstopper. You got a crossfire set up here with Logic, and both EVO members are low. So this gut check hit with utility flooding at A doesn't really fully do too much.
Showstopper online now too. Here for Kestrel on top of that. It just becomes impossible almost.
Last player standing. One enemy.
Well, here we go. It's all about who the fish. You can hit the headshot if you're Gabby, and they do. Oh, whoa, that's key. What a win, and that saves this half in a lot of ways for the side of Evolution if they can, again, purchase up and find one more.
I just, you know, it's okay. I'm questioning why we got off of the crossfire angle, but it is all good. They stopped the bleeding on the side of Evolution. If you're a fan of that team, that's how you want to see the cookie crumble. And that showstopper will be able to be carried over here for Teddy Tactics into this next round. And still, though, Evolution, it's not the most comfortable buy coming in with them. I think a couple Bulldogs, got the Guardian coming in here as well.
Ugh.
They've gotten so much information. The expectation for it to be a full like mid to B hit here, because they do lack that mid presence, but the 5-player is just sitting in B garage right now. Stop. This TP.
Okay. Arya is on her game right now. Dark cover will fade. Logic's to hold the back of the site. Good reveals on both players that have made it at least onto the site itself, and that's the benefit of this passive setup out of the Cypher. Wow. And it's just down to Nora for what would have to be a 1v4 with plenty of time to work with, but no spike in the ad. So there's going to be a triple setup here. And it looks like Teddy's going to get 9 unless there's some sort of unfortunate lineup here and Evolution can punish, but no, not going to happen.
Full firing squad. But man. Dude, Arya plays Omen like more aggressively and in even more of a cheeky way than you expect from like Heretic's Boo, who I feel like is one of the Omen players where you look at him and he's just always able to get like some sort of insane TPs off, but the micro decision making coming out from Arya in those moments has been just such a joy to watch. It really does feel like it has been her game on this map, and even some of those moments that we saw on Lotus as well. And for Evolution, now onto the defense, where this pistol round means almost everything for the remainder of this half to set them up as early as possible.
Key pistol for EVO. Teddy looking to just get a full stack. Arya's nowhere near this play though, at least not initially. Paint shells preemptively used over the top. Wait, that's going to put some major damage. Cal Sushi's really low. Paranoia comes through at the right time, but Nova beats a little bit of Tiny Clouds with them. One trade is all that will come through 2v3. Although on the site, it will actually just be a 2v2.
On cooldown.
And Nova's been sitting in that jump peak. They just don't know about Gabby, and that's all that Evolution need to take the pistol. Big win there.
I find them
Exactly what we needed to see coming out from Evolution. And start out on the right foot here into the second half and set themselves up to start closing the gap a little earlier here up against Teddy Tactics. Curious to see how they're going to continue to handle the attacking side. I felt like it was pretty surprising that we didn't really have any mid presence in that pistol round either. Especially when that expectation is that most of the time that unbreakable trip or difficult to break trip gets thrown there for mid as well. I'm definitely giving you a different look this time though.
Contact good for Nora for the first. Isolated 1v1 and over towards B main. Stops Arya in their place, and no smokes means that no paranoia means that this is going to have to be wait for the fault line, hit it, flash it, go with the Tejo as soon as you get the salvo. So that's going to be what likely Ted you have to wait for here.
Yeah, I still got the tripwire to deal with here as well. Healthy stack.
Oh, clean. How about them all? Ooh. Good enough.
A little bit of a firing range moment there for Nora Bora. Yeah, but it's all good. Just the eco round there for Teddy Tactics. Not able to do too much with it. Evolution have got to be happy with how many weapons they're able to carry on over into this round here as well. Now back into that default. So we will be contesting that mid presence that we wanted to see coming out from Teddy Tactics, denying any value from potential trips that were going to be thrown out. It won't be the case this time around. Instead, looking at a different approach towards that push and pull, farming up into this orb, getting this crossfire inserted over towards B main. Just they're doing the sound baiting right now to not expect
they really
the off
are.
angle.
Whoa, contact here is big. Fault line avoided. Oh, salvo behind this. Oh, wait, the salvos don't land. And I was going to say Cal Sushi's actually a little bit trapped. That would have been huge for Evolution, but now all of a sudden Teddy's going to try to chase down Zoe, and they will. This is everything here in terms of trying to lock down mid. Separates the play, but Clouds catches a spike carrier. Gabby tries her timing on the peak, not going to work out. Now it's just out of Clouds, the Bulldog.
2 flashes at the very least. Aftershock here as well, and look at the pressure that Logic's presence created with mid. That mid pick over towards Vents is that concern that there is that wrap into heaven, even though they look to regroup with the team and playing it smart here on the side of Teddy Tactics. All 3 players over towards B main. That plant down nice and open into the post. It's going to depend on how much this fault line can really catch.
Well, a little bit of damage there, but...
Get off my back.
Wait.
Come on.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I was going to say, wow. That would have been nuts, but Teddy pull off an offensive round, get to double digits. The gap stays at 5. Constant Divide, though, is at the ready here for Evolution. And it feels like we're starting to ramp this one up here. We got full purchase. We have an operator on the field for Zoe. Interesting. See what they want to do with that. And the purchase will still be fine for Teddy Tactics, but they're going to go into a Guardian and a Judge. And maybe something else a little bit softer for Arya as well. So there's potential here for EVO to start to really get into this round, this half here.
Yeah, that's the thing. That was a really, despite the round win there for Teddy Tactics, it was an expensive one. And Evolution, they've got to be happy with that bonus, right? But overall, now a very quick space taken over towards Male here for Kestrel. Additional layers. Both smokes, though, used right off the gate just to get this insert here for the Judge.
Well, the thing about it is you also have Nova tagged up heavily by that opening utility as well for Teddy. Stealth drone. Is that what they see him sneak in? Zoe hits for the first. Oh, the flash. Is that a team flash? Very well may have been. And Evolution are actually going to collect on the kills.
Concealment.
I think that was a flash from Oranges.
Maybe a little bit of a miscalculation.
Timing-wise, for sure, if that was the case. I don't know who else it would have come from. Like, Cloudsy still has both, so yeah, it had to have been.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Spike
man.
down B.
Just gotta look to save this here in 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
We're surely not. Okay. Can't do too much about that. Probably had, I think the salvo's behind them as well, so a difficult position to be in. Can't really run anywhere at that point. This is the point where I would expect, though, Teddy Tactics to maybe call some sort of timeout within the next 2 rounds before Evolution catches up any further. Maybe take a moment, take a breather, a reset. Yes. After having such a strong start to the last half.
The enemy is necessary.
And this is actually one of those things that, like, again, you take a tally of like where we are in this map, like the macro sense of it. Evolution, you're expecting to win this round pretty convincingly. And if you can get a couple of these ultimates, again, right at the ready, you're going to have an explosive round that could change the entire dynamic of how this map has gone. So it just feels like we're building up to these points where it's like if you're going to win this series, you're going to have to prove it. And I love when maps end up finding some kind of basic timing. K-Cells will get the final there, and then Clouds, no worries on the logic. So yeah, you've got Showstopper, Kaza Divide, 2 off the Rolling Thunder. The other side of things, Armageddon, Rolling Thunder at the ready, Showstopper 1 off. So if it doesn't happen in this round, it'll happen in the next or in round 20. And that could dictate the entire outcome of this map, legitimately.
Yeah, again, I'm honestly surprised that we're not seeing Teddy Tactics call some sort of timeout right now. They've only been able to find the 1 round.
I'm ready.
And it's tough looks at the moment. I think Evolution have been doing really well to try and corral Teddy Tactics into their waiting arms, into the crossfires that they have set up, some of those trap plays. Cloudsy too. On the timing to leave that angle.
Oh, love this call from Teddy. Although, good response from Zoe. Armageddon.
Nope.
Oh,
wait,
just
what?
able to sidestep it. Wait. Did she get over the top of one of the bursts of it?
I swear to God, that is what occurred.
Is that a thing? Can you do that?
Maybe just like the smallest of margins of timing with that. I'm not entirely sure. It happened a little too quick to actually grasp what went down. But this positioning from Arya means so much on this wrap back around. We've got 2 players over towards ramps as well, pulling out the utility.
Okay. Trades are back. Zoe has to hit this Showstopper.
Nice
You just
punish.
do. I mean, they're weak, too. That's the problem. But you cannot just walk into the site. Here comes the Showstopper. Fault line, salvos. Oh, Zoe's held back. Enough for Logic to get 1. Showstopper would have connected, but it doesn't make a difference. Zoe now by themselves. Yep, Oranges will finish it off. That's the round right there. So now you look at 11-7. Money's going to be fine for EVO, but you're waiting for an Armageddon and a Rolling Thunder, whereas a Showstopper's at the ready here for Teddy Tactics try to get to 12.
You can see as well, like, posturing coming out from Teddy Tactics outside of V, maybe expecting that out of all the orbs that EVO might go for, it would be the B main one. You still have presence over on the other side of the map as well. They're looking to fight forward, deny that ult control if they can. Not going to work out this time around with the salvos to deny that space to be taken. Norabora gets forced back off on that B site here as well. But look at the replay. I love this push back in. Teddy Tactics know, okay, Evolution, they just wanted that ult orb to get into their own hands, and they fully fall off. They buy that fake that was leaning over towards that B side. You have that from the shadows from Arya to take the entirety of backside control, and now that spike just waiting to get planted.
Oh, big first from Kestrel.
I know exactly where.
Plant is in, the rule theft out. Kaza Divide, Armageddon will get him an opportunity to try to isolate. Aftershock comes through, Kestrel is in trouble and will fall.
Can't do anything there.
Good first. Nova Pulse does not land on the player to the side. Here comes the re-attempt from Teddy, playing the post plant from over towards ramp side. Rolling Thunder will hit onto Arya. Can they survive? Can they find one? Good follow-up with the flash, just hoping you could tap away at it. Just down to Logic for the 1v2, and he's got just a Guardian. Angles there, though. Sees both. There's the first. Cloudsy's backs off, gets it to halfway. There's a secondary toggle. And honestly, Logic waits too long. If I'm being just completely critical of it, like, you see the shoulder, you got a Guardian, just at least get some damage in, but tries to wait for information on the other, and EVO gets back into the mix.
I think the call is either you gotta go for that swing right off the gate, or you would just end up playing time there instead of going for the slightly late one where you're expecting, okay, maybe another tap goes down, and then you know that it's going to be a reposition. There's no way they're holding that second half, but small mistakes there and broken money as a result here for Teddy Tactics off of a round where the plan was so good to even get that spike initiated on A in the first place. Now, Pistol changing up the tempo here for the execution towards the Heaven. Hold on.
Ooh.
Give me up. Where is
A little meeting of the minds right there. Neurotup's going to come through here for the defense for EVO. Going to get to read that it's a quick wrap back over towards the A site. Very winnable here for Teddy, considering the weapons that were in the mix, especially considering that Kestrel can pop a showstopper. Oranges, the first one to contact over towards this ropes rotation. Logic, the first one over towards screens, and they are deep into position. And this is taking a lot of time here for EVO. Only the one flash and aftershock. Cloudsy now empty from any utility. This has to hit. If you're Nora, no. Oranges gets one. Fault line's going to stagger this out, but trade is there.
5 health for Gabby.
Missed the window there. Showstopper, though. The problem is the time. That's the issue here for EVO. And they're not going to be able to get back at the site here. Oh, man. What a play for Teddy to run it down through vents to A.
Really nicely done. Not even just running it down from vents to A, but it comes down for this Thrifty round. The lurk play that comes out from Logic as well to be able to clear out that A site while the rest of the team is taking that A Heaven control to get us to this match point. Now Evolution pulling out a timeout. They've got 4 rounds to work with here to try and bring it over to overtime. You got to give them the credit, though, that Evolution, they've looked good on defense so far. And Teddy Tactics, they've been able to find success kind of here and there. A lot of the times off of some of those like ultimate plays that have been coming out. But overall, I feel like the defense macro from Evolution has been good. I would not be surprised for them to take it over to OT.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, it's going to be a heck of an effort here, especially considering that there's still going to be things like Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, probably to be re-earned before we get to that point for Teddy Tactics. You also got to keep in mind that these 3 rifles are great, but like, what do you do with Nova? What do you do with Nora, who have been so good for you in this map to this point? A lot of things to talk about. Timeout will expire, and here we go. Gotta have it.
That's the thing. This buy that they've got coming out as well. Definitely a tough look. Doable for sure with the 3 rifles that you get to work with here. Teddy Tactics. A little 4-1 split action. Try to see right now. Nora will stay over on that elbow position, which becomes really dangerous if they're not able to actually find that ability to get back onto site, playing completely on an island and alone otherwise.
Yeah, true. Ooh. Fire up. Fault line lands. Kestrel. Uh-oh. Okay, timing was a little bit weird, but works out. And then, oh, that's a big pick. Zoe trying to rotate behind the play at vents, but gets caught by Oranges. So now it's going to have to be Gabby. Spy cam being activated. Sees a good bit of it. Finds the first really cleanly. Flash does not affect her. And can keep their life 2v3.
Thing is, we've also seen some miracles occur from Arya and Oranges at any given time on top of that. I like that alley control that we saw. Now it gets a lot easier to read into that B heaven push. With the contact on the
Arya sees one, stunned up. Orange just has to save the day.
stunned.
It was also affected by that. Still finds two!
No!
Oh! And it's a 1v3 essentially for Oranges. 4 in total on the round. Doesn't matter if she's stunned or not. Catches all of it. And Teddy will win the series like that?
That is heartbreaking to say goodbye to Evolution as they hit that 4th loss. But Teddy Tactics keeping themselves alive, finding themselves now at a 2-3. And hey, I was telling you, in that 2v3, if you want 2 players alive in that situation, it's been Arya and it's been Oranges who have been so clutch. But to, like, no, it's the breach stun buff shift. That's what I'm saying. Like,
wow.
You get stunned, you're hitting head.
It's an aesthetic utility. That's all it is. Unreal stuff. But a finishing bang for a map 3 decider, which has the elimination to Evolution and another week of gameplay for Teddy Tactics. We'll step away. When we come back, we'll give the breakdown plus the Verizon post-match interview as we wrap up our 5th round of Swiss action. Welcome back, everybody. We are in the post game after our elimination matchup has gone the way of Teddy Tactics. What a series, though. All 3 maps really could have seen the distance, could have gone either way for a lot of things, but at the end of it, it is oranges with the final exclamation point on what was a very back and forth series, Ash.
It really was. It felt like we didn't know at certain times who was going to take a round. Even when we saw like big leads coming out from Teddy Tactics, some of what we see on the timeline here with Teddy Tactics chaining so many rounds together in a row on the defense doesn't tell the whole story of how close of margins some of those fights came down to, and it coming down to like maybe 1 or 2 players that managed to stay alive on the side of Teddy Tactics. So it was a nice attempt at Evolution to bite back, but it did really seem that the intricacy when it came down to the plans that Teddy Tactics had with the engagements that they wanted to go for was one of the really big difference makers, alongside like insane positioning from players like Arya and Logic.
Yeah, I mean, this is a series you look back over from start to finish, and it really does come down to a vast majority of just individual plays, whether they were mistakes or clutches or capitalizations on weird situations overall. And you know, it's one of those things that I got to go all the way back to before we started this series. I'm talking about, you know, we were four rounds worth of gameplay in for these 2 teams. It hasn't gone all that well. And there's a level of losing is learning. Who was going to be able to learn the most, be best prepared for this matchup? The maps, I won't say like they picked themselves, but, you know, there is a level of, we saw the first 2 maps come through in just last week for Evolution. It did feel like Teddy Tactics had been well prepped up for that. You know, you get into a map pool here, we get map 3, hasn't really gone well for either of these 2 teams. But again, it just feels like Split is the spot you go to square up to determine who the better dog is on the day. We've got Arya, though, ready for our Verizon post-match interview, so we'll bring Arya back on here. Congratulations. Wait, did you march mandarins?
I did indeed. I was a drum major for them. Ooh, my chair almost just broke. Yeah, I was a drum major for mandarins from 2019 to 21. Yeah.
When Ash asks her question, I'm bringing something back just for you. Congratulations on the win. Wow, just take me through this split, because it's a map that, as we were kind of framing up there for a moment, you know, neither of the teams that you guys and both Evolution, not finding a lot of success in terms of winning the map, but a lot of close losses. So, you know, how has the learning process gone in terms of you guys getting prepared and ready to go to have this be the decider map today, for instance?
Yeah, so, I mean, vetoes went literally exactly how I thought they were going to go today. Like, I knew we were going to pick Sunset, they would take us to Lotus, we'd end on Split. We didn't really have time to prep Split, because we had to build in Sunset from scratch, because we hadn't played it before this week. But for Split, really, we hadn't worked on anything Split specifically, but we had been doing a lot of work this week on staying alive on site in our anchor positions, which I think really came through on that defense, right? With Logic and I over on the B site. Like, they just kept coming B, and they just could never kill me. So, like, that was how we were winning a lot of the rounds. And so I'm glad that, like, work on other maps came in on that map, because it was big for us.
Yeah, it definitely showed with a lot of that positioning and whatnot. And okay, speaking of positioning, speaking of micro plays, as Shift goes to get whatever he is showing you after this, I want to know who your inspiration in Valorant is. Like, if there's a player that you look up to in particular, because I don't think I have much more fun than watching you like TP counter util with the positioning and everything like that. Like, it's actually just like some of the most fun that I have watching Valorant. I gotta know if you have someone that you're pulling inspo from.
In terms of like the sometimes int TPs that I do, it's mostly just me making like not the best decisions always, but sometimes they're great. But like really my like 2 big inspirations, and like kind of always have been, is Boaster and Valen. Like, okay. And you can probably see in, like, a lot of the comps that we're playing, like, on Lotus and everything, like, we're pulling a lot of stuff from G2 right now. And it's hard to play, but it's the style that I like playing the most, so it's very fun. And then, you know, in late rounds, once I've gotten 2 kills, I just start trolling.
Hey, it's vibes heavy, right?
Yeah.
That's one way to do it. One way to do it. All right, so you march mandarins. Blue Coats alumni here.
Oh my god!
And I got the helmet. Let's
go.
So I'm just gonna finish off the interview.
My time was
it
after
with
the
this.
hats era, so I never got a hat.
Ah.
It's tragic.
Yeah. Yeah. If those of you in chat that know, you know ball. Let's talk about the rest of the road, though, because now you guys are sitting in a position to where you're going to have to continue to do what you did today, which is a lot of battling with your backs up against the wall. There's going to be, I think, a lot of tests to the map pool as you guys continue to go through that. So kind of where's your headspace for the squad as you continue to try to make this run to save a playoff spot?
Yeah. So really, I think a lot of today, I think we had some really solid prep. Like our Lotus attack side was built specifically for Evolution that we were playing. So like ideally we would keep having like good prep weeks coming in. Like we've got Ender in coach slot. We also have Tonky Kong helping us out more recently. So like we have really good back end to like build antes. So hopefully that'll keep coming through. And then hopefully as well we can get like we had Logic and Kestrel were feeling a little bit sick today, so I'm glad we were able to pull through, and hopefully next week we'll be recovered and ready to keep rolling.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah, it's so great to hear. I think that we can definitely see how you guys have pulled inspiration from G2's gameplay, like the layering of how you guys like to layer your utility and everything like that. And I think like moving on into a grander scope of who you might be facing up against next, even though that hasn't completely been decided. Out of the teams that are kind of like left in the running right now, is there anyone that you really do want to face up against? I can give you a rundown of who is still
I honestly don't even remember because I don't know who's won today, so
yeah, no, you're good. So we've also got I know you guys have played Prosperity, I believe, before. Fisher is also still in the running. Kisoku Band is also in the running. Those are all the teams alongside you that are currently 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, I always love playing Fishers. Like a lot of the people on our team know a lot of people on their team, and so like as teams were like pretty tight. And I also think we're like very evenly matched. Like the games are always close. We played them a couple times, so I'd be down to play them again. Because it's always a fun match.
Love it. Well, you're gonna face up against maybe not just one, but possibly two. So yeah. We'll see how things go for you. Congratulations on the win. I love that we get a little DCI connection here on the air. We're just making everyone watch us nerd out. But that's Aria and Teddy Tactics with their W. Big shout out for Aria for jumping on the show and doing that post game interview with us. But wow. What a day. I mean, we start off with a matchup that we think is going to be an absolute instant classic. Wadada taking up against FlyQuest Red. It looked like it was going to be number 2 versus number 3, and it was just number 2 the entire way through. Very clean, Ash. Just kind of recapping your thoughts on that matchup. Where do you kind of rate them and where those two teams are?
I think that you're looking at that matchup, and you said it. We were expecting it to be like a classic, like head-to-head. It was a classic. It did go the way that it has historically gone.
True.
For the likes of Wadada, I think that right now Wadada is obviously one of the biggest contenders. You can't even call them a dark horse though, because I think that you look at any team that isn't Shopify Rebellion Gold, and you're like, okay, yeah, they're a dark horse. But the reality is I think that is the next best team that we have right now within the Game Changers scene for 2025, and they proved it with taking the crown during kickoff and whatnot. But I'm more excited about, I think, like these closer matchups that are still trying to round out the remainder of this Swiss stage and vie for that qualification spot that are left there for playoffs, because things are getting close. We heard it from Aria herself and how close the competition is, as far as even just like between her team and Fisher Fumblers. And I think the story is pretty similar as you move up and look at the remaining teams here that are still contending for Swiss.
Very much so the case. I mean, it does feel like we still have squads available that could make either runs that with, again, backs against the wall, just based on what we saw here in this matchup, but also the teams that are trying to continue to prove that they are at the top, but are having a tough time getting through some of the top gangs that are out there. So Shopify Rebellion Gold, Wadada, and Aussie and friends all qualify into playoffs for now. Ghost Gaming, Meow, YFPX, FlyQuest, Red, all looking to get one more win to get there, whereas we still have all the teams that you had listed off trying to stave off elimination and sneak their way into one of those final playoff spots. That's going to do it here for us today. There's still more Game Changers to come, so make sure you follow on the way out. Have a beautiful weekend. Take care. Brush your hair. We'll catch you guys later. Bye.
Oh,